Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the big day, dude, the big reveal, dude. How's everybody doing? Hello. Man, are we excited. Holy shit. Hello. Welcome in, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are around the world. Purple Moose, thank you very much for the follow.
Sexy beast.
Starting in very strong, JV with the first sub of the day. 2 months, man. Thank you so very much for the tier 1. 2 months in a row. Let's go. Thank you for the daily streams, he says. Thank you for being here, man. Without you guys, it wouldn't be possible. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Just Filio, Happy, Icy, Dracaris, Sinister, Tabletop. Welcome in. IVN, Hand, good morning and good afternoon to you too, my friend. Fabs, good morning, week. Hello and good evening, dude. And then Abe, Vince as well. JV, everyone, welcome in. Welcome in. Also, Corey over on the YouTubes. Good morning, bud. Tell me you saw it. I saw what? What are we talking about? Nothing comes to mind that I should have known. Let me send. Okay, go. Send me. I hope they will change something about the late game. They will. I'm positive. Before the launch? No, I'm pretty sure they're gonna give them today. It is a reveal day, Shockwave. Yeah, I think we're gonna get the patch notes today. We're going to get the full trailer today. We're going to get the full announcement and reveal today. We're going to get the full interview today and the patch notes. Wait, what is this? What am I looking at? Hold up. What is this? What am I looking? Why is there a trailer? Did they drop it or who did this? Leak? Oh no. Hector says leak. Holy devil. Hello, good evening, man. Bro, this looks like a fan-made trailer. Never mind. It's a leak? China? It's a Chinese leak. Bro, I don't want to show it on stream. I'm not going to watch the whole thing because I know that there are people that don't want to get leaked. I know that much. I want to respect that. Leak is true. AF, by the way. I'm evading it like crazy. Yeah, I'm not going to watch more, but thanks for sending it in. Hey, Rayan. Has to be quiet all day now? I saw a little bit. It's nothing crazy, to be honest, but still I don't want to leak it because I don't want people to be forced to watch this. Nah, I don't want to leak that. It's from the reveal. Yeah. We'll see it in a few hours. Yeah, let's just forget about that. Hello, Wintality. Welcome in. How are you doing? How excited are we? 5 hours, by the way. 5 hours. We have a few things to talk about, chat, okay? We have a few things to talk about. I have a few videos that I want to watch with you. And we got to prepare our bingo cards, yeah? Really hyped. How are you? I'm really hyped as well. Yeah, we can't wait. Should I delete it from the channel? Please do, man. I don't want people to be forced to, not forced, but you know what I mean. Did you send it anywhere publicly? What do you mean delete it from? Oh. Oh, I see, I see. I see more. I haven't even checked it, damn it. Ah, man. There's no benefit of seeing a leak 5 hours before the official reveal. Yeah, let's just forget about it, okay? Let's just forget about it. Glitch to welcome in, man. Prep, yeah. So, okay. All right, we do have a lot of things to talk about, yeah? Let me see. I have a few videos that I want to watch. And Jag, welcome in, dude. I'm happy. In 5 hours, I was able to get to maps, clear some maps, and do Third Ascendancy SSF. Nice. Nicely done, dude. Is that the Expo? Crossbow is insane, man. Crossbow is insane. Is it by any chance the Frostbomb nades early on? I don't know what happens later on, though. Okay, so hey, listen. I know that there are people that like the leaks, and I know that there are people that don't like the leaks. I don't want to get leaked, so if anybody wants to see the leaks or whatever, just do it privately, yeah? Don't flash it in the general on Discord or in here or whatever. Just do it privately, because there's a lot of people that don't want to see the leaks, especially 5 hours before the actual reveal, right? So, eventually you switch to all grids for exposure. Yeah, I see. Okay. That's the one. You get Ballista and Cluster. Got it. And yeah, anybody who knows the leaks, try not to spoil anything from the rest, please. All right, so. He's like 40 minutes faster than me for full campaign. 40 minutes is insane, by the way. 40 minutes faster is like a pro speed leveler, right? Speed runner. 40 minutes is crazy. I mean, bro, 5 hours, he's won races. Yeah, exactly. 5 hours is also insane, dude. Damn, that's a gifted sub. 5 giftaroos from Mr. Jag. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it. I think crossbow is going to get nerfed into the ground. If it stays, I might level using it. Cut it looks, it looks crazy. Yeah, it's pretty good. I accidentally saw quick clips over on Dead Rabbit stream this morning. Turned it off ASAP. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to feature any leaks. I'm not going to talk about them. I'm not going to do anything. I know that a lot of people don't like that, so... all right, so I do have a couple of videos that I wanted to watch. I want to see what other people think what's coming, right? So I have 4 videos saved. I don't know if you guys have watched these. Black Onyx, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. I do have 4 videos that I want to watch, and there's one of the 4 videos is from a massive creator. The second one is from a decently large creator. Then we have smaller content creators, because I think this also smaller content creators bring a lot of ideas and a lot of good stuff. So I want to watch and see what people think about the patch, okay? And then we're going to discuss about things, and we're going to do our bingo cards. Yeah? How's it going? Super excited for the reveal. Are you going to live stream the reveal? Yeah, of course. Definitely, man. 30 club, Mr. Shockwave. 30 streams in a row. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. Hey, seconds. Welcome in. Smitty Werben with the follow as well. Welcome in. Are you staying until late? Until the very end, Rayan. We're staying until the very end today. I'm excited like a little kid. Yep, same here. All right, I'm going to load up the first video here.
Energy supplies.
What's up, Spiteful Venom? Welcome in. All right, I want to see what DM thinks is necessary, what his predictions are as well. I haven't gotten the chance to see what he thinks about all of this. So that's exactly what we're going to do. All right, let me move my face over this side. And let's see what my man DM has to say.
Simple one. This is asked for a lot. Delirium is something that happens in basically every single map in the game at some point. You're going to add a delirium fog modifier onto your maps in order to juice them more. Because of that, when you get later into the game, every map is going to have this monochromatic gray, basically Instagram filter thrown over the map. And this game is a visual masterpiece in which the colors are vibrant, etc. And all of that really good art and visual prowessness that people actually like about the game gets removed at a certain point because you have to delirium all of your maps if you're actually playing the game efficiently in the in-game. There it is, a delirium map. You go back and then look at all the colors that are in the game normally. So it's just some way to slide down the delirium, remove the delirium entirely. Probably not remove it entirely. You need something that actually, shows it's delirious going on, but a way to, negate a certain portion.
100% agree with this. 100%, dude. We've been saying this since point one. Mark didn't want to do it. Then he agreed that he wanted to reduce it. Apparently, they did reduce it a little bit, but it's still pretty bad, right? So we can agree that Delirium needs to be either removed or tuned down, or give us the option to remove it ourselves, and whoever likes it could keep it on. Simple.
Portion of that just grayscale filter would be a nice addition. Number 2 for me is the Atlas tree, with a notable example of maybe local knowledge.
The game is beautiful, but the Deli Fog makes it so boring to do endgame. Bro, listen, the first 10 times that you do Delirium in every league is okay, but then whenever you get into the grinding stages, it's definitely not okay. Like you said, it's boring. It's just like it's covering the beauty of the game. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we've been preaching this since point one. There's nothing else to say about it. It just needs to be extremely tuned down, 80%, 90%, not like something 15 or 20, 80, 90% tuned down, or give us the option to turn it off.
Most of the other nodes on the tree, when you click them, you don't really feel the impact or the weight or whatever you really want to call it of these nodes at all. I mean, you can specialize in strong boxes, maybe get more strong boxes, more shrines or something like that. Rogue.
For anybody trying to convince Icy to go Druid, just know that Icy has been a Druid main in WoW for years. That's his main. The same way that I'm a Rogue main, Icy's a Druid main. So it doesn't matter what's going to happen. If Druid had 1 foot and 1 hand and he was on a wheelchair or some shit like that, and there was no shape-shifting, he was shape-shifting into a mini version of himself, and he was throwing candy at the monsters, Icy would play the Druid. It doesn't matter what it comes with.
Exiles, get more Rogue Exiles. But the tree itself feels very low impact in the in-game, even when you're 40 out of the 40 and you're like maxing these other variants. The tree doesn't feel like it actually does very much. Now, the other thing about it is you're not really specializing in anything, because all of these other trees, you can fill out all of them. You can do the ones you really want to do, max them out in their entirety, or you can literally just do all of them. So because of that, you're not actually making much of a decision on where you want your points to go. I think the Atlas tree currently is actually a placeholder, but I would like to see your choices actually mattering more.
The only thing that I'm asking you guys to please do me a favor for the community is just keep it to yourselves. Don't try to be sneaky telling us what it is, because people are gonna figure it out, right? But yeah, just that's all I'm saying. I have a very poor eyesight, so 0.3 was terrible for me. Deli Fog white color plus Abyss green color makes a weird color combo that hurts my eyes to the point I had tears in my eyes. That's bad, man. I'm so sorry that you're going through that. And I've said it in point 2, whenever they introduce the Nexuses, that they need to do something about colorblind mode in general, because in order for you to find where the Nexuses are, there's like a red stamp on the fog of war. And yeah, it's barely visible, man. It's barely visible to us, yet alone anybody who has who's colorblind.
Or on the Atlas tree, or at least when you go into the map to be able to see an example of like, oh yeah, that's probably because I took these Atlas nodes, or etc., or at least be able to feel the difference a little bit. I think the Atlas tree is fairly lackluster, which is a bummer, because coming from Path of Exile 1, that was one of the most interesting parts of the game. You actually had to choose where you were going to specialize in, for instance. So if all of these were actually connected to the main Atlas tree, you'd have to choose, am I a ritual guy, am I a breach guy, am I an expedition guy? The counter argument to this is there's not enough mechanics in the game, really, where specialization would feel too good, because there's only just a handful of them. So I am curious to see, going into 0.4, if they add like the Abyss onto the Atlas tree as another one of these, or maybe they bring that tree all together at some point and start making where you can really juice individual mechanics, sort of like they have in Path.
Oh, actually, I really like that. Putting everything together makes sense. So you're gonna have like 32 points, and then they add Abyssal, another 8 points. So you're gonna have a total of 40 points from the specializations of the mechanics, plus the 40 points here. You're gonna have a total of 80, and they just merge everything together, plus the boss and everything, and then you just path wherever you want to go. It's pretty nice. It's not bad. But imagine if they merge everything together and they hide the rest of the mechanics, like the breach and the expeditions and all that, until you click a button and then it expands, just so you don't have a lot of clutter like the passive tree. But I do agree with DM that the tree is a little bit lackluster, apart from a few nodes here and there. Like unstable energy is pretty good if it hits, of course, and these are good for quality of life, but I don't think that they do much, to be honest. You know what I mean? So, yeah,
Exile
but
1.
I agree.
I'm okay if they
I would
want
like
do
to see a
something
change.
different than PoE 1. I'm not saying when you copy the whole Atlas tree, you can have kind of your own thing, but I would say that currently at the moment, the Atlas tree definitely feels a bit underwhelming to me. Before we continue on to number 3, a quick word from today's sponsor. And before we jump back in, a quick shout out from today's sponsor, Display, your answer to the gamer's version of decoration. This month is pretty much the best time of the year to grab one, because Display is running their Black Friday sale. This is their biggest sale of the year, with up to 46% off. As you know, these aren't basic paper prints, they're actually metal posters. Extra
Oh wait, that looks good. What?
6% off. As you know, these aren't basic paper prints,
Bro, that looks good. How can I get one?
they're actually metal
Look at this divine.
posters.
Look at that. Divine orb. And it's metal, apparently. Looks pretty good.
Extra durable, super vibrant, and they really look good no matter where you put them. They also mount using magnets, which means no tools, no holes, and no commitment. If you want to rearrange your setup or update your style, it will just take seconds. And something cool to keep in mind is
Wow, look at all of these. Damn. And there's a lot of stuff like Cyberpunk and Elden Ring or whatever. And he said something about magnets as well, that you can mount them. They're so good. Arbiter and Jamandra, etc. too. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Rearrange your setup or update your
I'm going to check them out. See if we can get
style, it will just take seconds.
like a nice little discount for you guys and everything. Look at that. Good stuff. When is the live stream? Look at the clock down there. 4 hours and 48 minutes is when we're getting it.
Keep in mind is Display actually lets you do custom displays now. You can upload your own photos
Nice.
or artwork and have them printed on
I'd be
metal,
interested
so
in
it's
getting
like
them.
the perfect
Okay.
Christmas gift. You can add a family photo or a pet, a favorite memory, anything you really want, but on a premium steel poster. So go check out displate.com/@DM and use code DM to get a little bit of a head start on your holiday
Oh, there you go. You can get his code. He's got a code as well. You can use his. You guys can't wait. There you go.
shopping. Huge thanks to Displate for being a continual great
Look at that
sponsor of
quality, bro. Look at the quality. Damn, man. That's pretty good.
this channel. I much appreciate it. And now we're going back to the video.
You should have that in PoE 2. Yeah. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try and get something here before the league. Let me just send a message. 1 sec.
I'll get behind. I would like to see some meta changes going into 0.4. I would like to see a shakeup. Currently, you're going to have Blood Mage and Deadeye dominate the top 43% just between those two different ascendancies. The reason for that is a lot of people are playing Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod because you get the Roa, you get good damage, pretty easy to actually build out this character, and then Blood Mage scales extremely well with the new lineage support, Jim, Bloodletting with like a, HP stacking, doing like your spark type of thing. So those builds right now currently are very meta. Now it is somewhat impossible, I say, and you actually probably don't want it for an ARPG to be perfectly balanced where all of the play percentages are exactly equal, because in that point, if everything performs the same, you don't really have any cool builds that are like people can discover that feel, oh, this one's really strong. You kind of do actually want some builds to be pretty strong. The difference is you don't want the same build to be very strong pretty much every league, and I think at this point people are pretty sick of seeing things like Spark, pretty sick of seeing lightning skills. We had 0.2 very notably. Lightning Spear was absolutely dominating the top playthroughs. So because of that, people are pretty sick of lightning. So I'm hoping going into 0.4 we don't see Druid Lightning being like giga meta. I hope we do see changes, primarily at things like Roa. I would assume we're going to see some Lightning Rod changes and maybe something around like the Bloodletting skill gym, etc. I do think the lineage supports were a good addition in the game. I'm glad they're there. We're actually
Okay, so for the first portion of what he's saying, I agree. I think every single ability that he listed is going to get butchered. I mean, Roa is probably going to get nerfed. I don't know what kind of direction they're going to nerf it towards, but I do believe that it's going to get nerfed. Spark, I don't think they should. I don't think that they should touch Spark. I think that they will nerf Spark indirectly. Either nerfing the life recovery, either nerfing the uniques that make Spark. Wrath Pith is probably going to get nerfed. Lightning Rod, Shock, all of that is also getting nerfed.
Seen
for
a
sure.
lot more builds this league because of the viability of that. I mean, like
Bloodletting as well, he mentioned. Yeah, exactly. I like Lightning Arrow, but hate that every leveling process is just use a bow and arrow till campaign and then start your build in the maps. Exactly, yeah. That's exactly what he's saying. Like, you do need to have like strong builds for sure. Just like we have in every single ARPG. You cannot have like a flat line of every single build being either too strong or too bad, right? So there needs to be a nerf for sure. You cannot avoid nerfs in order for you to have a balanced game, I don't think. But I'm all for bringing the ground to the ceiling, bringing the ground up instead of the ceiling down. I agree with that approach as well. But there needs to be something there, because if you look at the top two, which are literally taking 40% of everything else, they're both based on lightning. The majority. I don't need nerf, but if they don't nerf the strongest build, then nothing is going to be able to catch up, bro. Ceiling down 20%, floor up 80%. Exactly. Yeah, we agree. Roa is kind of cheating in PoE 2. Movement speed and increase your damage. Yeah. No idea what to play. Might go Warbringer, crossbow again. That's a good combination. Buff fire and ice. Yep, and chaos and wind
with the
and poison.
One comes to mind. There's the Dre's Undoing, I think is the name of it, with like the Curse Explosion. There's actually a lot of builds that are very good out there that are not like the top 43% of builds.
True.
So 0.3 was a success in terms of adding more builds into the game.
Definitely, and we've seen that happen with the Ice Chrono. Remember that build? How awesome and fun and strong and viable that build was. Really good stuff, but nobody cares, nobody knows, because you don't zoom and it's not Deadeye.
Would just like to see a continuation of that, and because 0.3 added more passive tree skill.
What do you mean, wind? Is that an element you can use? It's not an element per se, but there are a lot of wind-based abilities like Twister, Whirling Slash, things like that. I wouldn't consider it as an element, but it is another direction that you can go with your build. I would love to see those abilities and more abilities like that in the game. You know what I mean? Wind Blast. Yeah. There's a lot.
Points here. I would like to see more additions as well here on the passive skill tree, just to continue to follow up with padding out the skill tree. Obviously, we're going to see them in this section here because Druid is coming to the game and Druid is strength int, and this portion looks way... You can see how there's so much dead space compared to basically anywhere else in the tree. Obviously, we're getting additions here, but I'd like to see the rest of the tree get tuned as well. Some things, for instance, just to give you another example, like the Archons didn't exactly hit very, it didn't exactly hit into the build meta, weren't exactly something that we're seeing people really enjoy, etc. So I would like to see some further tuning to the balance changes of the game. There's more to say about this stuff, like everyone basically taking crit nodes and, crit being OP and all that stuff, but it's just for the point of this video. Number 3, balance changes. Number 4 is further additions to the Atlas itself. I actually think one of the better changes that came in 0.4 was more unique maps coming to the game. For instance, these deadly map bosses that would show up. There was like the Jade Hut, for instance. You got more of these megaliths, more of the, Calandra, Mirror Lake areas. You have a lot more additions in terms of unique things you can actually find along the maps. I actually like this a lot because I feel like the Atlas has been sort of a contentious part of the game. I myself am probably in favor of the exploration of the Infinite Atlas. I think there's something yet there before we completely give up on the concept and just copy all of PoE 1. I think there's something they can actually do with this here. I think the like Jade Isles was kind of nice to have because you can try to get Radika's flow, etc. So having things you can actually find along the way that are like, oh shit, I have a chance to actually get something good here, or I have a cool boss. I liked this concept they were going.
I absolutely agree that it's a good concept to go with the unique maps, the Eye of the Storm, the Jade Isles, and you know that you have a chance of getting something cool like Rakiata's Flow or the Bloodletting or whatever the case is. It's pretty cool using items like the Idol and whenever. It's something unique, bringing things to the end game, as well as the Overrun by Abyssals. It's a pretty cool thing that they added for the actual League mechanic. But I do believe, and I've had this opinion as well, like you, Sinister, for a long while now, that I think the endgame Atlas world map should be non-endless. Yeah, it has to have an end, but then build like layers or floors or whatever you want to call it, right? I think that's going to be a bit easier, a bit better to track things, to know things. It would be better in progression, maybe like level 1, level 2, level 3, or tier 1, 2, 3, 4, and it becomes different or more complex or whatever. Yeah, pages, sure. I do agree with that. I would love to have something like that, definitely. Shouldn't be 100% killed, that like constructing command isn't as much of an issue as Deepest Tower was. Because at that point, what's the point of having strong uniques? I don't know, maybe make them chase uniques or tier 0 rares is why I think CC might survive. Yeah, but there are a lot of uniques like Wrathpith Focus that completely obliterate anything else that you can do other than going for Wrathpith Focus, and then every other build that needs to do the same thing is going to go for Wrathpith because there's not even a slightly competition with any other item in the entire game. Those kind of uniques are definitely going to get nerfed, the same way that we've seen it with the Pillar of the Cage Gods, with the Tangle Tongue, with the Deepest Tower, with everything. I mean, I don't believe that removing Deepest Tower of the game is the solution. I do believe like a slight nerf and buff of something else would have been better as a replacement and alternative, but that's just me.
Going with, and it did make the Atlas feel less dead and less lonely on the Atlas. So I would like to see further additions on the Atlas following the same concept they did in 0.3. Number 5 is more bossing, and in my opinion, actual uber bossing. So they did add PoE's 2's first uber boss in the game, which is Uber Arbiter. For me, it is kind of just Arbiter with more HP. I would like to actually see Uber bosses in the game that fundamentally have new mechanics. They're still, like Uber Shaper the Shaper. It's still a Shaper fight, but there are additional layers of difficulty added upon it. So for that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand that. Sure. It is Arbiter with more HP, but what I want to note here, and I know that not everyone is going to agree with me, but anybody who's asking me when the reveal is, we have a timer on screen. You can see 0.4 reveal under my face. There's one thing that I want to add for Uber bosses for the future, and I know that not a lot of you are going to agree with me, is if I decide to go for Uber Arbiter, I don't want Uber Arbiter to scale down to the normal difficulty if I fail to kill him. Bro, it's Uber Arbiter. Like, the people that go for Uber Arbiter are not casuals. Like, if somebody goes for the first time for Uber Arbiter 4 months down the league, they're probably casuals. But we're not... That's a very small group of people, I believe. Because the majority of the casuals are not even going to go for Uber Arbiter to begin with. But if I intentionally want to fight the strongest individual boss in the entire game, don't force me to keep going and tuning him down. I've probably defeated the guy 100 times in normal difficulty. I don't care about him. You know what I mean? Yeah, the loot is a completely different... it's a different topic of discussion, for sure. They do need to fix the loot for things like that. But you get my point, right? So I do agree with DM that it's just an HP increase, and I would love to see new mechanics and new stuff like that, make it a little bit more challenging, like 2 or 3 mechanics at the same time. You know how Count Geonor, if you don't kill him quick enough, he gets to a point where he does like 2 or 3 mechanics at the same time? That would be pretty cool to have with Arbiter. And Arbiter has that, by the way, as well, but different mechanics, like what DM is saying. But going for Uber Arbiter, not being able to kill him and then downscaling him is just, it's pretty dumb in my opinion. Like, I prefer getting punished. Like, I die on Uber Arbiter, you throw me out and I have only 1 try and that's it. That's what I want.
That reason, I really hope that if this is an Atziri addition that we're seeing to the game, the Pinnacle boss fight is both somewhat complex, where it's more than just a punching bag, and that if we have an Uber version...
I never ever done regular Arbiter, let alone Uber. Yeah, well, for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, if you do regular Arbiter, and then you start farming your citadels, you're going to start getting different kind of fragments. They're going to be red. When you go to the Burning Monolith and you click on the little arrow, it's going to upgrade it to Uber mode, and you put those red new fragments that you just got, and Arbiter is going to become Uber Arbiter. And like DM pointed out, and I agree, the only thing that changes is the amount of HP that the boss has, so it's going to take you longer to kill him, but it's the exact same mechanics. Maybe sometimes it's a little bit quicker, slower transitioning into phases, and he hits harder, obviously. But if you go to fight the Uber Arbiter and you die, you're revived and you go again, but that time it's not Uber, it downscales to normal Arbiter, which you literally 3-shot. Because if you're prepared to kill Uber Arbiter, that means you can either 2 or 3-shot normal Arbiter, and I think it's just stupid. It's either Uber or it's not Uber at all, you know what I mean? So, I'll be back in 4 hours. Go, dude. We'll be here. You know what I mean? For some really interesting chase uniques. Yeah, we're going to get the uniques for sure. Yeah. Definitely we're getting some good ones. Druid-based, probably. I barely ever got past level 75 PoE2 because of the end game. It just felt so bad to do all the mapping with how bad the clarity was. Yeah, that's another thing that I have in my prediction, that I really hope that they fix the quality of life when it comes down to preparing for the end game. It would just go a few seconds bad because I didn't figure out what he's talking about here.
If this is an Atziri addition that we're seeing to the game, the Pinnacle boss fight is both somewhat complex, where it's more than just a punching bag, and that if we have an Uber version of it, it's an actual Uber fight with additional layer mechanics on top of what the base version of that boss fight actually has. Boss fights in Path of Exile, especially Path of Exile 2, are a really good focus point of the game. And Path of Exile 2, unfortunately, the boss fights have been relegated a little bit at this point to just giant DPS test dummies. I mean, how many times have you watched a build guide video and somebody goes and kills Zesh, you know, tier 4, just to show you what the damage is like? They're kind of just big punching bag loot pinatas. You kill them, maybe you get some good loot, maybe you actually don't. Number 5, following up on this conversation, number 5 for me is very simple. Boss chase uniques don't actually feel very good for me at the moment. We've nerfed some of them. For instance, like the Arbiter chestplate has been nerfed to the point where I don't actually see people run it barely at all. Ingenuity has been nerfed. Ho has been nerfed, though you do use Ho in some circumstances. You can see I'm using one right here, for instance. So it does still see some play, but more times than not, when I'm fighting a boss, I often think to myself, there's basically nothing this boss will actually drop that I am remotely interested in.
Yep, that's exactly what we're talking about. There's probably 1 or 2 items that you would want to farm, and people spam these early on, but then very, very quickly they become worthless. It's what Spooky was saying as well.
outside of like a jewel. You can try to chase a jewel drop, maybe
exactly.
Oroth flask if you're fighting Oroth, but a boss fighting itself doesn't seem to be like really a mega profitable thing to do. And also I'm not really excited when I go into a boss fight. So maybe some tuning of the current uniques, additions of uber bosses, which actually add new chase uniques.
Actually, the one time that we saw this being insane was with the chicken leg, right? That was pretty good to farm it last league. Do you think they're gonna nerf all lightning nodes or buff other elements? Like maybe for Cold, for example, you make enemies brittle so you can have more chance of critting. That would be cool, yeah. I do believe that they are nerfing lightning nodes and lightning in general. Indirectly and directly, and I also think that they're buffing other elements. Now, which and what they're doing, I'm not sure exactly. Give me chicken leg meta. Wyvern is lightning. Yeah. The lack of farming gear be due to how much easier it was to craft top tier again, tier gear in 0.3. That is, it probably plays a role. Yeah, 100%. But let me ask you this. It doesn't matter how easy it is to craft your belt. If Headhunter was a boss drop, wouldn't people spam that boss? The same way in 0.2. If we had desecrated mods and we had the ability to craft the way that we crafted now, chicken leg last league was the best item that you can get, right? For those specific builds. So people would still spam the bosses to get the chicken leg. Doesn't matter how much of a better scepter you can create. So yeah, I do agree with you that it's a little bit lackluster for boss farming gear because we can craft better gear. But again, I do think that, for example, they did nerf Hand of the Wisdom, Hoa, and it was so easy to just buy it from the market. Maximum rage for lightning. I don't know if that's going to do anything, if you think about it. If they don't do anything else and they just nerf the maximum range, do you think that's enough? Would you be happy? Something that I feel might be quite easy to do for GGG and might make it a little bit more satisfying to do over bosses is just having a different model for the boss. What do you think about this? A different model for the boss. Do you mean Arbiter? But if he's Uber Arbiter, he has extra tendrils and tentacles and upgraded shoulders and helmet. And he speaks differently. Is that what you mean? Or a completely different boss? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Again, I'm going to give you the exact same question I did to Dracarys. If that's the only thing that they changed, would you be satisfied? I believe that both of your suggestions, Dracarys for the lightning nerfs and Rahul for the Uber bosses, I think they're good if they're paired with other more significant changes. So, for example, if they come and say, okay, so bosses now are going to be dropping guaranteed currency, you will have a 20% more chance of getting a divine from a boss fight. You will have this, and that new chase uniques. They're going to be pretty good. And 1 or 2 out of the 5 chase uniques are going to be meta uniques. And we will also upgrade their visuals and their mechanics and their graphics and the models to feel as an Uber boss. Then, yeah, 100%. That's a great idea. It would be cool, but not enough to make the fight better. Yeah, exactly. Like to see a lot more stuff, of course, but I feel that this is the simplest thing that they could do. Yeah, sure. I agree then. Extra model has to come with extra mechanics, otherwise it's just a visual upgrade. Yeah, exactly. So mechanics and visual upgrade would be great, actually. I'm kind of over GG at this point. You have to accept that they love Lightning and Deadeye, so either you get on their program or just play at your own pace. So there are 2 ways, and I didn't want to ignore that before we continue the DM video. I don't want to ignore that because a lot of people think like that, and there are 2 ways, there are 2 sides to this, which one side I agree, the other one I don't. I do agree with your last point where you said you either get on it or you play at your own pace. I agree with that for any game. there's nothing much that you could do apart from give feedback and hope that they're going to listen to the feedback and do it. But if you don't like it, just do it your way, and that's that. I don't think the GG plays favorites, however, with the Deadeye and Lightning. I honestly believe that it's a coincidental thing that came together that works just perfectly fine. I don't think that there's somebody calling the shots who's a main Deadeye guy. I don't know. It's just me. But I do believe that Lightning builds are from like 6, 7, 8 different small things that if you put them together, create this giant titan of a build that it's so overpowering to everything else that it's very hard to bring everything else close to it, because all the pieces that I just mentioned that you put together work so well together but not that great individually. That's why Spark is not that great on its own. Lightning Arrow is not that great on its own. You need to pair those abilities, with other support gems, with other things to make it viable. And if you have a build like that relies on shock magnitude, shock damage, shock does this, shock does that, then you add lightning rod with the amount of shock that it provides and arrows that you have on the ground and the damage increase and how fast it is, the attack speed and all that. You pair it with lightning arrow, which you have a very very quick attack that deals chain damage and all that stuff. And then on top of that, you put all the projectile nodes and attack speed and everything the Ranger's getting. And then on top of that, you put Deadeye's Tailwind and everything else, extra projectiles. And on top of that, you put all the support gems and the gear. Like it just escalates more and more and more. You know what I mean? And I think that Lightning builds and Deadeye specifically is just a thing that just happened. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys agree or disagree with this, but that's my take. And I think they could create, and this is the thing that I would love to see if GGG is thinking about. They could create something similar with all the other elements. They just need to do reverse engineering, I believe, on what works now. So what makes Lightning Arrow so good? And they're going to notice that it's not actually the spell Lightning Arrow, is what is actually supporting it and making it flow and being compatible with it. Which means that why is Firebolt bad? Why is Ice Bolt bad? Why is Ice Shot that bad? Because they don't have anything related to them that's going to make that build flow better or naturally or whatever. You know what I mean? Like with a lot of builds like Ice Shot, we force a lot of other stuff for it to work, or with Ice Chronomancer, right? Those 6 or 7 things are very easy to put together, and you could do it from almost the start compared to the other elements or ailments, and you become OP or for less investment. Exactly, 100%. But those 6, 7 things just happen to exist. I don't want to see them nerf the shit out of the 7 things. I want them to reverse engineer, restructure, evaluate those 6, 7 things that make one build insane, that takes over 40% of the meta, and figure out how they can create 6 or 7 things for the other elements. And I think that they are thinking about it that way. However, you know what the problem is? They're thinking about combos. No. Not everybody gives a shit about combos. It's not how Lightning Arrow works. There's no combo 1, 2, 3 thing that makes that build overpowered. That's why I think they wanted to do the remnants and the infusions, whatever you want to call it, because they want you to have things that stack together that gets you to the point where you have a very successful and powerful build, but it just didn't work. You know what I mean? Lightning chains hitting more than one enemy is always better than dot fire or CC ice when it comes to speed clearing. Okay, yeah, sure, cool. So if they cannot counter that, I do understand what you're saying. If they cannot counter it with ice, let's say, because ice is slowing, it's freezing, it's very different to hitting multiple, like with lightning chains or shock magnitude and stuff like that. It's very different. So maybe what they could do, they can make shattering. The shattered pieces can shatter other enemies as well and create a better AoE, more damage, faster when it comes down to freeze effects and stuff, to make it almost as quick and viable as the lightning chains. And if they achieve that, then the next step is nerfing the lightning chains a little bit to get a little bit behind the ice and the fire. You know what I mean? So when that happens, then no matter what we do, lightning is going to be overpowered, but now ice and fire are slightly overtuned. And yeah, there you go. You have a almost perfect balance. Like, we will never get a perfect balance. But that's just a on top of my head thing that I just thought of now with the ice shatters. We could do the same thing with the flaming and the ignites and whatever. I was about to say flammability because they did change the name, right? So flammability. So they were thinking about changing flammability, but the way that they did it is not sitting well for where the meta is right now. Like, who is going to sit there and wait for flammability stacks to go up for you to be consistently igniting stuff? And who cares about ignites when it comes down to clearing your maps, right? You don't care about the tick damage. You want to be able to ignite as quickly as you possibly can so you can then burn the entire map around you. That's going to keep it quick and efficient. So maybe what they could do is for fire, for ignites, they can have a unique or something that makes your character burn and you're immune to fire or ignite. And whenever you pass by somebody, they catch on fire, and then you have an ability that explodes everything that's caught on fire already. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Traps, maybe. Traps could be something. That's why I said ignite is kind of slow. That's exactly what I'm saying. Nobody cares about ignite because it's too slow for clearing. It's never going to be able to compete with lightning. You know what I mean? Because you don't need to do something before that to clear the entire map with lightning. You just spam one ability and everything is dead because they chain react, they ricochet, they fork, they whatever. Maybe with fire, it would be good if you can, let's say, imagine we get things like traps or whatever the case is. You just run, you lay down traps, you catch on fire, and anything that's caught on fire is going to trigger the trap. It's going to make like massive explosions and whatever, you know? Sounds like an RF build. Sure, there you go. Something like that. There are ways to fix that. Players are very smart, and there are more of them than devs, so we will always find the broken build. As long as the build changes every season, it's fine. I 100% agree with that. Yeah. Modestro, I agree. Slight nerfs, I 100% agree, man. Nerfing shit to the absolute ground, I don't. But I do agree with slight nerfs. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. I haven't seen it. Also, why would you bother slowing down or igniting mobs when you can one-shot everything with lightning? I think they need to up the Yeah, 100%. Exactly what we're saying. Item rarity for currency doesn't apply to currency. Let's see. Yeah, that's another topic. Let's see what DM is saying.
Basically, a reason for me to continually want to fight bosses in an attempt to get something that actually matters. I think we're on the number 6 here. A buff or rework to some of the older mechanics, for instance. I know they're probably not going to be reworking current ones while they're trying to add new ones into the game and all of that. But like, if you look at Expedition, for instance, with the new addition to the way crafting works in 0.3, I mean, how often are you actually using the Recombinator or the crafts that you actually get here in Expedition? These are very underutilized at the moment. I had an idea that maybe...
Here's a question to everybody. How often do you guys use the Recombinator? And be honest. And I'm not talking about after the league loses its hype or potential or whatever it is and you're slowing down, you're learning shit. I'm not talking about when you're learning how to craft. I'm talking about your actual gameplay, your everyday games, that you're playing, your sessions. How often do you guys use the Recombinator? I would say there's probably a 5%, maybe I'm generous, of people that are actually actively using Recombinator, and the majority of those people are players that min-max crafting. Never used it, barely, never. One time per league, then I give up. I used it about 4 times crafting rings. I never used that, to be honest, but probably my own fault. No, I honestly don't think it's your fault. Did the game show you how to use it? That's my first question. Did the game encourage you to use it? Did they show you something that whenever you use it, you were like, holy shit, this is the way to go about it? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. So it's definitely not your fault, man. It's exactly what DM is saying. There are things in the game that have so much potential, and I think we're going to see something good with it. I really hope that we do. Recombinator is one of them things that I seriously think that they need to think about it and do something with it, because it's an incredible tool that it's not used as much as it should be used, because the RNG, the way that you use it, it's pretty bad. That's why nobody uses it. Although it's really good, by the way. Whenever I started min-maxing crafting, I was using it all the time. That's why I said the majority of players that are using it, what Jacars is saying, it's for min-maxing crafting, which means that you need to probably recombine 8 to 10 different things to get one successful one, and the majority of players are just not going to do that, even with the omen of recombination, right? It's a great idea on paper. That one wants to, that no one wants to use. Yeah, exactly. In theory, it's amazing. Hope your vacation went great. Thank you, Sick. Yeah, it was amazing. I used it quite often while crafting and building stuff for my monk after I had my Deadeye to 95. Well, that's another issue. That's another issue that they need to think about as well. If somebody is going to all the way to level 95 and they never use the recombinator and they only use it after they have some currency, then you still have an issue. Not that I remember, no, but then again, since we're missing acts, I think these endgame stuff are going to be introduced in those acts, no? Yeah, I don't think that they should, man. It's already in the game, and it's a big part of the game. Like, you do a quest, you unlock it, you get currency for it, you have a chance to create insane items. It's part of a lot of crafting recipes that people know and they figure it out, you know what I mean? So I don't think it's related to a single act. I do believe that they need to do a better job with it. Welcome back, Seconds. Min-maxers use it a ton. Yeah, exactly. Druid Cinematic League, have you watched it? No, we're choosing to not watch it. Whoever wants to watch it, they're watching it privately. I don't want anything leaked because there's a lot of people that don't want to get leaked. And it's only 4 hours away, man. Welcome in, by the way. It felt like a waste of resource and became annoying to keep up with. Yeah. But if you know how to use it and you're patient and you have the currency, it's a pretty good tool. That's all I'm saying. Behind farming of that certain game mechanic. Yeah, me too. Either remove it or do a better tutorial. Yeah, and also, even the tutorial is not the only issue. Teaching you how to use a recombinator doesn't make it better, to be completely honest. The problem with the recombinator and why people don't use it is because it's not that good. I mean, it has great potential, but it's not that good. End of story. And anybody who says otherwise, I believe they can label themselves as min-max crafters. That's my opinion. 1 week left until the next update. Yep, that's correct. Today is the reveal. Next Friday is the big launch. Reveal day, Seth. What's up, man? Let's continue. We're watching feedback from one of the biggest creators, DM. Then I have another video from Ron Ray, which is a mid creator, and then I have smaller creators to see what people are thinking, what people are predicting.
The recombinator can take, when you have put 2 yellow pieces of gear and you crunch them together, it turns it back into a magic piece, so at least then you can regulate their essence if there's something like that. Yeah,
exactly what Closure said. It has a higher downside than an upside, and even with the new Omen, it made it a little bit better, but it's not that great. Yeah, I agree.
Make that piece actually usable, for instance. So that way you actually have a reason to pick up like tier 5 rares, and then maybe you take a tier 1 staff from the other, tier 1 staff to the other, you still have that 9% chance or whatever it is to slam it together. You're not going to get it every time, but then at least you can use the piece of gear. And right now, I mean, you can get, tier 5 magic pieces, for basically in the item and just like create an item currently at the moment. So I don't really see a reason as to why you would want to even use the recombinator and make a rare item and then craft on the rare item. Magic items are more impactful because of the essences and the homogenizing and all of those types of crafting that we currently have in the game. So if the current crafting systems that are already in the game remain intact, then we do need to take a look at some of the other mechanics, and more notably within this one, I would say the expedition mechanic, as there's only a few mechanics currently in the game. This is one of them, and it doesn't really do anything that I've seen people do outside of farming logbooks to get players to do Oroth, because as I mentioned previously with the uniques chases, Oroth is one of the ones that actually does have a drop you want the Oroth flask. So for that reason, you're farming it just to farm a boss to maybe get the flask drop. And the league mechanic itself, I don't know if I even used a single time to any good effect. All right, for the last one here, I want to talk about
Same. I agree for the expedition mechanic. I think it's the most underwhelming mechanic that we currently have. I mean, Breach has to be the most popular mechanic that we have. Ritual has to be the second most popular mechanic that we have. And then Expedition is last. I think Abyssal should be second or third in that regard. They do need to do something nice for Expedition apart from just farming logbooks. I agree with that approach. Yep. But also, I would like to see more things developing in the other mechanics as well.
Tendencies, just for a moment. So currently in the game, there are a few classes that feel pretty hard to recommend in terms of their ascendancy.
Yep.
One of them, I'm just going to break down for you real quick here, which is the Sorceress. I'd love to see a third ascendancies for a Sorceress, or maybe looking at the current ascendancies in the game. Now, outside of, I'm going to give you one notable example. People are playing like a Ice Code Chronomancer. You can do Ice Nova. I was watching Rudy do a playthrough on this, for instance, Frostbolt, Ice Wall type of build, which does actually look decently interesting. There is almost no reason that I can come to currently to actually play a Sorceress. Let me give you a free 3 reasons here that will kind of back this up. First of all, if you're going to play a Chaos build, you probably are going to do something like Contagion. If you didn't know it, you're doing ED Contagion build from the beginning. Contagion not only spreads Chaos dots, but it actually spreads curses, which it doesn't tell you in the tooltip. And for that reason, if you're playing a Lich and some...
Morning, Tricker. Morning, Bio. How you guys doing? I agree with you, Rahul. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Seconds, I don't think the full release is going to be March 2026. That's off on the timeline. Their updates are always April, August, and December. These are the 3 months within the year that we're seeing leagues. It's every 4 months, right? So 4 times 3 is 12. And since we're having a league in December, then 4 months after that, it's April, not March. So it's going to be April, but I don't think full release is going to be April 2026. That's too early. My guess is either August is what I said in my video of my predictions. It's going to be August 2026, or it could be Christmas next year. So they're going to do 0.5, 0.6, 1.0. It's either that or August. Yeah.
Some of these cursed and you kill them, they have a chance to explode doing chaos damage. So you might want to do that.
Good morning, Sinner.
Contagion. A lot of people play Lich, plus Lich is a lot safer, and a lot of people playing ED Contagion do actually.
And don't forget, they also have the 2-year anniversary on next year in December. So maybe that's what they're going to do. I feel like 0.5 or maybe even 0.6 will be a thing, to be honest, out of the bugs. Yeah, maybe.
Because it's a safe build as well as smooth and clean, clear. And so as hardcore, you also probably want to play Lich. So there's not really a reason to do like any chaos-censored things with the Sorceress itself. So chaos doesn't really work. Now, if we talk Elemento, like I showed you earlier with Path of Building, the Elemento builds, notably like Spark, is actually being played as a Blood Mage currently, because Blood Mage does more damage, just basically straight up. I mean, why would you play something like the Sorceress when you can play the Blood Mage, which also elemental damage contributes if you're going to do bleed, or if you want to do like blood blading, etc. Like, there's a lot of reasons just to play Blood Mage. Literally better, you have better crit and all of that. So Chaos and Elemental, which you think Elemental is really the heartblood of this. And actually what I did is I was doing like a mana stacking. This character's ruined now. I redid the tree here, just trying to mess around with Temporalis. But I was doing a mana stacking build on this character with CI, Eldritch Battery, basically all in on this character. But Mana Stacker, if you want to do a full-on, I'm a mana person, and Stormweaver here, the Ascendancy has mana regen, Arcane Surge, like, okay, I'm going all in on the mana concept. is actually better played on the Huntress, because the rings currently are the main portion of the mana you're going to get. Look at that, 249 max mana, increased mana. You hit that with some mana qualities on the Breach Ring. You know, you get intelligence on there. You're talking, you can get quite a bit of mana. Well, you actually want to play it on a Ritualist from a Huntress, because then you get an extra ring. So you can get even more mana. So the echelon, the upper echelon of Mana Stacker is actually a Ritualist, not, not a Sorceress anyway. So that portion.
I see. Yeah, for sure. So Sorcerers needs a workout, the workaround for sure. It needs some love. I think we are getting for sure, that my prediction is a minimum of 2 ascendancies, and there's one class that needs it the most out of everyone, and there's another one that's very close behind. Sorceress should be the prio for a new ascendancy that's going to completely dominate, and then the monk. Morgu Midas, thank you very much for the follow, man, and Nomo as well. Yeah, we're gonna continue with the crafting lessons for sure in point 4. Darth is correct. I have to play a Permafrost Bolts Deadeye instead of Merc because of more damage. Yeah, there's so many builds that you could do that. Like, we tried the Ice Chronomancer, and it works pretty nicely, but it will work better in a completely different character, like the Witch, for example. So there are a lot of examples like this, for sure.
Of the build doesn't really work. And then maybe what you want to do is, okay, well, maybe I want to actually play around.
Yeah, Closure, I agree. They do need to do that, but I don't know if they have the time to do that. I don't see them dropping another league without a class. I think from now on, they need to drop a new class or new ascendancies or new acts in every single league that they do from now on.
With like the arcanes,
if they want to go 1.0 next year, they need to do that. So like what Tricker was saying, Act 5, I don't think Act 5 is coming now, which means that Act 5 is going to come in 0.5. Act 6 is going to probably come in 0.6 or in 1.0 in full release. They still have the Templar, the Marauder, the Shadow, the Duelist to drop. So these 4, I don't know if I'm leaving something behind. They have 4 classes, 2 acts, and a bunch of ascendancies. While also they need to figure out how to fix the end game. I don't know if they're going to fix it now in 0.4. We're going to see in a couple of hours. They also need to figure out more retention style end game, where they can retain people from playing longer than a few weeks. There's a lot, man. There's a lot. 1.0 would be March or April. I don't think it's going to be March. If they keep the 4 months, I don't think it's going to be March. But 2027, there's no way to be 26. Oh, you're going for the no way to be 26? Holy shit. Now, my guess is either mid next year or end of the year. That's assuming they release all classes. That's true, exactly. Nobody said that they need to release it. Yeah, but that's assuming exactly what Sinister said. That's assuming, you're saying 2027, that's assuming that they need to release all classes before 1.0. I always hit the like button on Scorp's vids. Hey, thank you, Sinner. Thank you, man. Yeah, that reminds me, anybody watching on YouTube or not, make sure that you like the stream. It really helps a lot. Thank you. They need to define ascendancy strongly, where the particular ascendancy is the best in the game to do that particular thing, rather than a different class doing it better. I think you're right, but I do think that it's never going to be perfect the way that you explained it. You know why? Because there's so many other criteria and other things that will add into the builds that you cannot control that. You know what I mean? When does early access leave? That's what we're discussing now. We don't know. We don't know when it leaves. When they're going for full release. Maybe end of next year. Can be added post-release. Yeah.
Surge, regeneration portion of it, because I want to do mind over matter, where all of my health is actually a mana pool. Well, it has another problem, because let's say you go all in with this, you're converting your energy shield to mana, and you're going CI or something, and you're going full on mana itself is your health pool. Well, this actually doesn't work, because if you're Eldritch Battery to give yourself more mana, because that's sort of the build you're doing here, the nodes that convert your energy shield to a stun threshold actually don't work either, because since the change that they did to ES, this is post, not pre-conversion, so you don't actually have any stun threshold.
True.
So your stun threshold is based upon your life or your ES converted, and you have 1 life if you're doing CI, or low life even if you're doing Mana Stacker, and then you have no energy shield, so you have no stun threshold. So the inevitable conclusion of doing a mana stacking build basically means you get stunned from literally anything, and you have to do something like try to get the unique jewel, the name's escaping me, to make it where you like can't be stunned, or you have to anoint something weird like steadfast, where you can only be stunned, you know, every 4 seconds or something. It's still pretty annoying. So even that portion of the build is super annoying too. And then why would you even do that when you could play the Blood Mage? Keep your energy shield anyway, and your health is regenerating at crazy rates literally anyway. So the sorceress gets beat in pretty much every variant of a build that you could think about you want to actually do, is the problem. With the one example, people are playing Chronomancer Ice, but even then I would argue it's still not like, you know, something you're going to play if you're actually trying to have like, you know, overall.
No, it's pretty terrible for leveling.
So there is almost no reason
even that
I can think of currently, and I'm sure somebody in the comments is going to have a build that works great for them. I'm happy for you, but my point is, like, the sorceress gets beat out at the upper echelon in all of the things that you would think it's notable for by basically every other ascendancy, including like Huntress, which is just a weird thing to say. So for me, I would like to take a look at some ascendancies, because this isn't the only example. Here's another example. This is Acolyte of Chelua, or Chalupa, as I lovingly call it. This is another class, which I don't want to call a failure, but I would like to see be looked at. So currently, they actually did
And imagine, he's about to say it, and imagine they did some rework, and it's still not where it has to be. This is what I was saying before, that we need strong buffs to keep up to where the meta is. It's not as easy as we think it is. They need so much more into these ascendancies and these classes, because it's not one individual thing. Like they fixing the Chayula or Chronomancer or Stormweaver or Pathfinder or whatever, and making it overpowered to the shitter, like to the core, it's not gonna fix the meta, because it's just the ascendancy. What about all the other poor abilities that don't do shit? You know what I mean? So I think if they want Chayula to work, they need to add more chaos nodes closer to the monk. They need to add more abilities, chaos oriented abilities. They need to do so much more than just reworking a few lines here and there. You know what I mean? Sustaining over 90% of players base, not 10%. So many of underplayed build work under very specific conditions, locked behind campaign grind or currency. Yeah, exactly. More support gems.
Yeah. This one in 0.3, and I have yet to find something that somebody is playing that looks like it's a reason to actually play it, or something other than just somebody trying to make it work because they...
Forcing it is what I like calling it. What we're doing majority of the time whenever we, with you, chat, we're playing a different build that's not meta, is we're forcing a build to work. And it's basically what Closure is saying. If it cannot be played by 90% of the players, maybe 80% of the players, then it's not a build that's doing good. It means that you need to force it, either by trial and error until you get to the sweet spot where you're doing decent damage. Combine shit that doesn't make sense to combine together, like we were doing Frozen Bomb with Living Bomb, with Flame Walls, with Frost Bolts, with like combining things that don't make sense. Every support gem in the world, you're gonna test it to find that one that works with it, and you're gonna supply it with hundreds of divines to then go and one-shot Arbiter and then keep dying to another boss. You know what I mean? Which doesn't make sense. It's not even consistent. You're going to either have a problem with maps, or you're going to have a problem with bosses. It's either too slow, or it doesn't have the damage that it needs. It's always something. So what he's saying is you're forcing the builds to work. If you're not forcing the builds to work and they're good, you've got something with it. You know what I mean? Yeah, unfortunately, it's being justified as a game being open-ended and can combine any number of things and present as freedom of choice. Yeah, which is a good thing. It's a very good thing. But again, when we say, for example, when I say Monk is not in a good position, or what else can I warrior, let's say, or whatever, and some people say nah, they're broken, you just haven't tested this specific build. But that specific build doesn't make the entire class overpowered, you know what I mean? You forced it to become good, but you could do the same thing, half of the divines that you spend, half of the effort, if you just go for blood mage, or if you just go for a ranger, you know what I mean?
Want to try to make it work effectively. Now, there is one really cool thing about this class, which is it has something called Embrace the Darkness, which removes your spirit in exchange for like an additional energy shield. You get like a purple energy shield bar that goes right here instead of spirit. So you effectively get like an additional health pool, but you lose some of your capabilities. You know, and spirit skills can be pretty strong. You got like Ghost Shroud, I think it's called, and Wind Dancer effectively. Like these are pretty good defensive layers and work really good with energy shield. So you're actually asked to sacrifice quite a bit. But in exchange, you get some extra health pool, which originally is pretty cool because I actually played a hardcore playthrough on this. The darkness made me feel pretty tanky. I definitely felt the loss of damage, but it did make me feel pretty tanky. But going into the late game, it didn't really start to scale. And the reason for this is while you can increase your maximum darkness per chaos res, it is capped up to your cap of chaos res. So you have to increase your maximum chaos res, and at a certain point, you're just not going to get any more darkness. And as you go layering on into the game, there isn't really any reason to invest into this when you can just choose to get more energy shield.
Yeah, there you go. So this, for example, is a pretty good example of what I was talking about, that they're underwhelming. So even though Chayula can become pretty tanky with the maximum darkness, it's all that there is to it, is just becoming tankier. And as he's saying, there's a cap on the chaos res. Whenever you get 75%, that's all you get as maximum darkness. So a way for them to fix this is, because if you think about it, even if they give us more chaos resistance, maximum chaos resistant nodes early on where the monk is, if you go to Chayula monk, you have to have more nodes that give you maximum chaos res. For this to work even better, so you can go to crazy lengths when it comes down to maximum darkness. But then you're gonna say, what's the whole point if that's just making it a little bit tankier and defensively giving you more stuff? What they need to do is they need to associate, and only Chayula should have this in their tree or the passive nodes or whatever, where your damage increases based on the maximum darkness that you have, or the energy shield that you have, or whatever it is that you have, and you can be able to convert maximum darkness into chaos damage. I mean, bro, if they do something like that and they bring us like new abilities and stuff like that for chaos, it would be a pretty good build to go for.
So it kind of gets beat out not only by energy shield,
or that, yeah, convert all energy shield gains into darkness, yeah,
but by the defensive layers that would go together with energy shield that I would get instead with spirit, like Ghost Shroud, you know, Wind Dancer, like these other defensive layers would actually just...
That sounds like the perfect way to fix that, just on top of your head. Yeah, imagine what they can think of, man. There are a lot of ways to fix things. If you understand them and you understand what the problem is, then you can pretty much brainstorm. Like here, for example, there's a lot of space. Obviously, I understand that there needs to be space here. But right here, you can extend this and give us like a cluster of exactly that. So you can do it as early as you possibly can, you know? There are a lot of ways to work around it.
And having, you know, an extra 4,000, you know, effective energy shield at the end game. But it is a cool concept. And I wish what they did was that this was not...
Good morning, Celestina. Some of the skills in the game are really cool, but nobody used them, because why would you when you have 2 OP? Exactly. It always comes down to that, which is pretty sad, is what Closure was saying before. You're playing games like these because you're free to do whatever you want, right? I mean, you can go as a bow, X-bow, whatever, wand as a warrior if you want to. It's going to be hard, but you could do that. You have the freedom to do that.
Capped by your current resistance. So if I have like, you know, 38% chaos res, or let's just say 75%, capped out 75%, it doesn't matter if I have 400% chaos res, it's only calculated by up to the cap. And if it was calculated by uncapped, then I could choose to have investment into chaos res in order to convert the chaos into like my purple energy shield darkness, which would actually kind of fit thematically because you're converting what would have been your spirit and all of your chaos, etc., into a defensive bubble, which kind of works thematically with the build as well. But you can't really choose to go into there and sacrifice suffixes for chaos, which turn to HP. So it just kind of doesn't work going into the in-game. And the other portions of this, like Void Illusion, I've tried making this one work. It actually doesn't work with Blink either. So I tried doing a Temporalis Blink build where I think, okay, well, it's with Dodge Row, it summons this Void Illusion here, and maybe I can make the Void Illusion build work. But if you actually have Blink on with this here, it just doesn't even create the Void Illusion. So that ability in and of itself is basically useless. It doesn't really do anything. And if you look at these others here, like this is kind of like picking up remnants with more steps here. The volatility, some people have been able to make work, but it's kind of clunky and weird. So currently, the Acolyte is another ascendancy, which is like, it just feels dead in the water, in which I don't really have a reason to effectively recommend this. So basically all of this to say, I would like to see some of the ascendancies get looked at, as well as we need the third ascendancies for some of these other classes. So going into 0.4, I would love to see the third ascendancy for Sorceress and the third ascendancy for Monk.
Yep, 100% agree. We definitely, that's why I said before, that I do see two ascendancies coming, and I would really love to see Sorceress and Monk getting them. But I don't think it's enough. I think they need to consider revamping all three of those. Stormweaver, Chronomancer, Acolyte needs to be completely reworked. They need to think about the long future, because a short-term a short-term solution is providing them with a third ascendancy that's going to be good, and all of those ascendancies now go deeper into the gutter. You know what I mean?
Even if we don't touch these other ones, so that hopefully it feels like there's more of a reason to actually start this class. And people do play Invoker, which is fine.
Yep.
Invoker can work well going into the end.
I honestly think, sorry for interrupting, we're almost done with this video. I honestly think that Invoker is in a good position. As a Monk main, Invoker is not perfect. It's nowhere close to what other ascendancies are. I think even Druid is going to have an ascendancy is going to be better than Invoker, but I'm pretty happy with how Invoker is at the moment. I can safely say, I don't know if you guys agree or not, but I can safely say that Invoker is probably better than both Stormweaver and Chronomancer. So I think that Invoker is in a decent space, that they can keep it there, not focus on it right now. Just go into Acolyte, Chayula, Stormweaver, Pathfinder, all of these shitty ascendancies that we currently have, and fix them. Especially when you have something this cool like Acolyte, Chayula. Bro, just look at him, dude. It looks so cool. I mean, even the Stormweaver and the Chronomancer, we have one mage in the game and it doesn't even work. Like all the... I was teasing about this, if you guys remember, 2 weeks ago. You want to play as a spellcaster and you're forced to go any other class to play that build other than the... apart from the actual mage in the game. Crazy. Cynical, welcome in, man. I'm sure I missed a lot, but can't wait for later. Yeah, we're doing some. We reacted to some videos to see what other people think, what they're predicting, what they're hoping for. We're talking about it. We have a nice little discussion here. Everybody's involved. There is apparently, because Happy asked, what did I miss? There's apparently a big ass leak going on around of a video that I chose not to watch or show it to the stream, because I know that a lot of people don't want to get leaked on, or they don't want to get spoiled on. And yeah, that's it. That's basically it. I'm pretty sure you can find the leak if you want to see it, but I don't. There's only like less than 4 hours to go. My Invoker was a better Spark character than Stormweaver this season. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Free Spirit, you're super defensive. Yeah, good stuff. Keep my Stormweaver out of your mouth. I know my Stork is horrible. I hope it gets a lot of joke. Okay. No, Stormweaver is bad, bro. Stormweaver is bad. Simple.
Game, but core staffs feel really bad in the beginning of the game, which is more of a balance change thing.
Proper reveal. Exactly. That's what we're doing. Fluffy, welcome in.
A giant meme. So because of that,
I don't want to see a third Sork ascendancy, only because they haven't updated buff the last two. I agree. That's why I said that it's not going to be enough. What I want to see is a third Sorceress ascendancy. I definitely want to see a third Monk ascendancy, but I won't be 100% happy if they just close it there. I would prefer if they say, hey, new ascendancies, yada yada yada, but also Acolyte of Chayula is getting a rework, Stormweaver is getting a rework, Chronomancer, da 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 da. I do believe that they need to fix the old ones as well. Yep. Which is why I said that Monk is in a better position right now than Sorceress, because Sorceress has 2 bad ascendancies, Monk has 1 bad ascendancy, the other one is doing just fine.
Monk, Sorceress feel somewhat hard to recommend. Now, as I'm going on, this video is getting quite long, and there's a huge list of these. I'll talk about them on the live stream, but these are just some of the things that come to mind immediately when I think like things I would love to see coming in 0.4, or at least before the full release of the game. If you have the ones that you actually think should be coming to the game like immediately, put them down below. I'll make a list out of them because I'm kind of curious to see which of the ones we actually get check marked off with 0.4. And if you want to see me live, I'm live every day. You can find the link down there in the pinned comment in the description. That's about it. Love you.
Here's the video.
Thanks to Display for sponsoring.
Here's the video that we just watched. If you guys want to give DM some love, you've probably seen it already. I'm going to move on to the second video. The second video is from... I think it was Runaway, the second one. Yep, it is. Whoops.
Hey everybody, Runaway here.
Let's see what Runaway thinks. The video is titled... Let me go back here. What to expect from 0.4 plus my predictions and wish list. Okay, 11 minutes, not bad.
And 0.4 is upon us. Initial announcement is coming pretty soon, exciting as it is, and before it hits, I wanted to talk a little about what I expect to be there, and what I would like to be there as well. Let me know in the comments which changes you want to see in 0.4 yourself, and let's go talk about it. So first and the easiest prediction is pretty much the Druid. The Druid has been announced some time ago and it's going to be the main topic of the whole 0.4 expansion, so we definitely expect the Druid as a class. However, it's been a very long wait until the Druid hits, and I'm pretty happy to see the new class in the game because I hope that it will bring a lot of mechanical changes together with it, because it seems that Druid is going to be a shapeshifter, so I expect more shapeshifting options that you will be able to use both for the Druid and other classes as well. If it's going to be powerful enough, I think it's going to be popular as an option for such classes as Warrior or Monk, for example, because both of them could stack pretty well with like melee things that Druid shapeshifting can provide. So I believe the Druid in the current situation can change the meta pretty heavily. My only fear here is that Druid could be a little too underpowered, especially some particular skills.
Yeah, I was about to say, the only concern that I have from watching the gameplay video from a year ago is how slow it seemed. But again, this was pre-release, right? But if it's this slow, I think it's going to be... Yeah, it will be pretty underwhelming. I think Druid needs to have a way where you speed cruise through everything in human form and then you release something insane as Wolf or whatever. It would be pretty good. Or you just spam. I mean, we're going to find builds that spam one ability. I just wonder if that ability is going to be in a shape-shifting form or a human form. Because what's going to happen is it's probably going to be in a human form, and the whole concept of shape-shifting is going to be looked over. The same thing that happened with Tactician whenever it came out, Huntress whenever it came out. The big hype about the classes were... overlooked because it was easier to not do that thing because it was too slow. You know what I mean? But yeah, a lot of Druid players next week. Yeah, not me yet. Yeah, we'll see what's gonna happen. Gemling needs some love for sure. Yeah. Gemling is within the top ascendancies that needs a rework for sure. All I want in the game now is the ability to see all the uniques that are obtainable for a character, so I can start theory crafting my builds around them. Why don't you use, for now, it's a good idea to put in the game, but why don't you use things like PoE2DB where you can see every single item in the game? Did you see the lightning meta problem video from Connor Convert? Yeah, I did watch that. Yeah, I saw that one. A very good video. I just noticed that we might get some furry MTX for shapeshifting. Rip my wallet. I play PoE 1 for the first time. I watched this dude's video, how to farm currency. I made bank with stacked decks. Nice. Yeah, Ronore is a good creator, man. Can't wait for Druid. Yeah, I can't wait for the reveal to see what they were planning. I wonder how many different animals that will have to shape to. I would bet. I think 2 is a safe bet, right? 2 bear and wolf is very safe. So it's a ridiculously safe prediction. So I'm gonna go for 3. I mean 3 is even that is safe, but I don't think they're gonna keep it bear and wolf. If it scales from physical, then warrior bear will be cool. That's good. That's good.
And that way, even if the ascendancy itself is going to be strong, if shapeshifting not going to be strong enough, people will just play the druid with like bows, for example, or with quarterstaff skills from monk, because it could lead to better situation. We will need to see how exactly those shape-shifting skills are going to be implemented, and right now it's very hard to predict exactly how it will go. However, I expect that at least some of the shape-shifting skills will be viable, and shape-shifting druid is going to be pretty popular just because of the whole topic and how druid feels and looks.
This isn't just another wallet ad, this is the wallet.
To be completely honest, I'm not that. I need to share something with you guys. I know a lot of you guys are hyped up for the new class and the druid and whatever. I am not that crazy about it. Like, obviously, it's not because it's the druid. Like, even if they mentioned the marauder or whatever, if they did the release shadow, I would have been a little bit more exciting because that's going to be my main. But what I mean is, the adrenaline that you get from a new class is because it's a new class, right? After a month or two, we're gonna start bitching about the next class. You know what I mean? I'm hyped up for everything else that they're gonna fix on the actual game for the long term, not a short term dopamine intake. That's my way to think about it. You know what I mean? For skills, not druid. Yeah. I want to see ascendancies. I'm hyped for the ascendancies. I'm hyped for new mechanics in the end game, the revamp of the end game. I really want to see what they're going to do here, and he's talking about it now.
The second point is pretty much very basic as well, because GG been talking about that for a very long time. It's endgame revamp, and I really hope that endgame revamp will lower the delirium role in the endgame farming, because right now you will need to use delirium.
Let's go. 2 creators back to back talking about delirium. The first thing that they say about endgame is no more delirium. I mean, GG, what else do you want us to do, man? Bro, tell us what you want us to do to remove delirium. We're gonna do it. Do you want all the content creators to assemble in one point in the world and just create a video? I'm passing the phone to somebody who wants delirium out. I'm passing the phone to somebody who never plays delirium because it's bad. I'm passing. Do you want us to do that? We're gonna do that. Like, what is it gonna take, man? What is it gonna take? We're all talking about it. Avengers assemble, yeah. Do you think the transform will be shapeshift like Infernalist Demon or something like Ascendancy points? Now, I think it's going to be abilities, probably. It's going to be an ability that is going to be tied to your form. Like WoW Druid, right? So we have an ability called Starfall when you're a Druid. Whenever you click that, if you're in bear form, you go into human form. And then if you press on Rake, it's going to go into cat form. And then if you press on Charge, it's going to go into bear form automatically. That's what I think is going to happen. You want to kill Delirious maps? I want them gone, man. Actually, to be completely fair, I want Delirium maps, the fog actually, to be a setting. You go into interface, into graphics, you scroll down, you find the map, you see fog, off. That's it. That's what I want. I want off and on option. I know a lot of people like the fog. 90% of us don't like the fog. So, yeah.
On practically all waystones in the endgame, so you will need to constantly spam it, which is definitely feels not that comfortable. And I really hope that after endgame revamp, we will have at least a few different options, the same way as we have in Path of Exile 1, and we will be able to farm endgame without relying so hard on Delirium, because Delirium is not the most comfortable mechanic. And a lot of people also ask GG to give us a toggle so we can off the fog.
This is it. This is exactly it. This is how we play the game.
Ask GG to give us a...
Look at this. This is exactly how we play the game, man. 8 hours of this shit. Opacity slider, removing it, giving us a toggle option. I don't care what they do. They need to reduce it significantly or give us the option to completely take it off. Filter ting ting sound. Yeah, exactly, bro. Nah, it's a completely different breed of people. People that love the fog and they enjoy playing in it and they love it are completely different, bro. I respect. I can't, though.
Toggle so we can off the fog that Delirium is coming with. And I think it could be a pretty nice solution as well. However, the perfect decision here and the way that
he's right, by the way, with what he said. I don't know if he mentioned it, but he's right here. Performance-wise, fog is completely destroying you. So if I was GG, instead of trying to figure out how to fix everybody's PCs with performance updates, I would just remove one of the things that completely destroys the performance, which is the fog. And coincidentally, it's one of the things that 90% of players want to get rid of. So I mean, it's bro. What else do you need?
However, the perfect decision here and the way
LZ,
that I
you're
hope
too
GG
much,
will
man.
take is providing different options how we can buff maps without relying on Delirium only. So maybe some other mechanics which will not stack together with Delirium, and you will be able to choose what you want to run in your maps.
I like this approach. I like his thinking. I didn't even think about it. I am so eager for like bitching about the fog that I actually never stop to think what causes the fog, and that they actually can remove the forceful running of maps with Delirious. Bro, he is absolutely right. What he's saying is we could have a different kind of mechanic or a different kind of enhancement buff into our maps instead of the emotions, because emotions are obviously weird to set up. It's very bad. You need to click like 12 times to add the emotions. They're the cause of the fogs, and it's pretty boring running the same shit from point one. So maybe we can enhance our maps in a completely different way that's gonna change the aesthetic feeling of the maps. Not fogs, please. No, whatever you do, don't put fogs into the other one. But he's right, man. I never thought about that. It's pretty good.
Because I personally would probably go
Yo, Ganesh,
for
welcome in.
far just not to run Delirium all the time.
True, I agree. It could be an option, but we should have like alternatives to run. I agree.
And the next point is pretty much expected too, but it's still not 1000% confirmed. It's Abyss going core, and especially the crafting for Abyss.
Abyss going core. Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
I think Abyss made the game much more fun because it added a lot of mechanics both for farming and for crafting, especially for crafting. It made crafting much easier and much more deterministic. And I think at least partially that mechanic should absolutely go core, because losing it completely for Path of Exile 2 will make the game significantly more shallow. And I believe that...
Yes, I agree that taking it away is gonna go a step back, bro. I don't think they're gonna have a good reception if they come and say that Abyss is completely gone and crafting, all the omens, everything that we managed to do, we're not gonna be able to do it. If they say that all of that is gone, I think it's gonna be a step in the wrong direction. Only if they replace it with something insane with the new league, now that they know what people need, and reduce the deterministic factor by a little bit, because it was a little bit too much, I believe. But I don't know what partially means. Maybe he's gonna explain it, but I don't know what is partially. I'm trying to think here. How would it partially work? So just keep, like, you cannot keep only the crafting side of it, because you need to do the abyssals to get the crafting items. So partially might mean Don't keep the Well of Souls, maybe. What we said about my prediction where they merge all the orbs together and they create one or two different ones, and then they delete some of the other omens or some of the other items. Maybe that's what he means partially.
The game currently needs much more depth, and adding Abyss to the core is probably a correct decision, at least in my opinion. And it's also leading us to the next point, which...
Yeah, okay, so he's not explaining it fully. Getting rid of some of the OP omens, like the deterministic craftable omens, like the Exile and the Korgal and whatever it is. Yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah, I mean they're great omens, but yeah, I can see them going away. Twisted Sinner with a $20 over in YouTube. Thank you so very much for doing that, man. What a legend. Thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate you. Thank you. W in chat for Twisted Sinner. Thank you. I even fixed, by the way, my alerts, my YouTube alerts, and they're still not working. I need to... I'm waiting for a designer to give me a different thing that we're going to do on stream, so I'm waiting for that. But thank you so much, Twisted.
Craft nerfs and craft changes. I believe the craft in 0.3 been very easy, and a lot of people relied on that to get their gear, and it's not a bad thing. However, I believe that craft at some points been very overpowered considering how easy it is to craft with deterministic things that Abyss is providing. Since Abyss is not going to be in every map anymore, I think just that idea is going to nerf craft overall. But probably GG could balance it a little, maybe make some particular currency a little more rare, some particular currency a little less rare, to change how exactly we interact with this. And I definitely expect at least some changes to crafts, even if it's not going to be a direct set of nerfs.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
These ads, bro, I hate them. Okay, so he's right with the fact that if Abyssal is not in every single map, that's going to nerf crafting significantly because you're not going to be able to see and get all of the crafting mats and all that. But I didn't understand where he's going with this.
And I definitely expect at least some changes to crafts, even if it's not going to be a direct set of nerfs.
Wait, what did he say before that?
Since Abyss is not nerf craft overall, but probably GG could balance it a little, maybe make some particular currency a little more rare, some particular currency a little less rare, to change how exactly we interact with this. And I definitely expect at least some changes to crafts, even if it's not going to be a direct set of nerfs. And the next point...
Right, so he's talking generically, like they're gonna nerf the some of the omens and how they drop and all that stuff. I don't know, I don't see that happening. Abyssals, they're gonna get nerfed automatically because it's even if they add it to the core, it's not going to be in every single map. So you need to deterministically and intentionally go and farm that specific mechanic. So it's not going to be the same. Yeah, Abyssal Atlas with tablets for sure. I already have it in my list. Yeah, we're going to do our bingo books in just a second. I want to finish the videos. They already said Abyss will be a core in PoE 2. Where did they said that? What if they integrated all the loose node from the mechs in the Atlas and you can choose the change of the map? And when you run Bleach in the Atlas, you can change 12 mode. Oh yeah, that would work for sure.
It's pretty much just wishful thinking, but I really hope it will become true in the announcement. So it's another additional ascendancy or even a second class. As you remember when GG before did like an
second class, I don't think that's happening, but 2 or 3 ascendancies I can see them. They say it here. Okay. Oh, this is a new announcement for today, just talking about the standard. With the last of Druid's content update launching next Friday, you may be wondering what will happen to the current Rise of the Abyssal Leagues and your existing characters. Your fight with the Abyssals is not over yet, as the mechanic will be added to Path of Exile 2 core in the last of the Druid's content update. Okay, so you're right. They did say and confirm that it's going to be added. And imagine, I read this morning, by the way, and I didn't even... I just scanned it. Okay, good. So your fight with the Abyssals is not over yet, as the mechanic will be added to Path of Exile 2's core in the Last of the Druids content. So it's still it's good. It's mourning for a reason. Yeah, it's a good thing to know that they're gonna keep it, and it makes sense. As I said, if they didn't, it would be a step to the wrong direction or step back. But we still don't know how much they're going to keep and how they're going to formulate it, right? So I'm still going to keep it there and open, and we're going to see in 3.5 hours, by the way. Let's keep
Amazon,
going.
they also
Good. Thanks for letting us know, man.
Just an option for which is like...
Wait. Hold on. Who are you guessing that they're going to get the Ascendancies?
As you remember when GG before did like an Amazon, they also added just an option for which is like a leech option. And I believe that that time, since I already drew it, it could be the same. It could be Shadow, Templar, or maybe new Monk Ascendancy even, since we only have 2. And getting like the last Monk Ascendancy is exciting me a lot, since I've been a Monk player for a pretty long time, and I think it would be very, very fun to have +1. So I believe that at least some additional changes to those Ascendancies and buffs for some, or +1 definitely is expected, and it will be a very nice Christmas surprise from GG.
I agree. It would be an insanely good Christmas present from them, and I haven't seen them working on Christmas before, so I don't know how their vibe is, what they're doing, if they do shockers like these. A second class is probably 90% not coming, but I would love to have that 10% open. I would say 100%, but I love that 10% as a hopium, I would say. It would be a really, really good surprise for Christmas, but I'm okay with one class and over 2 ascendancies. And it's not only the Monk. I would love to see Monk, obviously. I would love to see Sork. Ranger could get another one. Who else? Huntress, I think. Those are the 4 of the old ones that still have 2 ascendancies. Your clock is really slow. Sorry, dude.
And the next point is like more campaign changes, improvements, or maybe even additional
Ted Valio,
chapters.
welcome in.
Since campaign is still not completely finished, I think GG will keep working on it, and I definitely expect at least some changes. Maybe just expecting a chapter is a little wishful thinking again, but I think getting more stuff in the campaign would be very nice, like getting additional act would be cool, but at least additional zones or small changes here and there, or maybe quality of life improvements even.
I don't think we're getting Act 5. I don't think we're getting additional zones. I don't think there's a reason to get additional zones. It would be smarter for them to work on Act 5 instead of giving us additional zones as a band-aid fix. What I would love to see, since he's mentioning this, I haven't seen any other creator mentioning campaign changes, and I didn't even mention my predictions or anything like that for campaign changes. But now that we're talking about it, I would love to see them reworking Act 1, 2, and 3. I would love to see them reworking a little bit Act 1, 2, and 3. Make it a little bit shorter. And I do believe that it's going to happen at some point. You know why? Because the way that now things play, we finish everything around 60 something, right? 62, 65, whatever. We still have Act 5 that's going to replace interludes, and most probably it's going to be the same size or a little bit longer than the interludes. And then we're still missing Act 6, which is a completely new chapter, which I don't think is going to be super short. Okay? So that only means that they need to go back to Act 1, 2, and 3 and make them a little bit shorter. I don't know how they're going to do it. Maybe a good way to do it is cut all of the maps in half, or like 40% of them. You know what I mean? I don't know how they're going to do it, but yeah. Yeah, there are a couple of leaks going on around. We're 3.5 hours, man. It's a shame. I would love to see it from them. You know what I mean? I didn't want to watch it. I didn't want to stream it or show it because a lot of people don't want the leaks and everything. So that's that. Apex of Filth completely. Yeah, if it's tied to the lore, I wouldn't mind keeping it there, but make the maps shorter. That's all I'm saying. Ghostblade, welcome in. I don't know why everyone thinks we might not get Act 5 unless we're getting a whole new set of interludes. I'm 99.9% sure they said this league, the interludes we currently have are temporary to this league alone. Yeah, I see your point. Hey, Celestina, I really hope that you're right. I think that's what they did last year at this time. What is that, Twisted? Is it going to drop us a kick-ass patch and then take off the rest of December? Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, 100%. Get your undies ready. Yeah. Act 5 incoming. Bro, I would love to see Act 5. I really hope so. And Celestina's right. They did say that it's a temporary fix, the interlude, so... Yeah, no leaks in chat, guys. Yeah, announcement coming soon. True. I'd love for it to be shorter, but they already have problems keeping us around for long. It's probably just a way to keep us around longer. I honestly don't think so, man. I think campaign is not what's keeping people around. I think endgame is what's making people leave. Because, I know a lot of people love the campaign. I love the campaign, which is why I'm alcoholic and I level up like 30 times the league. But endgame is where it's at, man. I believe that the game begins at the endgame, and endgame is it's not where it has to be. You know what I mean? Bro, I would love to have everything right now. I would love them to drop the Druid, drop 2 or 3 Ascendancies, drop Act 5, revamp the entirety of the endgame, and so much more. I mean, why not? I don't want them to remove the cocaine ant. The game begins after the campaign is done for me. Yeah, exactly. Especially new people struggling to learn game or are getting killed a lot. First playthrough is hard, yeah.
Is expected to, and I think it can make the whole experience of all of us running through campaign better.
Oh yeah, that's another good point, by the way. What Mars, I think it's saying over on YouTube. Wait, no, who said it? Monster Stoner. Yeah, I was about to say, since Celestina said that, hey, they said that the interludes is just for point 3, so maybe we're getting Act 5. I can tell you a different thing now then. They said that Druid was almost ready for point 3, so what makes you think that they're not going to drop a second class? That they've been working on a second class as well? I just think it's too much, man. Shadow is next class to be released? I don't think so. I honestly think Shadow is going to be the last class to be released. I would be the happiest person alive if Shadow comes in. As a rogue main of everything that I ever play, Shadow is going to be my new main, which is why Monk is my temporary main. But I think that Shadow is going to be the final one. So if you had to pick between a tower fix or remove the fog, what's higher on the list for you? I'm sorry, bro. I'm going to go for the fog.
And the next point is completely in the wishful thinking category as well, but I would be very, very happy if it would happen. So, another skill set added on top of the Druid, for example, like sword skills, which we've been anticipating for a very long time. Unfortunately, we still don't have sword skills in the game, which is pretty ridiculous since it's been like a year after like start of just an early access. And I believe sword skills would be very nice for people to play around. We can get things like Cyclone, for example, which would be very, very exciting. And if not sword skills, maybe some other kind of set skills that GG already worked on, except obvious set of Druid.
But wait, I'm a little bit confused here. How are swords going to come in the game if the class that wields the swords doesn't come in the game? So that means if Druid is going to come with swords, it cannot come with the swords. It's going to come with a second class, right? The duelist. tower fix, bro, yeah, that's your choice. My choice is the fog. But no, if I had to think about the overall game, I would go for tower fixes, of course. I want the towers to be a little bit more valuable if they're going to keep them in the game. If you can make it through the campaign, you have a really short attention span. I don't understand what people is complaining about it being too long. Okay, so why people are complaining that it's long is because the game, for the majority of people, I'm not talking about you might be playing the game differently, but for me, at least, the game begins through the campaign. I love the campaign, that's why I always do it. But the majority of the game begins in the end game. That's where you maintain and you have a better retention. Whenever you fix your end game, you can retain more people. You're not going to retain more people with campaign. So adding more hours. Okay, so if you go to a friend of yours and you tell him, hey, you want to try PoE 1, bro? Nah, it takes too long. No, dude, it's really quick. You have 10 acts, by the way. It's going to take you 6-7 hours to go to the end game. And then it's an never-ending thing. Do you think that's going to convince them? Or if I go and say, yo, try PoE 2, we currently have 4 acts and a little bit of interlude. It's going to take you around average, I would say 8 hours to complete everything for me. But since you're new, it's going to take you probably 15 hours. Oh, and by the way, exciting shit. There's going to be 2 more acts coming in. So that's going to be an additional 5-6 hours for you, just so you can finish the campaign. It doesn't attract a lot of people. It doesn't sustain a lot of people. I don't think it's a massive problem. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely not in the top 5 of things that they need to change. But making the maps a little bit shorter in the campaign is definitely going to help out. Frames, yeah. And also for anybody who's saying that the picking the tower fix is bad over the fog, the reason why I'm picking the fog is not only visual clutter, but think about it like this. Do you enjoy playing a game where you can see the graphical designs and how beautiful the game is? B, you cannot see what's happening in the ground because of the fog. C, the fog is completely destroying your FPS. Performance, it's so bad, and every single map that you do has to be a fog because that's where the loot is. Do you prefer that shit or just taking getting rid of the towers? Towers, nothing, they don't exist. Everything else is the same, but towers don't exist now. That's why I'm picking the fog. Have you put together a bingo card? I have my own sheet. I haven't put it into a bingo card. I will.
With ones, because
I want to finish with this.
It's going to be there 1000%.
Oh my God, Gordon, what are you doing here? I'd say get rid of the fog. The fog, 100%. Yeah.
Step is more trial options. So initially, GG been talking about adding more trial options instead of just 2 Sikamas and Trial of Chaos that we currently have, or maybe some additional depth, especially for Chaos Trial. I believe that Sikamas is pretty much popular already for farming, and there's a lot of options how to run it. There are like some farming strategies.
Wait, the end game is non-existent. We agree there, TM. We agree there. I don't think fixing the towers is going to make the endgame existent. In order for the endgame to be fun, we need more mechanics, so we need better loot drops, more sustainable stuff, quicker ways of doing things, quality of life. If we're going to prep our maps, it needs to be super quick, so you can consistently run maps. It has to be fun content. You shouldn't be forced to do anything just so you can get to a point where that's the grind. Towers should either go. I am in the group of people that like the towers to stay, but they need to be a bit more creative whenever they decide what they're going to do with the towers. DM, yesterday or the day before, he reacted to my predictions, and whenever I was talking about the towers, he said his opinion about the towers, and I couldn't agree more of how amazing that would be. Make towers not mandatory. Make them not being super significant. However, it would be cool to go to a tower so you can do the tower and the tower is going to teleport you, or it's going to reveal the fog, and you're allowed to go to any map that you want around the tower without using uniques and shit like that. That would be a good way of going to the tower. Just not even doing the tower, just clicking on the tower. It's going to reveal the fog of war, and it's going to allow you to go to every single map around it. That's a very good idea, and that's not my idea. That's DM's idea. Very good idea. The second idea that he presented is, imagine you go to the tower and you go in the tower to inspect the map around you, and you can tell it, okay, I want to teleport to that side of the map, and it teleports you to that side of the map where you haven't discovered, or you specifically target a specific biome or a specific map because of the tower. That would be pretty good. That's what I'm talking about. A world tower added. Oh yeah, that would be awesome as well. The swords are clearly coming with the duelist. Exactly, like every single weapon. I don't understand. I don't know if in PoE 1 it's different. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a PoE 1 guy, so maybe it's different. But I'm pretty sure that every single weapon is related to a class. Daggers, shadow. Duelist, swords. Talisman, druid, etc., etc. Flail, Templar, whatever. So we cannot have the druid and have a swords or daggers coming without its correlated class, right? For this, we need quality of life to navigate the Atlas. Exactly my point, TM. That now we're saying that endgame is not good, but just fixing the towers is not going to make the endgame good. They need to add quality of life. They need to add more mechanics. They need to add so many different things to it. If you put some boss or some elite on towers that only drop a certain pool of items that you can hunt, so you want to make your way towards them, yeah, that's a decent thinking, but I honestly think the tower should only work as utility. Nothing more, nothing less. It shouldn't waste your time. You just click it and it does something. It gives you a benefit of some sort. It opens the maps so you can go to them, or it opens the map so you can change their biomes, or it teleports you somewhere. Some of these utility quality of life shit should be related to the towers, instead of it being another thing that you're forced to do to potentially get something RNG-wise, where I am guaranteeing you, Lucas, if that's what they're going to do, 70 or 80% of player base and builds are not even going to need the loot that comes from the towers, which automatically makes it insignificant, if you think about it. Yeah. Cynical has a decent idea as well. Towers give you a small player buff, resistances, or some kind of a power. Yeah, utility stuff, yeah. We need more mechanics, but they come with the leagues. I don't think they'll just add Delve, Incursion, and Harbinger together at once. They keep their options open. Yeah, I agree. Well, what they could do, man, is they can literally come now and say, hey, we revamped the entirety of the endgame. You know what that means? That means that they could do whatever they want. Maybe it's not more mechanics. Maybe they're going to say, okay, now the Atlas tree is not the Atlas tree, but the Atlas is no longer indefinite. It finishes whenever you go to either side at the very end. You do a final map that's like something insane, Uber boss at the top of the tower, or whatever the case is, and you do that. It opens a portal. You go to layer 2. Layer 2, stronger monsters, better loot, better this, better that, different mechanics, different models, different shit, whatever. It's still indefinite. You go, you progress your way around it. You collect some stuff. Whatever the case is, I don't know. This is just on top of my head. I'm not even thinking about what I'm saying now. But you get my point. They can make it more interactive. It's going to make it more fun. They can make it different. It's going to make it more fun. It doesn't necessarily mean it's one thing or the other. You know? Atlas levels, I like it. Yeah. That sounds like Delve. Sure, Delve from PoE 1, but in a grander scheme of things without calling it Delve from PoE 1. I mean, it sounds like... It sounds like Mage Tower from WoW. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't need to be that specific thing or its specific mechanic, like Delve. It could be a progression system just in the overall thing in PoE 2. Let's take it to a different direction. It doesn't need to be something from PoE 1. What if towers all had Uber map bosses at the top, so they are for those who want to hunt, to boss hunt? When you have a chance, possible thing for you. Okay. I did not expect to see that. I'm just gonna show it on screen, man. I'm gonna trust people to respect it, and that's it. I'm not gonna put it on the overlay. There you go. No leaks, please, guys. We haven't. I know that there's a huge leak going around for the Druid, but we've got 3 hours to go, man. We could be patient. Not everybody likes leaks before the thing. Like, if I wasn't streaming, I didn't give a shit, I would have watched it probably. But I want to respect people that don't want the leaks. But there it is. Mr. Sinister created this. Hateful Spirit, Shade, welcome and thanks for the follow over on Twitch, guys. I appreciate you. Never trust people to respect things. Hey, no. Hey, listen. We have a really, really good and legendary community, man. I trust you guys. And obviously, whoever doesn't respect that is going to get temporarily or permanently banned. So, yeah, it is what it is. Please don't. That's it. Just respect it. We've got 3 hours to go. It's simple as that. 3 hours to go. Let me just catch up with YouTube messages. We've got a lot. I did skip NFOs. I think Endgame shouldn't be called Endgame since most people in PoE view Endgame as where the game begins. Should just be open world. Yeah, sure. You're saying they should make it for someone playing more hours in a day or less? "24/7 mapping in PoE 1 is great. Way more currency types, farming techs, farming way. You could do boss rush. You could leave the boss at the end. Yeah, and I think we're gonna get there, TM. I think we're gonna, and this is not copium, by the way. This is just facts. Like PoE 2 exists for a year. The other one exists for like 13 years. It makes sense for that to have more options, to have more things to go, and blah blah. I think we're getting there. They tried something with the towers, early 0.1, 0.2. And a year and a half from now, we're all gonna forget about 0.1 and 2 and all that stuff. So I think we're gonna get the. We're going to get there. We just need to be a little bit patient. You open to a campaign skip for second character and on? What would your solution to campaign skip be? As somebody who's leveling like almost every single class, every single league multiple times, I would love the idea for a campaign skip, but not forced. But I don't know if it's possible, and I don't think they're ever going to do that. Staring at the big packet, wonder what it is. Yeah, Retro, exactly. I'm ready to use it. Yeah. Check the link after the video. I will. Endgame is more developed. It's been out since I had no pubes. Solution, DM me for power level. Yeah. That's the solution, I guess. Do they bring aspects of King's March from PoE 1 to 2, like the ability to run maps in Kings? Ooh, that would be cool. Like I wouldn't mind that, but I would love for them to try different stuff. I made you laugh, and that makes my day, bro. You did. That's awesome. It's funny that we think that we need that. How's it going, guys? Massive day for us. Yes, True Narrow. Welcome in. Huge. Do you plan of getting full sleeve on your left arm, or are you good as it is now? I was thinking about it for a very long time. This one, it is full sleeve, but I do have some gaps here and there, and yeah, it's full apart from here, but I don't know. I think I'm going to keep it as it is for now. I'm going to move on to my legs later. As a person with a family and 40, 50 hours a week job and a property daycare, I have to maintain more hours to dedicate to a single game. I would be in a big disagreement. Wait, which pointer are you talking about, NFO? Because don't forget, man, that the game is not created for people that play 1 hour a day. And on the contrary, I do believe that people like that should be considered whenever they're at the whiteboard and they're doing their planning and their stuff, right? Which is why I'm always saying that they need to do things a little bit quicker, a little bit easier, reduce the campaign a little bit, potentially find a way to skip some stuff, help us get to the end game a little bit quicker, make things easier in the end game, like bring tutorials. That's why I'm supporting all of these things. But I don't think that the majority of the thinking should be with those people in mind, because don't forget, we're still getting Act 5, we're still getting Act 6. It goes crazy from here. You know what I mean? Okay.
Strategies with it, and I think it's in a pretty good position. However, Trial of Chaos been falling off in 0.3 significantly because there have been a lot of additional items added to the pool, which has diluted it significantly.
True.
And it's much harder to farm it. There's also not a lot of options how you can run it because it's pretty basic, and I think adding more depth to it would be a very good thing. Also, adding more trial options, like third trial, for example, would be pretty nice as well. And
100%. I have this in my bingo card. Trial of Ancestors would be a great addition right now. Even they can combine it with a different way with the Val, with the whatever it is, the hated Val or whatever it's coming, the fate of the Val, and have Yama help us, whatever would be pretty cool, and having tattoos as well. That's my prediction.
since GG were talking about that, I think it could be a very nice part of the new endgame too, if they will have enough time to do that. And the next step is the part of the things that GG already talked about and I think could be improved. So more Uber bosses and like harder bosses in general. I believe since GG is doing endgame revamp, improving bosses and maybe adding new Uber boss, like for example Abyss boss could go Uber, could be a nice way to give us a little more things to do in the endgame, more.
I agree with this thinking. I don't think that this is going to happen, though. I mean, I don't think the Abyssal boss is going to go Uber because that's very targeted to the Abyssal League. But I do agree that we need the Abyssal bosses changed a little bit. Not Abyssal, but Uber bosses. And most probably we're getting a Pinnacle boss. I have it on my prediction as well.
Bosses to farm and maybe even add like some unique loot in there, together with some items that could be really build enabling. I think all of that together should be a goal for a game in general, because like PoE1 for example has a lot of Uber bosses with a lot of nice loot. So I believe some improvements in that field is very good for Path of Exile 2 as well, and looking forward to at least see Abyss boss.
Okay, I have something to say, and I want you guys your opinion about it, okay? I'm going to try and read as much as I can from you guys. But here's my hot take, okay? I do agree that Uber bosses, Pinnacle bosses should have better loot. I do agree. Especially the point that I'm trying to make now is not the normal bosses like normal Arbiter. It's not Zesh tier 1, tier 2. I'm talking about not even tier 3. I mean, tier 3 is one-shotted. It's like a training dummy, like DM said. I'm talking about Uber bosses mostly. I do believe that their loot should be significantly improved. But here's my hot take. What's the point of improving that if you have a very small portion of people who manage to kill Uber anything? And in order for you to be able to kill Uber anything, that means that you're doing good in the game. That means that you're playing a lot more than a lot of people. That means most probably and potentially you know how to craft. So what kind of item can drop that will be really good for your gear if you just manage to complete the final level of the strongest boss in the game? What's the point in that? That's what I'm thinking about. Even though I do know that their loot needs to be improved, my thought of improving the Uber anything or Pinnacle bosses should mostly be either A, insane gear that is like only from those bosses, or currency. That's what I want to see what you guys are at. I agree, but we don't really have any Uber bosses in PoE 2 compared to those of PoE 1. I agree. But just talking about PoE 2, we do have one dude, Uber Arbiter, which, again, we spoke about what we want to change with him. But drop tradable skins from Uber. Skin drops from Ubers, I'm down, okay? Uber uniques that have higher base rolls, like from normal, 10 to 20% Uber, drops 15 to 25%. I think it could be turned around and sold, giving the player a chance to make it to the Uber boss. Some kind of MTX. Yo, there's a lot of you guys talking about MTX gear from Ubers. My goal for point 4 is to have more than 10 divines. Never hit double digits in divines before. I promise you, dude, you're going to do it this time. I don't know what your record is, but every league you're going to become better, so don't worry about it. Firstly, we need people to actually get to the damn bosses. That's my point exactly, yeah. Or just some uniques that make builds completely function indifferent. Yeah, because if it's like a very, very good unique that shapes up to your build, if you manage to kill that boss, the Uber boss, that means that your build already works fine. Any idea if we're gonna get free gear skin items for watching the stream today? Yes, we will. We're getting a dodge roll thing. That's why I have the drops on, and it's gonna be only for Twitch. Let me show you what we're getting. I have it saved somewhere. I'm pretty sure that I saved it. Yep, here it is. This is what you're getting today. And this is going to be enabled in whatever hours it says there. 2 hours and 56. We're getting this sprinting whatever skin. And then make a druid as an alt when some viable builds come out. Yeah. Is today just a reveal or patch notes? So it's a reveal, interview, and they said patch notes as well. So let's see. Now that you mentioned that, I have to kill the Uber boss and then get the drop. Probably MTX currency would be the best drop. Yeah. Yeah, true. Okay, okay. What would the loot buff look like? Are we talking divines and value worth? Because it's hard to estimate at the start of the league. Yeah, I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure. That's why I wanted to see what you guys think about it. Because I just thought about it now. Let's say, okay, we know that Uber bosses and Pinnacle bosses have pretty bad loot. But that's also meta as well. Like, Hoa is good, or was good. It got nerfed. But, yeah, my point is, if like the majority of people cannot even kill Tier 3 Zesht or Uber bosses, man. Which means that the only people that can kill Uber Arbiter are like the other 50% that are playing more of the game. They have better builds and stuff. So that needs to be in consideration whenever they decide what they do. I don't like the idea of improving the loot. Then what's the point of doing those bosses, man? Is it just an achievement hunting, or what is the single one individual point for you to do Uber Arbiter? What's the point? Are you going to live stream the Twitch stream on YouTube too? Yeah, I'm going to be YouTube and Twitch at the same time. We're going to do the whole thing together. But in order for you to get this drop, you need to be on Twitch. Biochemistry, yeah, but then after a while, there were so many of them that they were selling for a couple of Exalted, and the same was happening with the chicken. Actually, the chicken leg was the best example for that. Endgame needs more purpose to it than just loot hunting, because like you say, once you really get into endgame, you already have gear killing maps in 1 minute. There needs a bigger, larger purpose. Not behind an Uber fight. No, I do agree. It shouldn't be behind an Uber fight, for sure. But that's what I'm saying. What are you rewarding players that kill Uber fight? Uber Arbiter or Uber bosses? What is the reward? What is it, like 3 augmentation orbs? You get a shitty-ass rare, a magic that has like tier 7 on it, and 2 exalted and 1 divine. Yay. That's literally what we're getting now. And we're getting, let's say, an ingenuity belt that has like 20/20. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Let me finish this one.
To become an Uber, or maybe a new Uber altogether would be very good, if not that league, that in the future for sure. And the last point is pretty much rebalancing the skills, but not just rebalancing in general. I believe that right now Lightning been significantly stronger than both Ice and Fire comparable, especially the Fire, which had a huge lack of builds. Because right now, the main thing that people are playing with Fire is just like Fireball and Grenades, because almost everything else is not that viable, especially comparing to Lightning skills. So it would be very good as like Wind skills for Monk or Fire skills for other classes would be improved and buffed in general to literally catch up to Lightning skills, which are dominating the meta right now. So rebalancing the elements would be a nice surprise as well, and I really hope if it will not happen in 0.4, because it will be more focused on the Druid, it will happen later on in 0.5 or maybe closer to the release as well.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a basic balance that we're talking about. Yeah, for sure. He's right that maybe they're not going to do everything that we want now. The balancing is going to be later on because they're going to focus on the Druid. I agree that Fire and Ice need a lot of love, and the Wind. I also agree something he didn't mention is the Chaos skills. I do believe that they need to create new skills dedicated to Chaos damage without the conversion of Black Flame Covenant and stuff like that. Also, and another thing is improve the builds, like individual builds, not builds, but spells, and not rely so much on combo and infusions and stuff like that. Like, fix the infusions as well, because they're a little bit underwhelming, but yeah.
So that's been my list of things that I like to see, and that some of
Purple Spider, thank you, and welcome in. Welcome to Twitch, man.
them are definitely going to be announced soon, and I hope I will get at least a few of those points in. Let me know in the comments what you would like to see in both.
Okay, good video, man. Good shit from Ron. Let me share you the video. Go and show him some love. That's a video from Ron. Good pointers. I was really, like, the majority of the pointers that he talked about, we already spoke about them and everybody's speaking about them. But one thing that he mentioned that I didn't expect him to mention was the campaign stuff.
Well, hello there, you.
Hey, let's go. What's up? Tad Locke subscribed on YouTube, became a member, actually. Thank you so much, man. 1 month of membership. Thanks. Acolyte needs rework for sure, and the 2 ascendancies of the Sork need some love as well. I think if you did class-specific ascendancy, specific recipe, sorry. Wait, let me just play the music. It requires you to kill all Ubers or something that unique can be sold. Yeah, I see. Okay. How does a person get into the guild? Twisted is asking. I don't know if Corey's here. But if you join our Discord, Twisted, you're going to see that we have an application that you can apply. Need to know the time so I can tune in when it starts. It starts whenever that timer that you see on the screen goes to 0. What is the hour? 2 hours and 48 minutes is when it starts. Okay, so where are my predictions? Let me find my predictions, and we're going to do the bingo card thingy. Found it. All right, here are my predictions. And then I need to find that website. Bingo card generator, what is it called? Bingo Baker, is that the one? Yeah, this looks like the one. There it is. All right. Here you go, guys. Go and make yourselves the your predictions. Okay, so let me fix this real quick. Background. Okay, text is going to be white. All right, there you go. All right, so no second class is my first prediction here. Obviously, Druid is coming. No second class is my first one. It would include 2 ascendancies. So I'm going to put 2 plus ascendancies. There you go. 2 ascendancies or more. Next, we have new Druid weapon. We know that for the talisman. What if they bring a second weapon, which is the claw? I don't think this is happening anymore. Because, and think about it like this, right? So the claw is the only weapon that is not related to a specific class. And don't tell me the shadow class from PoE1. Question. The shadow class in PoE1, did it bring the claws and the daggers at the same time? Five out of 5? Yeah, I'm doing 5 out of 5 for now. We're going to see in a second. Yeah, I'm going to skip that for a second. No new acts. Okay. No Act 5. I'm predicting no Act 5, but let's see. I really hope that I'm wrong on that one. Endgame. So I predicted biome control. Tower fix. I think this is pretty safe, the tower fix shit. Abyssal crafting. Local knowledge. Local knowledge. I can barely read that shit, bro. Local K. Nerfed. Or fixed, I would say. Fixed. So we can be able to read that. Rarity changes. New pinnacle. New pinnacle boss. There you go. Let me just zoom that so you can read. See you tonight. See you, Biochemistry. Bon appetit, man. They may have to go a second class. Ooh, I would love that. I would love to see a second one. I only have one bingo. Nerf Deadeye. Is that it? That is also on my list. Yeah, rarely changes. I'm a little bit more generic there, but... Oh yeah, map juicing. cool quality of life stuff for map juicing, I'm predicting. QOL for Atlas. Okay, I added that. New Ascendancies, I added that. Third Trial. Tattoos. Val abilities. LA, yeah, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod, Spark, Nerf. Roa, I'm not going to include Roa. Actually, I'm going to go Lightning, Nerfed. How do I put the uniques that I want, that I predict that they're nerfing? Quick question, do you think you need to use a build guide to play Path of Exile 2? No, you don't need to. It's not mandatory. All it's going to do is going to help you understand the thing and make it go a little bit faster. Because it's a guide, which means that it works, which means you avoid the trial and error stuff. But you definitely don't need one to play the game. Yeah, I would say meta uniques nerfed. And I can specify, but I don't have the space. Like I specified here. Things like Wrath Pith. Things like... What is it called? That helmet? I forgot. The surround helmet. Headhunters, maybe. Alright. Here's the real copium. Performance fix and FPS fix. That's the real copium right here. I don't think I'm gonna ever click this button. But let's see. Yeah. Danner with a follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Constricting rework, yeah. True, Monster. Yeah, it's not... This is not my hoping card. This is my bingo card. It's what I predict is going to happen. It's not what I hope is going to happen. If I make what I hope is going to happen, you're going to see a completely different thing. I would love to see a second class. You know what I mean? But this is my predictions. Yeah? But, yeah, we'll see. Oh, this is not prediction. This is an idea that I'm giving to GG. Guys, if you're watching, this is what you need to do with Abyssal. Reduce all of that clunkiness with Ignored and Preserved and Ancient and all that shit. Nobody needs 18 items for one simple mechanic of crafting. Just reduce it to 3. Actually, I'm going to put it here. Abyss crafting... Yeah, I have it. I have it already. Whatever, I'm gonna consider that there. Oh yeah, we have 2+ forms for Druid. Over 2 forms. It's not gonna be only 2. I'm predicting that as well. What else? I think that's everything that I had for the video. This is the video that I released. Is there anything else that I'm skipping here? I'm missing? Yeah, you're right. There it is. Oh yeah, Atlas tree revamp. That's right. Endgame. Oh yeah, you're talking about the Atlas map. Atlas Limited, and we have a few more here. Oh yeah, I also predicted that, I have it here, about the uniques. There's gonna have one specific unique, Druid unique meta. I'm predicting that there's gonna be one specific unique that's gonna make a Druid build meta. We have a few more. I need to think about a few more things. Did I put Pinnacle Boss? I did. A new league is very obvious. Obviously, we're getting a new league. I mean, a new mechanic, obviously. I don't know what that new mechanic is going to be, though. Oh, you know, wait. What is that mechanic? I don't know PoE1, so you need to tell me. What is the name of that mechanic where you randomly find, like, caves that are Val caves in PoE1? And you go in and you clear the whole cave, and at the end, there's, like, a pedestal that you click and it drops some shit. Wait, did I put Val abilities? I did. Val side? Incursion? Wait, what is it? Val side or incursion? I think that's what's coming up, based on the teaser. I think that's the new league mechanic. Yeah, I agree with that. Is it called incursion? IC, where's IC? I need more PoE1 veterans. Where's IC? Happy, all of you guys. Incursion, something like that? Incursion is the Alva one. What class do you suggest to play for a beginner? Which is pretty good. Val side, again, Hey Bone is saying Val side, Bazaar is saying incursion. Val side is Val skills. I'm here as well. IC's here. Okay, so what do you call that mechanic in PoE1 where you're randomly doing your campaign or your maps and you all of a sudden look to your right or left or whatever and you see there's a cave that you can click on and go in and it's Val based and you clear the whole area and at the end there's like a pedestal that you click on it and it drops something. What is that called? Val side areas. That's it. That's all that is. Okay, so I'm predicting Val side is coming. What does that shit give you? Does that give you the Val abilities? Because I already have the Val abilities, so this means that it's the same thing. Yes? Yes, that's it? Okay, so I'm not going to have the same thing then. Okay. So I do predict that the Val abilities are coming, but I'm not going to write it twice. It's pretty shitty. Val gems are the reward, yeah. Val abilities, Rahul, imagine you're using Spark, right? And you get a Val Spark, a corrupted Spark. It's gonna transform your normal Spark into the same ability, but it's gonna be on steroids. Think about it that way. Increased damage, increased range. It might not be all of those things, but it's gonna modify it to the better. Mouse and keyboard is what I play, Marcus. I am looking to get a controller for PC so I can try it at some point. They drop Val skill gems, that's what I know, yeah. Really? Yep. It's pretty cool. If Happy and Icy and Celestina are not correcting me, that means that I'm explaining it correctly. So they just modify your current existing ability, the same ability. Spark doesn't become like Sparknado. You know what I mean? It doesn't become a new ability. It's the same ability, but it has a different effect, a stronger effect. Correct. Okay, good. So I have 4 more spaces. I need to put something in there that I believe that's coming. Let me think. From the... Oh, yeah. Let's go. Fog. Bye-bye, Fog. Bye-bye, Fog. Sparknado would have been pretty cool. I don't know how I thought about that. The teaser, yeah. The teaser showed Ziri, but it might be any League mech, but with a new Val Temple theme. Yeah. Delve? Yeah, I don't know. What time is the reveal? In 2 hours and 33 minutes. You're going to see the timer right here, next to me. Clause and release date. Release date, I'm not going to put it here because I'm not going to confirm it now. Clause, I'm actually... Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think I'm changing my mind on the clause thing. I really hope that I'm wrong. I would love, like, my perfect scenario, not a lot of you are going to agree, and maybe it doesn't make sense PoE1 wise, but we're not playing PoE1. My perfect scenario would be clause coming with the third ascendancy of the monk. I know it doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. I don't care. I like that. Go, 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 Celestina. All right. I think they will remove something. But also a lot of these things we're going to need to check the patch notes to see if we got them right. But let me think. What else is left here from the basic campaign? Do I think they're going to do something to the campaign? Not Act 5, but Celestina's right. Are they going to keep the same interludes? I'm going to say interlude changes. I feel they might give us 3 new kind of interludes to replace the ones now so we can feel a little bit refreshed. Since they're not bringing Act 5. Yo, what's up, G-Man? Welcome in. Saving your last search. Do you think minions are going to get some love? I think minions are going to get some love. The standard minions are going to get some love. But I do think that shit like the ant are going to be insanely nerfed. I don't think they're going to change them. Bro, Celestina's right, though. She actually is changing my mind slowly to the point where I want to take this away. Because they specifically said that interludes are only here temporarily for point 3. Do you really think they're going to keep the exact same shit, not drop Act 5 for point 4? Oh, yeah. Lineage support nerfs. Yep, I had that as well, but I don't know how to specify them. I don't have too much room here. Meta lineage nerfed. And I'm not only talking about Rakiata's flow. I'm talking about bloodletting. I'm talking about Desiree's or whatever it's called, Desire. I'm talking about the big ones. The other one that costs 300 divine to get. I don't remember its name. I don't believe they're giving us Act 5. Okay, so what do you believe is going to happen? Are they going to just keep it there as it is now with the same exact interlude, since they openly said that the interludes are only going to be here for point 3? The reload one, that's the one, Fabs, yeah. The Yalas, yeah. Those are the ones that I'm talking about here. Incorporated and reskinned and become a part of the new act. I hope that that's not what's going to happen. I want to see a fresh Act 5, a completely different zone, completely different design. I don't want to deal with Renly again, with Una, with all the... I mean, interludes are Act 1, 2, and 3, bro. Just mini versions of them. I don't think so, actually. I think they said that they had to find a quick solution, so they got the existing acts and made mini versions of them. That's what they said. MNK controller QOL update. Yeah, that could be there, but it's going to be too late for us to see if we got it because we need to wait for the patch notes. They said that the interludes were separate and unique from the campaign, yeah. And a new act? Yeah, because, bro. How I'm thinking about it is like this. Think about it like this, guys. 1 second. Let me just find something so I can write on or whatever. And these are factual shit that I'm telling you, right? It's facts. It's not stuff that I believe or I think. Druid was meant for 0.3. We agree with that, right? They said it. But it was not ready. They said, and DM saw it, and they said that it was 80% done. They only had issues with animation, which means that other classes like the sorcerers or whatever, they had issues with the animation, so they had to fix them. So now they have 4 months to finalize the druid, finalize the 20% of the druid. That's all they had to do for the new class. That's it, nothing else. If they say that 80% of the druid is completed, that means that the spells, the support gems, all that shit has been already calculated, designed, yada, yada, yada. They just had to complete the druid. They also said that interludes are temporary band-aid fix for 0.3 because we didn't have time to do Act 5 as well. Don't forget, they gave us Act 4 because they were pushing to take away the cruel, right? Cruel difficulty. Which means that all they have left to do is endgame, which I don't think that they just started doing the endgame. So they had to do endgame, balance changes, QOL, bugs. That's it, bro. That's all they have to do. And endgame, one team, another team. We already know that balance is a whole different team than the endgame. Quality of life and bugs is a third team. So you have team 3, team 1, and team 2 working. Do you think that they cannot have one of these teams or another team working on Act 5? Bro, you know what? You know what? I just pitched myself. I'm going to predict that Act 5 is coming in. What? I just convinced myself with that shit. I might be wrong. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll think about it. Let me just keep it as it is. Let me think about it a little bit more. Wait. I'm going to think about it a little bit more. Tattoos. I think they're coming. Interlude changes. Yeah. I'm going to go for Act 5. I'm going to think about it in just a second again. And see. So if I'm going to go with Act 5, that means that interludes are going to completely disappear. Oh, controller PC hybrid. That's a big one that they were talking about, that there's going to come. And hopefully we get it now. For anybody who doesn't know what this is, I would absolutely love this. And I'm waiting to see what kind of controller I'm going to get. But imagine you're playing on controller, you want to do something with a keyboard and mouse, you can without going to the settings. Both of them are aligned at the same time. Yeah, that's what you meant? Okay, good. Expedition buffs. Claws? I don't know about claws. I think that's where we're getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves. I would love to see it, Nadine. Bye-bye interlude. Breach changes. Yeah, I can see. Trying to think what else. What else was a big issue? You know what? I'm gonna go with my gut. No Act 5 interlude changes. Simple interlude changes, and there it is. This was my original gut feeling, and I'm gonna stay with it. And it fills up my entire bingo card anyway. Tablets, yeah, I put Abyssal Crafting here, so I mean all of this by that. All of this is what I'm predicting or hoping is going to happen. I just cannot write everything here. Due to some skills and passives seen, people are saying we're probably getting swords. Yeah, I've heard about them, but I don't think so. We definitely need swords. I would love to see it. Bro, it's going to be... Bro, imagine... It's not going to happen, but imagine if they give us a second class out of the blue. Oh my god. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Holy shit, right. I am done with my bingo book. My bingo card. So let's save it. Public, anyone can view your bingo card. Yeah, sure. Generate. There it is. Okay, what do you want me to do now? Share? Is it share? No. Play online? Yeah, but if I download it, can I tick it? If I download this shit, what happens? Okay, cool. I downloaded it as a PDF. I cannot... Yeah, I cannot click it, bro. So it's not download. It has to be something else. You just get the image? No, there's a way that you can put an X on it. Yeah. Play online. Oh, share this URL with your players. No. I should be the only one. Copy to clipboard there. And now what we need to do is... If I go here so you can see the game, let's say we're watching the reveal. Obviously, the timer is not going to be there. But what if I do add a browser, bingo? I click on that shit. We do this. Whoops. This. I do that. Do you see it? Yes, you do. Okay. So let me see how I can fix that real quick. Very large. We're gonna fix that. Give me 1 second. Okay, there. And there you go. You see, I can exit. Meaning that we got it. But this is not loading. Doo-dee-doom. Doo-dee-doom. Is it cutting anything? No, it's not. Okay, beautiful. There you go. Something like that, I guess. And I can do it online, obviously. And there. You will immediately see stuff that I do. There. It's reacting live, so it's good. Okay, cool. So we're done with that. Okay, for now I'm gonna hide it. The hand on the fog tile was your mouse. When is 0.4 releasing? Next Friday, 12th of December is when it's releasing. All right, what else do I have here? Dum dum dum. Oh yeah, check the link. Okay. Wait, what link? What link? The one that you sent me, the Mobalytics one? Is this link the one you're talking about? Yeah, coming out on the 11th. What bad timing by Blizzard. Yeah, true. Same day as Blizzard release? No, Blizzard release D4 season is going to be 11th. We're 12th. Found it yesterday. Yeah, this is pretty good. Confidence very high. How accurate is this? How accurate is this? Can we try? Yes, please. Yeah, we can try it. Just shows how desperate D4 is getting. The good thing is that you can beat D4 in one day, so you can play it at launch and not miss anything in PoE 2, yeah. I saw D4 now be released like 12 hours before PoE 2 next week. Dumb. Well, yeah. So what we're going to try is we're going to go to the standard league, not an SSF, and try this, which guides you apparently on what to do. Which is pretty good for new players. I want to see how accurate this is, actually. The whole league for Huntress and the new one is called something something of the Druid. So no more classes added. Yeah. It's called the Last of the Druids. So this is Clearfell. They don't have one for the Riverbank. Why do they not have one for the Riverbank? It works 100%. How can it work 100% if the layouts are changing? It's a little bit weird, but we're gonna try. We'll see once we get to Clearfell. It's one of my inspirations for my project, by the way. Yeah, I could tell the second I saw it that I think you mentioned that it already exists, and this is the one you were referring to. I want to see how accurate it is. I don't know if you tried it. Bro, I don't know why they would go 1 day or 12 hours before the league. I don't understand why. I don't know what the strategy is there. Tablet rework. We'll see you in 2 hours. Go, Rahul. Alright, let's see if this works. If they somehow release Shadow class, it is blowing anything D4 do out of the water. I think even not releasing Shadow is going to blow everything they do. Additional info. Very... Okay, let's read what they recommend you do here. So, Mysterious Campsite, they're saying it's on the left side, diagonally on the left side, just before the boss. The Mud Burrow is on the right side. Boss Beira is the 10% cold. Additional info, very set layout. Points of interest will always match this pattern. Mud Burrow and Mysterious Campsite might be mirrored. And there you go. It does tell you that it's guaranteed. Okay. The skill gem or whatever. So it could be mirrored. So you're getting 2 layouts only, huh? So left side for the campaign. Nope. It's a Mud Burrow. So we did get the mirror. So if I skip that, and I know from this guide that I have to skip that, and I do the same thing on the other side, we are going to go to the camp. Yep, okay. So with this logic then, if I go straight ahead over here and hit the wall, it should be Grailwood. Just keep going straight. Yep, there's Grailwood. And then if I go a little bit further down, is the boss. Okay, this is perfectly accurate. We did get the mirror, unfortunately, but it is perfectly accurate so far. Share the link to the guide? Sure. Here. It's a business move. It forces Gigi to have meetings before today's stream and have conversations about releasing things that are on the chop line. Oh, that's what you mean. Huh. Yeah, but isn't that too much of a risk, man? Too much of a risk sharing the same date of the launch, knowing the PoE2 is performing so much better than you? Isn't that a risk? Business perspective talking about as well. What? I want to see the next zone. WoW is taking hits as well. They need something. Yeah, pretty low if you ask me, but sure. Sizu with a follow, welcome in. Alright, so far, this is working perfectly fine. Let's go to Grailwood. All right, we entered. Let me see. Clear fell. Oh, it's also showing you the mirror. Okay. Grillwood. Points of interest. There's 4 of them, apparently, according to this. Baggy with a follow as well. Welcome in. Look at that. Grillwood. Apparently there's one layout. Okay, let's try it. So if it's a diamond shape, we need to go to the middle. Here, found the first one. So this is the hut, which means that exactly opposite her on the other side is going to be something else. Yep, Grim Tangle. So if this is here, that means that I need to drop a little bit down. Is this right? Yeah, it is here. Okay. But I went too far. So that means that the opposite from here is gonna be Red Veil. If this shit works. Not this side. Wait, but it can be. It's 1, 2, 3. This is like a triangle now. Yep, it can be here. So it has to be over this side then. What's the 4th point? Oh, this is the 4th point. Tree of Souls. Is that? Then the moving bramble. Yeah, bramble gas is here. So we found the 4 points. Yeah, this is accurate, bro. This is accurate. And here it's going to be Red Veil. Right? So it's saying it's either going to be on this side or the other side. Yep, there it is. It's working all right. And it's a free weekend. PoE2 will be on top. Oh, 100%. It's what Sinister said, that if PoE2 decides to go with half of the things that they usually do, and Diablo goes for double the things that they do, PoE2 is going to be on top as it stands. Yeah, it works. I'll use it in the next league. It does work, man. Yeah. So far, 2 maps. Right, but both of them, by the way... No waste time? Yeah, but both of them, listen to this. Both of these that we just did, the first one was very high. This one is high. The Red Veil is confidence is low. The Red Veil is on a very shallow level, a circle or pattern. In this area, you will need to find the 3 rust altars to complete the quest. It seems like there are a few set layouts or environmental clues, but we need a larger sample size to establish a pattern. This might be equivalent to the Mud Flats quest in PoE1, where something might connect each of the rust altars, but we aren't certain yet. Number of map variation, yeah, the different layouts. Hope all has been well. Hey, Vind, welcome in. Yeah, we're doing amazing, man. We cannot wait. 2 hours. 2 hours to go. Let me just bring this over here. So far, it has been pretty decent. I could use, now I'm excited for it. Nice, I'm excited for it. I could use a break from Arc Raiders. You're enjoying that, huh? Server issues incoming. Yeah, we've got 2 more hours to kill, and we get it. So let me just quickly go to the restroom. I'm going to be right back, yeah? Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely, Sinister. Yeah, be right back, guys. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I had to get some water as well. Less than 2 hours, by the way. Less than 2 hours. Less than 2 hours. Damn. Waiting is eating my soul. Alright. Let me see what we could do here. Have some fun. Let's keep progressing on this guy. I'll get some wood for fireplace. Go, go, go. Get your axe out. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna have a winter. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have a winter either, to the point where I need fire, bro. Wood for my fireplace. I'm gonna have AC on. Alright, I want to do the same thing here with the monk that we did. And see how that's gonna go on the normal server instead. That's a cool idea, Ganesh. Cool idea. Here it's like 16 degrees Celsius. Let me see here. Yeah, it's 16 here as well. -1 the past week. Damn. That's cold. Let's wait for Icy to come back to see what he's gonna say. Supposed to get snow up an inch? Holy shit. Yo, Kainza. Welcome in, dude. We have less than 2 hours to go. Icy lives in the North Pole. Yeah. Czech Republic, bro. I know that it's cold, but I want to see how cold it is to need wood for your fireplace. Come on, game. What are you doing? What is happening? Why are we spinning? 95 to 99 is real? It is, yeah. I think I became super good at killing the miller. Watch me die. But no, I think I'm really good with the monk, at least. Okay, bring him back a little bit, good. Oh shit, I don't have any HP pots. I shouldn't have spoken. There you go. We're good. It's minus 17 here. Bro, Icy's better be less than that. Did they nerf the first boss or we just got good? I think we got good. Holy shit. We just found a +2 to melee. Wow, as a starter. He telegraphs his moves a lot. Yeah, true. +2, yeah. It's pretty cheap as well. This could have been like a proper league. Big. Okay, so it said left side is... I need to remember. Yeah, left side, this is the mud burrow. Which means on the right side is the campaign. What? The campaign. The camp. Starter, yeah. It's crazy. Oh, it's down here. Or maybe it's not. I just saw something. Yeah, I just saw something there. Okay, okay. Good. Nah, I need this. Whatever this is. Okay. Then we have the boss somewhere around here. It doesn't rotate. I guess. Yeah, here's the boss. Okay, good. Okay, got her. And then Grellwood is going to be over here, this side. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so that's accurate. Okay, so now this was a diamond shape, apparently. So if I keep going straight over here... Oh, it did change. But still, it should be like a square kind of thing. I simply need to find the first one. Yeah, there you go. Found one. Which means opposite it or below it, it should have another one. Not this side. Let's go below. There's the other one. I mean, we don't care about this, but... That's opposite. So if I keep going on the left, I should find another one. So this side maybe. Found Grim Tangle. Okay, good. So we found all the points of interest that we care about. Apart from Red Veil. So we don't need the hut, the witch. So could it be over that side? I don't think so. We can try over here. I hope to join the guild for this patch. I hope so too, man. We're gonna wait for whenever the league comes out so we can see if people are gonna be active. Whoever's not active, we're gonna kick them. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 again. It is pretty accurate, but it's still pretty RNG where to find them. And then we're gonna see if we can purchase and get more space. But yeah, make sure that you apply. Wow, this is, bro, this for League Starter is pretty, it's pretty terrible. The damage that we're dealing with the quarterstaff. Oh my god. Yeah, we're dead. Apply for what? For the guild. Our guild is currently full, so you guys need to apply over on our Discord, and whenever we get the space, based on the queue that we currently have, you're gonna get in. Because the spaces are paid for, you know what I mean? It's a microtransaction. Who sent me the other day a build? Was it Devin? I did not sure if I... No, if you did, if it's there, then don't worry about it. You did. How much is the guild increase? I need to check. I'm not sure. What are we playing here? War banner. Oh, we're doing that. Okay. What are these? I cannot find a single build that I want to play right now. I've literally done everything that there is to it. I'm so ready for point 4, man. Holy shit. I don't even know what to do. Do we just go for endgame? It's been a while since we did some endgame. It's been like more than a month, right? With the Deadeye. I think it's the only one that we have available now. Is there something else that I can transition this shit to? Instead of just playing LA? If I go on the main that we currently have. I think all of the gear, I gave all the gear to the Deadeye. There's no dramas? Why would there be dramas? How big the wait? Oh, no. We're not going to have any dramas. Let me just double check, actually. Guild. Guild features. Member slots, it's 100 gold for 10. I'm going to wait for Icy to come in as well, so you can start inviting people. Yeah. Alright, I kind of want to do a build. Do we have any divines here? We have 350. Do I have any? I don't think I have any. I use those for the project now. So we do have a few things available. What build would you guys want to see from scratch in the end game directly? Bleed, Poison Titan. We did that. I don't think there's a lot of builds that I haven't done. Is this the ice? Is this ice chrono? Oh shit, I know what we could do. Wait. I think I know what we could do. How about... There is something that I haven't done. It's the Blood Mage, Frost Darts or whatever they're called. That build. And I already have this one with the Wrath Pith and all the good stuff. So maybe this is going to be a little bit easy to get it to work. That could be pretty cool. I've never tried that build. What the hell is it called? Something with comets. Ice Nova. Not Snap, not Frostbolt, Darts. That's the one. So nobody plays with this helmet anymore? No, loving the 80s hair metal. Yeah, the tornado, I would love to do that as well, actually. Min-max Deadeye Whirling / Twister. Do you have a build for that, Fabs? I don't know if it's gonna allow me to keep some of my gear and then work on that. He needs a mullet. I was thinking about it, actually. One of the modern ones. Go and claim the thingy. Let me see if I remember how. Let me sign in. Callers, welcome in. One hour and 36 minutes, chat. 1 hour and 36 minutes. Holy moly. All right, I'm logged in. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. My account. Forum, events, trade, shop, home, my account. Let's see. The Scorpius lair, stash history. My PoE2 guild. Okay. I see the members. We've got total of 80 people in the guild. Holy shit. Hello, Colors. How you doing? Yeah, I'm an officer. I can't. I need Icy. He went to get wood. I don't know if he went in the forest. He's fighting a bear. He's got an axe on his back. He's fighting with his bare hands because it's icy. I don't know what's happening. He went to chop wood, apparently. Oh, ping him, yeah. Alright, I'm waiting on Fabs for the build. And we might actually try that one. Can I join the guild, please? Of course you can, but it's full right now. We're gonna open spaces and go and make sure that you apply on Discord. Go on Discord and you're gonna see an application for the guild, guys. Anybody who wants to go into the guild. There is an application and yeah, we're gonna bring people based on the queue. Oh, it's going coming calamity? Oh shit. Bro, this is an insane looking build. There's like 14 different things going on. What is this? What is this, dude? It's insane. It is. Herald of Thunder, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod, Tornado Shot, Roa, whatever, Cold Shots, Freezing Salvo. This is Snoobase, I see, okay. Is there anything different? Hope you don't smoke much. Bro, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to cut as much as I can. I think I haven't played in 2 months. Hey, we're in for it today, man. 100%. I want something a little bit more chill, Fab. That's an insane build. It's gonna require like the full hour and a half for me to get it going. You know what I mean? My monk, I don't think my monk has the gear. Wait, who's the real monk? This guy? Yeah, this guy's naked. It takes a while. It does, yeah. This guy's naked, so that's a no-no. So we can try and do the frozen darts thing. How long do we have? 1 hour and a half. It's insane that if you click on the monk, it's still lightning builds. The majority. Reaper build with Blood Mage. Sure. We can see if I can find anything here. Blood Mage. Reap. How hard is this to do? With Fireball? What is this? What would I miss if I can't watch the reveal live? Nothing. Just a the Twitch drop, which is like a sprint effect. I'm waiting, Kainta. I'm waiting. You think LA Ranger is still going to be a top build? I hope for some better variety. Me too. I still think it's going to be top for sure. I don't know if it's going to be the best one, but I'm expecting hard nerfs on it. But I don't think they're going to be able to nerf everything to the point where it's going to be unplayable. Let's see. I'm not hoping for that. Oh, the realms are restarting in 30 minutes. It's going to be approximately 5 minutes. Okay, no worries. It's only during the reveal. I think they gave a time frame. Oh, it's Kaom's Heart. Okay, okay. Trample Toe. Reap. Spark. Why are we using Spark? Is Reap for clearing or for bossing? Both. So wait, why is Spark in there? Love seeing the frozen builds. Love the ice build. Yeah, I'm doing that Spark build without chest and more ES. Yeah. Leveling? Okay. So we don't actually need it then. Bro, to be completely honest, I don't think we have the time. We need to buy items, we need to get the abilities sorted. I don't think we have time. I think I'm just gonna level. I'm gonna play a little bit with a Deadeye. We've got an hour and a half to go, like less than that. So maybe this is gonna be one of the last times that we're gonna play with this. What do I need here? I have that. What do I not have? Okay. I don't remember who has these. Without fog? True. Next Friday, yeah. We can try the week that's coming, for sure. Who has that? This one? Bro, if I had the ice, I would go with the ice, but we're currently a different spec with this one. We can go back to the ice chrono, to be honest. Yeah, we can go back to the ice chrono. I have all of my gear. Yep, I have all of my gear. This is extra fire. Fire spells. Cold. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. I don't remember what we had different here. Oh, I don't remember if we needed that. Okay, I think I have my POB. Let me just double check here. I do. Phoenix Branch. That's correct. Hate Call is correct. Gale Horn. Okay. Dire Shroud. Alright, so it's different. So we had one with the spirit. Here's the one, okay. Night Scale gloves. Wait, where are my gloves? Didn't we have gloves with this one? Did I put it in the guild? Yep, here they are. Found them. Okay, and then we have Demon Slippers. Amulet is the Rune Braid with the Spirit. Snake Pit is correct. 157 rarity. Chaos damage, no. That's not it. Oh yeah, Icy's here. Kainza has... I think this is it, yep. Kainza has contributed into the guild. He claimed... Okay, good. He knows, cool. So yeah, purchase to... I don't know what he contributed. The way that he said is probably going to be 20 spaces. Oh, it's this one. Dire Shroud. Found it. You're right, Dracarys. Found it. W. Kainza, dude. Chat, W. Kainza. Kainza just donated in the guild, I think 200 coins, which means we are allowed to buy 20 extra spaces in the guild. W. Kainza, dude. Thank you for doing that. And for anybody who doesn't know, 200 coins is 20 bucks, dude. 20! Pretty expensive, dude. So thank you very much for doing that. Havoc. Behemoth. Charms. And we're good. Alright, I didn't change anything with the sockets, right? Did I? I think I did, but doesn't matter. Okay. Oh. Might not have enough for this, but we'll figure it out. I don't have a lot of time, so we're gonna try and do this quick. Alright, let me see if I can refund. All jewels needs to be removed, okay. Insufficient gold. Holy shit. Rituals. There's only 4 of these. Can I purchase more here? Gambling. Wait, why are they not selling? Oh, this is gambling. What am I doing? Nope, nope, nope. Wrong one. Wait, what's the other one called? I don't think I have the other one. Yeah, so I see whenever you claim it, can you start inviting people that are online or messaging them or whatever? I think there's a few of them in here as well, just so we can get rid of it. Is it bartering? Yeah, it is. Okay, okay. Yeah, found it. 1 for 89? Holy shit. Prices. Can get 14. Let's do 28 for 2. This we can sell it again. Sell it again. 23k versus 6. That's 14k, that's good. That's 500. 35. Give me those back. $8K is okay, whatever. We have 5 more, 10 more. Better selling uniques. Yeah, we're gonna try uniques as well. We're gonna try a few of these. 569, 12K, 133, 178, 200. Yeah, this is pretty bad. 133. There's only one for 12K. 22, 178. Okay, let's buy a few more. Holy shit, bro, what is happening? I'm okay with that. Is that still not enough? It's still not enough. Oh, man. This does not want to sell for more. Nah, I'm gonna go for maps. I think it's faster with the maps. I think it's a little bit faster with the maps. A map going for 35k is pretty insane. Almost there. I think I have 600k. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Done. Jesus. Jesus. "15 minutes. Bro, I did so many builds back to back, which is why we don't have the money for anything. Without even playing the game, you know what I mean? Just doing builds, testing them for a couple of maps, and that's it. Oh, that's wrong. Okay. Let's get these up until here. I remember we're getting patient barrier. We're getting the next ones here. No, not this. Down here. Oh, these are the ones that I need to get. Yep. Yeah, that's good. Get that. Okay, we get that. We have 29 more. So I think it's pretty important to go all the way here for the jewel. Save that. We have a few more. Let's get these two. Getting all the crit. We're gonna get the efficiency here. Don't open Reddit, more leaks. Good. Thanks for letting us know. Thank you for letting us know. Whoever wants to go and see the leaks can go. Storm charged. We got that. Okay. And there it is. That's how we were. Okay, good. Now, skills. I'm gonna need this, I think. So, let's just put these in here. We might need them again. Spell damage. Okay, what else do we need here? This, we had it. Chaos damage, no, no, no. Cast speed. And that, okay. 1, 2, 3. We're all set. Beautiful. Excellent. We take away Fireball, Ember Fusillade, Frostbomb stays, this goes, this goes, this goes. Shit, I don't have the strength. I guess that's why I needed the bartering. Okay, so what did I do here? So I did Frostbolt. Frostbolt, +1 corruption. Yeah. Snap. I don't think we had snap. Oh, I'm not even a chrono. I forgot that we're not even a chrono. Oh no. Alright, so we need rapid. Are you sure you don't want to do a new build? Maybe next week, man. Next week. We might do something. Rapid casting. Cold mastery. Seriously, it's not here? How is it not here? Efficiency. All I have open is this stream. Hey, let's go. Efficiency. There. Scion. Valenta. Whoops. Wrong one. We need some strength here. Oh shit. It's gonna cost. Get 3 more nodes for strength here, and we go for efficiency on Frostbolt. I got golden maps for you. Good, good, good. The only problem here that I am encountering is that I completely forgot that we went for Stormweaver, so I need to find a way to get back the what do you call it? The chrono. Cast on critical. Here, and then Comet. Here, Arctic Armor, Elemental Weakness, Firestorm, we don't care. Freezing Salvo, I don't think we care. Frost Wall. Server will be down for like 5 minutes now. Okay, did we have mana remnants? Mana remnants, we did. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Convalescence is good. Withering presence, we don't care. Okay, good shit. Do we have frost bomb? We did. Concentrated area. Let's start with this. Concentrated area. Elemental focus. Efficiency again. Cold mastery. We need multiple of these. Thank you, Icy. Blues, welcome in. So cold mastery needs to be in here. Cold mastery needs to be... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? In here. And then... Concentrated area, elemental focus, and then we just need efficiency. Efficiency over here as well. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. Then we go frost wall. I need fortress. Spell cascade. Rapid casting. Cooldown recovery. And we need efficiency again. Back, welcome back, Lucas. Welcome back. So efficiency is the only one here left. I think I wanna do something to prove a point. Let me see. Do I need? Yeah, I need Arctic armor as well. Cooldown recovery on Arctic armor, good. Knockback. Cold pen. Cold mastery again. Freeze. Cold mastery. 4 minutes. Can I finish the whole thing in 4 minutes? I need more dexterity. Cold pen. Freeze. If I need more dexterity, then we need to come over here and do dex and dex. That's gonna allow us to do 2 more. Then that's in. Elemental weakness. Cold mastery again. Heightened curse. Correct. Cursed grounds. Magnified. Prolonged. And we need more of these. And we need to get cold mastery again. Go here, we go here, we go here. What's up, Kata? Welcome in, welcome in. That's done. What am I missing? Spell slinger. I don't think I had anything. Did I have something? I don't think I did. I think we're good. Right. Quick. Where's the gem? Maps? Nope. Here, I don't even know if I have any good maps here. Okay, let's just get the first one that comes in. And let's just go, bro. I am the complete opposite ascendancy that I need to be. Let's just go and try this shit. Good evening, Bacon. See, Bacon. What is it? Frostball? Frostwall. Is there anything I don't have? What? Where are you going? Yes, here we go. Yes, dude. Yes. This is so satisfying. Who needs ascendancy, dude? Yeah, I love this build, bro. Such a good build. It's so good. Absolutely love it. That looks like a pretty chill build. Nice. I see what you did there. This is not even close to being optimized, and it works so well already. With just one click, by the way. I actually like this more than Spark. Me too. Actually, yeah. We have 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. 1 minute. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this, but... Oh! Lucky. We're super lucky. Oh, I don't have this. We do it like this. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Easy! Noted we finished it, but we also did the map. Let's go, dude! We got it! And this is Ice Chrono build, by the way. And we're... Stormweaver. Crazy! Let's go. We love that. Got him. Yes. Alright, we're ready for the restart. That one button build that everyone wants. Yeah, but it's, I mean, it's pretty fun, man. It's on. It is, yeah. We're restarting, and we have, how long do we have? We have less than an hour. Less than an hour, dude. Can you do this with Monk? I know that you're joking. I'm not going to do it now, but I'm pretty sure that you can, 100%. Yeah, I think 100% you could do that with a Monk. It's going to be a weird scaling going up, but Monk... Yeah, I think it's going to be possible, yeah. Down for maintenance. Let's see what the maintenance is. Did they mention anything? What are you maintaining, dudes? Is this now? Oh. There's a mention of the last of the druids. Here we go. 0.3.1e added support for the upcoming The Last of the Druids announcement and new supporter packs. Here goes our money. Here it is. Enable the Exile's Treasure Hideout decoration microtransaction to use in Path of Exile 2. I don't know what that is. That's a PoE1 thing. PoE1 vets, talk to me. What is that? Exile's Treasure Hideout decoration. Opening up the wallet, yeah. Enable the Echoes of the Maven Boots microtransactions for use in Path of Exile 2. That's not the, that's not this shit, is it? Oh, this is a story. Wait, where this? I saved it somewhere. Yeah, what is this one called? This is what you guys are getting tonight. This is what you guys are getting tonight if you're watching the stream for 45 minutes. 45 minutes, and it ends 5th of December, so tomorrow, yeah? Verdant Wilds, no, that's not it. Fix the bug where Shatter Visual Effect was not played. Yes, dude! They did it! You guys remember that we have Shatter issues? They actually fixed it. A small W before the big W's, man. Let's go, GGG. Look at you. Fix the bug where Cauldron map device microtransactions were no longer tracking its relevant statistics. Yeah, we don't have that. We don't have that. But this is a big-ass W, man. They fixed it. The drop that we got a while back. Oh, I see. Flavor of the vape. This one has grape ice, strawberry ice cream. This one has grape. This one has banana. But yeah, this is big. This is a good change, man. I'm gonna need to re whatever, right? This is a great change, man. I like that. Good. This patch may take roughly 15 minutes to become available to download on PlayStation after it has been deployed. So, this is for all the PS console users. I think PC is going to be in 3-4 minutes. But let's see. Wait, what I missed? They're just restarting, and they are adding a few things. So they're doing the last of the Druids. We know that there are support packs coming in. Exile Treasurer, Hideout, Microtransaction, Echo of the Maven Boots. They fixed the Shatter visual effect. Was not played. And they did something with the Cauldron map device, whoever has it. That's it. Alright, let me see if this shit works now. Can we see them now? I don't think so. I think they're gonna announce it. But they just confirmed that we're getting them, so I don't know what it's gonna be. Still not available. Will be Druid-like? Let's see. I don't know what they're gonna come up with. Or, actually, no, it's gonna be Val-like. It's gonna be corrupted yellow, like, red shit, like this color. But I think we have a lot of those, but we'll see. Novan Drum with a follow, welcome in. Rahul, welcome back. Welcome back. They're just dropping a small patch right now, 0.3.1e. Talking about these points here. Nothing crazy. This is a decent change right here for the actual game. But other than that, it's all MTXs. So I can sit back and eat while watching all the stuff. Let's go. When does the migration to standard happen? 8th of December, if I'm not mistaken. I think 8th of December. Let me see if I can find it. Announcements. Bad gateway. Okay. Oh, it's down. All on Friday? No. The league is gonna finish a few days before. Is third edict standard then? Not yet. Not yet. Next week. But yeah, these are the drops, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know what you're getting. This is what you're getting. This is it. This is a Twitch drop that we're getting tonight. This green gooey thingy that you see here. Yeah, that's what we're getting. About 2 GB download. What's that? That's a sprint effect that you're gonna get tonight from the Twitch drops. All right, let me see. Can I download? I don't see the download. That would look so cool with the fog. Nope. Can't imagine being the engineer at GG deploying the patch only an hour to test before such a big event. True. Yeah, I don't see it. Celestina, is it downloading for you? Maybe it's earlier for PS? As a streamer, do you automatically get the drop? No, I need to watch somebody or have somebody play in the background. I think it starts now, like in an hour. The Twitch drops and it ends the same hour tomorrow. So I have some time to watch somebody. I'm on PC and yes, I finished downloading. I cannot log in though. Oh. All right, let me restart my Steam then. Doom. Oh, it's a PoE client. Oh, I see. How much is it gonna cost, you think? What? Cost what? The supporter pack? I think it's gonna be the same tiers that they currently have now. $30, $60, $90. The 3 different tiers. But the Twitch drop is free. You just need to watch Twitch. So anybody who cares about this Twitch drop right here, by the way, this, if you want to get that effect, then you need to hop over on our stream over on Twitch so you can be able to get it. And it's going to start in 50 minutes. I'm in now? Yeah, that's weird. I don't have anything. There's nothing. If I click play, just gonna get me there. Let's see. Trying to stay awake. Oh, Rayan. You should go to bed, man. You should go to bed. Tomorrow I'm gonna release a video with a TLDR of what's coming, what the patch notes are, and all that stuff, so you can watch them tomorrow. You can just leave it on so you can get the Twitch drops. They need to update too. Please restart. Okay. The reason why I'm telling you is because it's not going to be as quick as you might think. Especially if you want to watch the interview and all that. Alright, it tells me to upgrade, but I don't have a button to upgrade. Coffee, hashtag coffee, yeah. The running effect, it's free, man. It's free. You just need to hop on over on Twitch and just watch the stream for 45 minutes after they have enabled it, and you're going to get it for free. Reopen stream, I did that twice. I restarted Steam twice, and it's still here. I don't have anything. Server is down at the moment, but apparently Celestina is in. I just saw this comment for the new Twitch drop for the animation of sprinting. Somebody commented on Steam, how much performance cost for that? Oh, man. What am I seeing here? Yeah, I cannot preview that Discord stuff. Yeah, it says here the servers are still down. Oh, it says that they're not down. Yeah, we should be able to go in. You see? They don't have the red stuff anymore. Alright, I clicked again. Let's see. Oh, it's downloading. Okay, good. I'm downloading. It's available for download. Yeah. Steam is up if you guys want to go and download that. Did we get everybody in the guild or everybody invited? Icy? All those who wrote me or got ticket. Okay, good, good, good. Aztec Rabbit with a follow. Welcome in, bud. We are downloading the new patch. I've got 18%. 2 gigabytes, man. Damn. Damn. I got the update. Okay, good. Good. Actually, I'm going to go and prep their stream as well so we can have it. Where's the stream? Wait, are they live now? Streamception, yeah. They are live now. Okay, good. Hey, yo, you said that my clock is slower. GGG's clock is slower than mine. Like, actually. What is this? A minute difference. Why? There's no delays. Yeah, it's a minute different. Okay. Are we done with this? Not yet. I want to play my Ice Chrono, man. Come on. Servers are up. Yep. I'm demoted? What do you mean you're demoted? All right, I'm going to keep being here just to see later on whenever they put the patch notes. $43.25. So their website is exactly on point with mine, but their stream isn't. Maybe there's a slight delay, I guess. Interesting. Patch notes. All right, right here. Right here. We're going to be refreshing this later on after the reveal while they're doing the interview. They might actually drop things. Scorp, you need to make that clock move faster, bro. Bro, I'm trying. I want to get in the game so we can make the clock go faster by just playing the game. You know what I mean? It usually does the trick. It moves a little bit quicker. Instead of just laying around doing nothing. And I've got this ready, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw it, but we've got our bingo book ready right here. So yeah. Doom, doo, doo, bat, doom. All right, let me just put this in there and their stream in there. What's wrong with just laying around doing nothing? It's the worst thing to do when it comes down to getting the clock to go faster, bro. It's the opposite. The clock slows down when you're not doing anything. That's why I want to get in the game. I'm like 82%. 82%. It's a little bit slow from my side. I don't know why. And it's gonna be, bro, if they do it the way that they did so far, which they probably will, it's gonna be a back-to-back-to-back thing, right? So they're gonna do the trailer. Immediately after the trailer, we're gonna hear, "Hello, my name is Jonathan, and I'm the," right? And they're gonna start talking, revealing everything. We're gonna start banging everything, whatever. We're gonna be excited. We're gonna be sad. We're gonna be excited again. It's a whole roller coaster of emotions. And then the second that ends, we're going to be transferred to the interview with Ziggy D. So it's going to be a back-to-back thing. Yes, the tradition. Yeah. With their, yeah. Guess a number between 1 to 100, chat. If you guess it right, you get 100 divines from Scorp. All right, let me think of a number. Wait. Okay, I thought of a number. Let's go. Call out a number from 1 to 100. I'm going to write down the number so you don't think that I'm cheating, but I'm not cheating. I wrote the number. 17, 69, 7. So far, you're wrong. 44, you're wrong. 47, 68, 30. There's been a patch updated to? What do you mean? What do you want from me? I just did that. 67, no. 1, 72, 12, 2, 30, 68, 47, 69. Nope. YouTube says 34, 9, 58, 47, 3, 99. Nope. None of them. I'm going to help you a little bit. It actually, it's not helping you that much, but I'm going to eliminate 9 numbers for you. It's not a single digit number, and it's not a 3-digit number. So it's not 100, it's not 1 to 9. It's a 2-digit number. It's not 69. Everybody's saying 69. It's not. Oh, I need to update now. So I was downloading. Holy shit. 52, 32, 84. Nope. 11, 25, 1. Nope. Nope. Nobody got it so far. I think a few of you were pretty close, but I'm not going to say who because that's helping. 11 to 99. 10 to 99, basically. But it's not 10 and it's not 99. Okay. Let me give you another hint. It's above 20 and it's below 80. Bro, it's not updating. What is going on? No, 2356. This is entertaining. Why is this entertaining? I forgot to do the Steam stuff to get in the game. Why is this entertaining all of a sudden? 50, bro, it's insane. Nobody, bro, there's one of you, I'm not going to say who. There's one of you that was off by 1. And there's another one that was off by 2. Insane. All right, another hint. It's above 40. And it's below 70. Oh, yeah, I need to do Steam. Yeah, no. Let me just double check in case I missed it. No. Twitch is getting close. Twitch is getting very close. YouTube, you're pretty far off. You're getting closer. Yep, somebody got it. Okay, stop. Tricker is the first one that said it, I think, and then Lucas repeated it afterwards. 66 was my number, and I have it here written down. There you go. 66. This was so entertaining. What? I said 66 earlier? Where? When? Wait, I just saw you now saying 66 after Lucas. When did you say that? I see you said... Wait, I'm going to pull up your chat. You said 86, 44, 34, 25, 65. Oh, shit, you did. Yeah, it's hard, bro. It's hard for me to see with all of that. Yeah, Vind is right. He did say 66 a minute ago. Yeah. It's the first one that I saw. Anyway. You cheated. You should have chosen 69. You're cheating. I guess so. 37. Hey, we killed some time. This is fun. Yeah. I was one off. You were. I told you. Yeah. This was fun. Jag. Bro, what? Why am I downloading again? Wait, what is this? What did I do before? Bro, what happened before? Eh? It's not even doing anything. There is an update. Yeah, do it again. That's PoE1. No, this. I'm talking about this. This is PoE1. This is not. I pressed it. Nothing's happening. Wait, but I just downloaded 2 GB of an update. Is this a new league? No. 1 GB new league? I don't think so, dude. Restart Steam? Bro, I've done it so many times, dude. This is probably the 5th or the 6th time that I'm doing a restart of Steam. I saw that Scorp Elden Ring. Yeah. That's weird. Okay, there you go. Restarted. What is it doing? So who won to give 100 divines? Vind. Vind won. The number was 66. That was pretty fun, man. It's not downloading for me. I just downloaded at 1.3. Bro, we finished downloading a 2 GB update and nothing's happening. I'm at 2 megabytes per second. You want 100 divines? Yeah. I think that's what Jack said. Is that what Jack said in the beginning? Or if anyone guesses right, next 30 seconds. I don't know if that was 30 seconds, but we'll give it. And I gave 3 hints. So maybe we reduce the 100 divines to 50 because I gave 3 hints. Yeah? All right, Vind, I cannot give you the 50 divines because the game is not allowing me to game. One last thing, Scorp, write down a place and an animal, and anyone who guesses it wins a mirror. Oh, man. Go to download page. Yeah, it's not moving. Bro, wait, let me write it. You are definitely not going to guess anything. I'm just saying it from now. It's going to be harder for you to get the mirror with guessing my animal and my location than actually getting it in the game. All right? I wrote... Wait. I wrote the animal. And you said a location. What does that mean? Write a place down. A place, country, a city, the what? Country? Okay, country. Okay. Country is going to be pretty easy. I don't think you guys are going to get the animal. Country. Country is going to be very easy, man. Let me think. Okay, done. Next 2 minutes, here we go. Okay. I added a country and an animal. Go. 2 minutes. Somebody get the timer. I guess a country where you can see. No. It's not gonna be that. I don't know if I don't think you can see that animal there. Australia, koala. Nope. Japan, bearded dragon. Nope. Kiwi, Senegal. Nope. Greece, bat. No. China, panda. Nope. Spain, hippo. Unicorn in Istanbul. Not Constantinople. No. What happened? Botswana, lizard. No. What happens if somebody guesses the animal or somebody else guesses the country? U.S., rabbit, elephant, Japan, Bulgaria, jackal. Is a scorpion considered an animal? Yeah. Think so, yeah. Cat, wolf, nope. Camel in Brazil, nope. Hungary, eagle. Belgium and bear, nope. Hello, true prodigy. For anybody who's just tuning in, don't mind the chat listing animals and countries. We're playing a small game because we're waiting. How long do we have? And we're listening to sad Nickelback music. I don't know why. Go 30 minutes. Italy, dragon. Camel, GCC country. Budapest, scorpion. Egypt, scorpion. Nope. Break the mirror in half. Yeah, 69 again. French, platypus. Nope. Okay, I'm going to start helping you. Are the 2 minutes... Is it 2 minutes? What the hell is going on, he says. People are trying to guess an animal and a country that I written down for a mirror. Bengal tiger. Oh, Bengali tiger. Is this for a mirror? Yeah. Denmark snake. India hippo. One help. We're down to 600 divine. So I need to help them for both animal and country. Okay. So here's my help. For the animal, your hint is it's a furry. Okay? For the country, your hint is the country is in the Caribbean. In the Caribbean coast. That's the help that you're getting. That's the hint for both. Haiti polar bear, no. Jamaican mongoose, no. Pony. By the way, the animal is not related to the country, just two random shit. Ethiopian stick insect scorpion, no. Yep. Celestina got the country. The country is right. Cuba is the country. Now you have the animal. Fox, no. Lion, no. Panther, no. Ant, no. I said it's a furry. Cuba and Celestina, she's a furry. Rat, wolf, kiwi wolf, dog, panda. No, not a cow. It's a furry. It's furry. You guys, some of you came close even earlier. Some of you came close to it, but I cannot give you the win because it's two different animals. I can't give you the win. No matter what happens, I cannot agree to give you the win because you said that. But I'm not going to say what, obviously. Black Panther. No, that was. I don't want to mislead you. Somebody said Panther and I said what I said, so Kata said Black Panther. It's a good thought, but no. No. I would have given it. Yes, Icy got it. Let's go. A red panda. Nicely done, Icy. Here it is. Here's the proof. This is what I wrote. Red panda in Cuba. So specific? Yeah, bro, I'm an animal guy, okay? Pandas and red pandas are two very different animals. Very different. Insanely different. It's not like it's a panda, but it's like smaller. It's completely different. $300 to Icy and $300 to Celestina, yeah. They're about 3 tons different, yeah. True. Yeah. Red pandas are cute, yeah. You know why? Because we went to the zoo in Budapest and we actually saw a red panda right in front of us. And that's why I added it in. But yeah, somebody said panda very early on and I was like, nah, I cannot give that. It's a completely different animal. It's as if somebody says panther and the other one says a tiger and you give the point because they're cats. It doesn't know. Wouldn't be fair. I wouldn't accept it. I'm a man of fair play. Yeah, I think, yeah, you were the one. I was like, holy shit, Vind is so close to get it again. Red, never heard. Yeah. Red pandas are very cute, man. Pretty smart animals as well. The game does not want me to game. It's still downloading. Updating files, 94%. Downloading data, 1.7 gigabyte. I don't know if there were like 2 of them. No, it's downloading. It's downloading. All right, you know what we could do now? What we could do is you can guess the spell, the PoE2 ability. Can we do that? Or somebody said guess the unique. Oh. One more game. The favorite boss of the PoE2 of Scorp for 600 divines. Oh, I think favorite boss is going to be pretty easy for people. And there's not a lot of them. That might be Zesht. I think Zesh is my most killed. I think Count Geonor is my favorite. Yeah, you see, it was easy. Wait, yeah, I think Count Geonor is my favorite when it comes down to mechanics and soundtracks and all that stuff. I think we all know my most hated boss. Queen, yeah, exactly. Throws rocks at your face in Act 4. Yeah, that guy's pretty cool. You guys know the boss. Here it is. Just general facts of my gameplay so far since point 1. The boss that I hate is the Queen of the Filth. The boss that has killed me the most times out of everybody else is the Prince of the Asmati. The boss that I absolutely love, I think he's a legend, is Count Geonor. Music, the mechanics, everything, the vibes of that guy. And the boss that I've probably killed the most out of everyone is Zesht. These are the 4 facts. Capybara Egypt. No, we're done with that game. Somebody guessed it right. Scorp's favorite dish. Okay. Wrote it. Done. Scorp's favorite dish. Go. For how much? 600 divines or what? 300 divines. Here we go. Okay, 300 divines. What? My favorite dish. The Eternal Couple? Yeah. Ramen? No. Chicken and rice? No. Sausage? No. Ramen again? No. Noix Canny, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in. This is definitely 69. No. Ramen? No. Shepherd's pie? No. Favorite dish or plate? Goulash. No, it was tasty though. We tried it for the first time. It was tasty, but we do have something similar in here. Protein and carbs, I cannot say because I know we spoke of it before, would be cheating. Sure, but I don't know if I actually mentioned it. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner. I'm going to give you some more time and then I'm going to give you the hint. Souvlaki, no. Boiled water. Yeah. Rolls, no. Specific? It is quite specific. Yeah, it's not going to be chicken and rice. Red Panda. Sarmali? No. No. You said before the ramen is your favorite? Nope. It's Mrs. Scorp's favorite. Moussaka? No. Tripe? Nope. Wraps? No. Couscous? No. Sushi? Shawarma? Hot Pockets? Gyro? No. Tikka masala? No. What's the bet now? My favorite dish, man. My favorite food. Okay, here's a hint. Oh my god, you got it! What the fuck? What? Holy shit, you got it! Kata just hit it right on the bullseye, bro. I was about to give you the hint that it's a homemade food most of the times. Kata got it. It's filled bell peppers, man. Stuffed peppers. There it is. Stuffed peppers with yogurt. I didn't want to go for yogurt. But stuffed peppers is my all-time favorite food because my grandmother, it was my favorite grandma dish. He said that before the birthday stream. True. Yogurt, so specific? Yeah. You Greek, brother? I am Cypriot. Yeah, half Cypriot, half Bulgarian. But Bulgaria and Cyprus share very, very similar things. So there are a few things from here and there that mesh together in different ways, you know what I mean? Stuffed with what? Minced meat, there's like onions in there. There's other shit I haven't done in a while. I don't remember exactly now, but 20 minutes, yeah. That is also something that we cook here a lot. Yeah, and yes, you did say that in a stream. Did I? Oh, yeah. How long do these streams usually run for? The one that we're just going to watch now, Lord? It's probably going to be 2 hours, I would say. Minced beef, yeah. The time is running, do more. Yeah, rice and ground beef, stuffed peppers, yeah. It's one of the dishes what you love to eat by grandmas. So my grandma make yummy one. Yeah, exactly. My favorite is ranch burgers, which is ground beef mixed with whatever you want to wrap into a dough, then cooked into an oven, kind of like a panzerotti, but it's not. Okay, I see. So good. Yeah, grandmas, bro. Grandmas are the best. You didn't say is your favorite, but you mentioned it. Yeah, it is. It is. Killer quinoa stuffed peppers. Oh, that's going to be tasty as well and healthy. Lord says, like, how long do these streams, the reveal streams, go for? And we answer 2 hours maybe. And he's like, 2 hours? I could be farming 3 chaos orbs in that time. So true, dude. So true. All right, I'm still downloading. I don't know what's happening with the game. Germany 2. It's called Gefüllte Paprikaschkoten. That's so bad. I'm sorry for butchering that, dude. Send them to me. Here we go again for a mirror, Jack says. Okay. What's the next one? I may have missed your bingo card, but do you have... Hi, I'm Jonathan from GGG. Now it's... Hi, I'm Jonathan, the game director of GGG. Yeah. We have it. And we also have the cross leg. Hello, Queen. Queen's here. I didn't even see you. Hello, 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 hello. It's yeah. Yeah, true, Sano. Hi guys, it's Fubgun, and I want to showcase my new build for point 4. Deadeye Lightning Arrow. That's Fubgun, right? Yeah. Guess Scorpy's dead a month. It could be his favorite or memorable.
Well, hello there, you sexy beast.
Oh, that's gonna be very, very tough, man. I see no Queen. She must be hiding on Twitch. She is. Yeah. Dor Andre. Thank you very much for the sub, man. Tier 1. Heck yeah, thank you. My one meeting time is at 11. Hope they don't ask me something since it will be on mute. Oh, let's go, fish. I think that's gonna be hard, man. My favorite date. Any tips for first-time League player? First-time League player. Yeah. Have fun. Take it slow. If you die, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Watch guides. If you watch build guides, make sure you understand what you're doing. Don't just copy-paste stuff. And, yeah, that's about it, man. Just enjoy yourself. And just know that the game is complicated and it's intentional. It's not you. It's going to get gradually better. Yeah? Good day, Scorp. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for the reveal? Bro, 11. I'm not even kidding. There are going to be Twitch drops for anything? Yep. We're going to have a sprinting animation. So wait. Let's do one more. Let's do my favorite date. Is that my favorite date for a reason? Or is it my favorite time of the year, Jag? Or what is it? Did you change your thoughts on close? I did. Yep. Let me just show you my bingo card. Here's my bingo card. Here it is. $15.5 excitement. Yeah. So that's my bingo card. Look at it and let me know what you think. Let me just double check something. 1 second. Bum. Do. What do you think this is going to be for? Also, what is controller PC hybrid? So it's a thing that we're talking about, and I would really love to see it, is when you plug your controller to play the game and also have keyboard and mouse. So you're sitting here playing, and then you can just drop the controller, grab your keyboard and mouse, and just keep on playing without changing settings. It's pretty cool. Only 5 chances. Careful, guys. Okay, so I have my date. I know my date. You guys can try. 420 is not it. No. 20th of April is not it. So mostly I have it like a full date, a year, a month, and the day of the month. But if you get the day of the month and the actual month, I'm gonna give it to you. Is there a new supporter pack out? Not yet, but they did update the game with a new one, but we don't know what it is until the reveal. Uh, 420 is my birthday. Hey, let's go. You're getting close. You're getting close, but you don't know when it is. 24th of December? Nope. #21st of May? No, no, no. 1st of April? No. Good one, Nadine. I want to farm Sakema some more next season. The best class and build for that trial and the new trial to come. You definitely need to go with something quick if you're going to farm only that. So anything with blink or super movement speed is going to be great with massive AoE. So this league, Spark, Lightning Arrow, things like that were pretty great for it. December 12th, no. 29th of Feb. All right, can I help? I can give a pretty decent hint. It's still going to be super hard. No? Okay. Well, we're going to sit here forever. Free Forky. Thank you very much for the follow. Close, Corey. Close. I was thinking I'm going to put that one in, but it's close. Corey just said it's whatever the day that he put, that he had his first date with Queen. He didn't say a date. He just said that sentence. So I said it's close to my way of thinking. To kill time, wait till last 5 minutes, okay. I'm 100% you go and drew it after you see the trailer, not just you, 90% of the chat. Oh shit. Getting hyped. Yeah. Guys, we're doing the thing to kill time. You need to guess right out of 5 guesses the date that I added to my list here, okay? And if you guess it right, you get a mirror. That's what we're doing. Running out of currency. 0609 is wrong. 6th of December is wrong. 15th of August is wrong. All right, whenever we hit the 5-minute mark, I'm going to give you a hint. Corey, you got that right, but you don't know the date. Corey got the story behind the date, but he doesn't know the date. Do you want me to tell you what Corey said over on YouTube? Am I allowed to do that? I mean, it should be his shared chat, right? I'm allowed to say what he said. Good evening, Abra. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. Corey guessed the story behind the date, but he doesn't know the date. He said it's the day that you proposed. That's correct. It's the day that I proposed, but you guys don't know when it is. December 12th, no. Feb 14th, no. November 25th, no. May 18th, July 27th, nope. I haven't seen. Okay, I'm not going to read all of them. I'm just going to say, call it out whenever you get it right. Couldn't agree more, DH. I would love to see a stash tab for tablets. Hey, Queen, random question. When did you get engaged? Queen, if you're here, that's the game. Don't answer. Okay, she's here. She's following. Okay, good. Imagine if she just said, oh, this date. was bad yesterday. The S11, yeah, Diablo 4 Season 11. Yeah, they're releasing apparently one day before us, which is nuts to me. I had to try. Good try, man. Where's Queen for me to question? She is in Twitch chat and people tried questioning her, but they're not getting it right. This is for one mirror, guys. You get it right, you get a mirror. True. May the 4th, no. Nope. There is no one got it so far. Do I get 365 guesses? No, 5 each. In a minute and a half, I'm gonna give you your first hint. Good time to be back. Welcome back, LinkedIn. I want to say but can't. I know you told me the day after. Yeah, don't. I know that you know. I know that you know. Should Queen be the one to say the answer for the reveal? Yeah. Sure. So, all right, I'm going to give you the hint now, okay? And it's a pretty decent hint. You're going to get very close to that. Okay? So here's your hint. It's within the first quarter of the year. That's your hint. I think it eliminates a lot of months, man. First quarter of the year. Yep, somebody got it. Dildo T. Baggins got it, actually. And then Axie called it out as well. Can you guess the year as well? We've got a couple of more minutes to spare. But 1st of January is correct. Insane, huh? 1st of January on my birthday, yeah. What's the year? 2015? How old do you think I am? What? Wait, did somebody get it right? No. 1982. Please ask him to ping me. Okay, so Axie got it second. Dildo T. Baggins, please speak with Jag because you got yourself however many divines he's going to give you. Because you got it after the hint, right? So yeah, ping, it's Jaguar, please, Dildo, so you can get yourself the 600 divines or whatever it is. I enjoy this, yeah. So did anybody get it right? 15, 21, no. How are you people skipping that? Oh, somebody got it right. Sorry, somebody got it right on YouTube. My bad. I just turned now and saw it. Ling Tian got it on YouTube the year. Yeah, Dracaris. Yep. A little bit too late, but yeah. Nobody said 2024. Ling Tian was the first one over on YouTube. So yeah, this is the date that I wrote down. Here we go. 1st of January, 2024. Yeah, that's the date right here. Yeah, so it was New Year's Eve. We were everybody over at their place, the entire family, everything, my mom included and whatever. And And yeah, I just waited for the fireworks and the timer to hit midnight, and yeah, I dropped on one knee. There you go. That's the date that I chose. And somebody just got themselves a mirror or 600 divines or whatever it is that they got for guessing right. And we killed some time. Jag, thank you for being an awesome host, man. Hell yeah, let's go. I was accidentally filming the whole thing. Yeah, true. So every year we go over their place, my in-laws, right? And we gather, like there's like 12 or 14 people, whatever. We eat, whatever. And then whenever it's time, we go outside at the terrace, and we always take pictures and videos of the fireworks and countdowns and stuff. So she was the one who was taking the video this time, and she was showing the fireworks, and then she just turns and I'm not there. And she looks down and I'm down, you know? So yeah, it was pretty fun. Pretty fun. It was so stressful for me, man, but it was so cool. Easy to remember engagement anniversary, smart Scorp. Hey, let's go, closure. Getting rid of all time zones and daylight saving. Everyone everywhere uses, 100%. Count me in, take my wallet, whatever you want, make it happen. Such a nice story, short but nice. Yeah, I didn't want to yap too much. We've got 1 minute, man. All right. James, thank you very much for the company of blessing our ears with your music. But now it's time to close the bingo, close the timer, pop this open, and get ready. Guys, go to your toilet breaks, get your water now. Let's go. Go. 50 seconds. I need to get myself a notebook. Give me 1 second. Yeah, we're going to do it the good old way. We're going to write shit down, the most important things that I want to discuss. Here we go.
Well,
GG for
there,
you
sexy beast.
with a Prime. Thank you so much for using your Prime. Guys over in YouTube, whoever wants... Why are my alerts scuffed? I just saw them now. Whoever wants to get the Twitch drops, get over here.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2.
Let's go.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream.
Yep.
So you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2,
Yes,
The
sir.
Last of the Druids.
Give me it. Let me know the volume, guys. Let me know the volume.
Well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind. find you, Eve.
Holy
Now, as you can see, the druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class.
Okay.
That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Kaun. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bearpocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on 2 legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all 4s, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the Bear's Raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket Mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon thrashing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it. Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast, but you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the druid's animal form Warcries, or on the warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes.
Yes.
The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman.
Ooh.
The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of Foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the unseen path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or corruption endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now of course the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release we create a new league, with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
Oh.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal, a gateway through time. Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You'll be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
Mark.
In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast.
I'll show you.
They
chat,
seem
don't
to
worry.
attract
Let's
nearby
listen.
creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Laraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Edzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Edzeri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed. Edzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Oh, 50 is a big number. Oh.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight. But if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalizi's thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualottl's thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Val unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Val crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Val Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Val are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace.
Oh shit.
Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Val Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socket balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Val works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match.
Okay.
Getting some rooms to level 3 even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Val, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power.
Nice.
One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Val herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Exere's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the fate of the Val League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game.
Yes, sir.
Along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame.
Got him.
If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree.
I'm 3 for 3 with the
You
Abyssals.
can gain your first points by completing an Abyss.
Yep.
But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses.
Yep.
But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well.
Yes, dude!
This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content. But it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each.
Okay.
Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
Oh.
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling.
True.
So we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Val does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses.
What is this build?
We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance.
Here we go.
And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized.
Okay.
And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months.
Yes, dude. Good job.
Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes.
Yep.
Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers.
Hit us.
As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others,
Okay.
with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava.
Okay.
Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
Oh my god.
These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content.
Where are the other ascendancies?
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalgurin pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurins had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're
This is
proud
actually
of.
pretty cool.
Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalgurin fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalgurin seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a Kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant Kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Val secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
No Act 5, no interludes, no ascendancies, no changes in the endgame, nothing touched with the rarity, nor the towers, nor the Atlas tree. I was thinking at some point that they're building up.
Welcome back, Exiles, to
they're
the
not.
Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Val League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll dive
Act
into
5 is the least of
endgame,
my concern,
balance,
man.
and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though. Is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
I think
you know the
I think I can mute this for just a second.
The wolf weak or whatever.
I understand that we're a little bit underwhelmed, guys, but don't forget that the Druid is a massive work, massive addition. There's 100 and something passive tree nodes. There's a lot of things. I am a little bit disappointed because it always feels that they come and give us this grand thing that adds like half of the game on top of it. It's a little bit short now, but I think playing it safe and getting some time to develop new ideas is okay. I'm not trying to be coping or whatever, but yeah, I think it's... Anyway, let's go and see what they're going to say about it.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, let's say we went on the little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand it. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to. Normally, we can look at something and be like, "Oh, that's just a demonstration." We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands-on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape-shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible. But then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where, obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. Then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD, and that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the Wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The Wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like Wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
we were like trying to this is not working.
Just talking to a developer of Druid. Bro, I think the reason why the reception is going to be bad from the majority of people is because of the hype that they created and how little they brought. They said the 0.4 is going to fix endgame. And all they did was just bring a mechanic. They added a new tablet. There's no tablet. Stash tabs mentioned. They didn't explain what's going to happen with the Abyssal fully. What's going to happen with the currency. Are we going to be able to desecrate them? They said that the well souls is not going to be there. There's a lot of unanswered questions that I'm hoping they're going to answer here. But it's a little bit underwhelming. It's still exciting, but it's underwhelming. I was expecting definitely ascendancies, man. But
after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the Wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
But it was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has
don't forget that they're also doing changes mid-league, right? So they can do some stuff after December.
We really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources the wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's
I think a 5 out of 10, 5.5 out of 10, I would say, is my rating for this review.
How do we make like a
I don't want to be too harsh. It's still exciting getting the new class and all that stuff, but I'm going to give it a 5.5. The reason why I'm going to go 5.5, there's a new class, there's performance fixes, all that stuff.
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky.
I still haven't seen the patch notes, right? So it might change to a 7 or 6. We'll see.
So I just throw over
and Jack, definitely
stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this. But effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, you know, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it just it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also
regarding the druid, this is exactly why I don't prefer, and I'm not super hyped whenever new classes are about to come out, because it seems that they put all of their energy and time into the class and they don't look at anything else. Like, look at the Huntress League, look at the Druid League now. Both of those might be classified as the worst leagues from the 4. You know what I mean?
Because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well, and it honestly just classes. It does just spiral into like, oh my god, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing, despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer, and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form, and then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there's definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support general
previous stuff. Don't get me wrong, the Val side looks good, but the Val side is just one mechanic like the Abyssal. Imagine if 0.3 was just an Abyssal and nothing else, you know what I mean?
Double generating rage, so I'm like, I don't know if this was intended. Right. Like, no, the designer said that's
I'm definitely not overlooking that. I think that's going to be the fun thing, the big thing. But again, if you think about it, there's no new trial, there's no new act, there's no new ascendancies on the current classes that need it the most. There's no fix of the end game, there's no stash tabs, there's no quality of life stuff, there's nothing else that we predicted apart from a new class and a new mechanic. That's it. And a few things here and there, like the abyssal stuff and whatnot, and the performance, which is pretty big. No changes to the Atlas tree, exactly. Fog is a pretty good stuff, but I mean, bro,
maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know, they might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but, you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem, you know? So
yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now.
Yeah, we still have hopes because of the patch notes. Patch notes are gonna bring new stuff that they didn't mention for sure.
I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation to just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets?
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that, it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time. And I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every character class.
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like, the idea of, like, why are things, like, so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because, like, definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining, like, this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like, there's, like, very obvious, like, cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got, like, strength versus strength int. Like, we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do, like, cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah. Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Like... It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got dex versus strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the strength int is like you've got the poison on the dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature, like physical damage spells on the on the strength inside, but that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say.
Celestina, there's no chance that we're getting Act 5, and they didn't mention it in their main reveal. No shot. It's going to be one of the prime things. I don't think we're going to get the patch notes and we're going to see Act 5 is coming, right? They should have mentioned it here.
I do like the idea of being like a druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Good. Yes, and the rain buffing lightning skills as well by increasing shock chance. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you got plants, and you got like nature, and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare, exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a Yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like, it's not really, there's like kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so, eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool. But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like, it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for Strength Int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for my slight disingenuousness.
Cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. Okay. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad. I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design. See what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like wings to something defensive for block or something.
Okay, they're talking about potential stuff that they might do. Mike Elf, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome everybody over on YouTube as well. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure that you like it. Really helps out. But they actually buffed lightning. Yeah, I see that as well with the wyvern and everything else. Sakamas is still in. We don't have another trial. No, we don't. We're gonna see all the nerfs and everything because they didn't actually talk about any kind of balance. They were a little bit low this release for sure. It was, but we'll see. Patch notes are gonna come in a couple of hours, and we're gonna see from there.
Strength Int class, and with the Templar, we had the idea more of like, you've got the armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the Strength Int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to Druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense? Or like, in what ways have you incorporated that to the Druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like, that it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin. As you there's like things like that we've added. But it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, I mean, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can go full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah, so you could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set. Could be on the bottom side of the tree, and the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid and then the zealot's oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, oh, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? PoE one's is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. Sure. So a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. It's like, what are we doing with that? It's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. But we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more. And and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it. And then like, I have to wonder, like, you added this oracle class. Like, I saw the shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expect. But then I saw the oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra passives. So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool.
Okay.
Because it's cool.
That's really the best reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I really went through, I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, I really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
it's an existential crisis as a node.
That fits period.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but
yeah, citadels are pretty mandatory, and Arbiter is now mandatory as well. At least the small version of him. Passion nodes are coming in an hour and a half, I think. Less than 2 hours.
Designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that real?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm not talking about it too much, because we need to wait for the patch notes to understand fully what's happening, because I feel that there's gonna be more things like buffs and stuff that are gonna shock us in there, or the lack of buffs and nerfs that are gonna shock us. Patch notes are gonna be a big deal.
Like, we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle Ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool. That's fine.
Yeah, Arbiter is needed so you can get an item where you are able to do that for the tablets. Yep. T Frosty, welcome in on Twitch. Thanks for the follow, man. Did you guys get your Twitch drops, by the way?
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual
Deadeye Wyvern is going to be a meta. Yeah. I see like 2 or 3 builds already that I believe they're going to be very viable.
I love people
but
having
let's see.
cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned or out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan, I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure, but I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal forms. It's not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swap. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I never have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works.
If I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that. Right. Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
Yeah, mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Val expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made 2 separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things in a kind of reasonable way. So in the end we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
And they're not connected. Like they
not at all,
have
right?
To be, right?
Like,
they're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That just happened. Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like 2 totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. I was great. It was buttocks. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat. There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do
is like you've got the situation where you like walk out of town in like, you know, literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that, you know, there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary 3 dimensions deep of you know, like I'm in the past and or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those. Where for like each act, we're like in like each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
The Peru One style, you know, betrayal basement. You know, you just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, you know, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, you know, this makes sense. You know, I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that
to see her, bro.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin. Then later someone came along, like some Ezomites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, you know, obviously when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, you know, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
like
the
PoE 1 level kind of.
And then this one here, I think like, you know, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like, you know, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because it sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but you know, it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we I think that one of the things so. When I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like, you know, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff. And it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. Like, you know, there's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. I mean, you know, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, you know, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. You know, there's just a lot there.
Yeah, I
XP
followed your
dumpster.
progress with designing this one
Yes,
from
well,
the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about
they're
that is that it
lowering
actually
the
came
pack
from a
size
game
by
that you
40% and giving the monsters more HP, giving us more XP and drops as well.
And then, I mean, everyone's going to think that the game
It'll be a different video with the patch notes. Yeah, I'm gonna make another video tomorrow, bro.
It was so good
for the
because
patch
I
notes.
told you about that
TLDR.
game, and then it was like a week later or something. You sent me a message like, "Hey, I made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a
things.
thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on. Made really look really awesome. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things. And just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing.
Yeah,
it's
just always it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just like coming up with all little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make one each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly.
Game within a game.
So with that design, then, I'm curious, like, does it like fully reset at some point? Like, for example, when you kill at Zeri?
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. So it goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. So that's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
like
I mean,
Zeri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill at Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah,
we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep saying like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but the thing with the killing architect and at Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on PoE1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went.
The patch notes, just to tell you what I think about the patch notes, I don't think the patch notes are going to reveal something that I haven't said, like the Act 5 or Ascendancies or a new class or something big. The patch notes is going to clear up what's happening with a lot of things that they didn't have the time to explain. Balancing, they're going to explain a little bit more about the new mechanic. They're going to help us understand what's happening with the Abyssal a little bit better. That's what the patch notes are going to do, and probably another 1 or 2 things that they haven't mentioned. That's basically it. But what he mentioned here about the game within a game, I don't see it as a bad thing, to be honest, because it gives us an additional thing to do outside of just mapping.
I was thinking about going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. I was just looking at it going like, the idea that it's like,
what's happening, dude?
Hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. Right. It can be quite bad.
Well, so yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with.
There's a little bit even if
again it's.
The thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah.
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, it's yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why we I did our temple itemization in the first place. Just if this time we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8. I mean, Val orbs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where. It's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. Yeah. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for in-game.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game? Yeah. You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you like just go on a little crafting spree.
That's really good. We asked for that, by the way.
Yeah, I mean the temple. It's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that.
Patch notes are in around an hour and a half.
Feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh.
I want to talk about so many things, Chad, but I want to see if there's something significant they're talking about.
Let's go into the temple and
Feeling, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area-specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have
no
also
shade, but I agree. What is this happening with their stream?
Here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
like you're getting a lesser jewels or been Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with the Abyss.
I think it's strategically done, to be honest, Celestina.
Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad Double Corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because Double Corrupt existed in PoE1, you never Valorb gear. Well, I don't want to say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Valorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high-end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many, many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
so you actually have to, though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft it first and then you can apply a double craft.
Okay, cool. It keeps a usefulness of the Valorbs there as well, to kind of
I didn't want the Valorbs to just, I mean, you'd still use them on light waystones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore, because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that, just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of in PoE1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
not Adziri, Val uniques. Yeah, so I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But
Crazy.
The problem is, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Val uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's some sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So you can create some.
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE1. So like re-rolls.
50% is insane.
The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like infused with royal bloodline blood. And so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques, where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Xerxes body armor that has like Soul Leader. And it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Eater stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vial pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now, yeah.
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean,
and
you've also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes,
going
true.
on.
And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You would replace the exact 2 bad sides with the exact 2... because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, like, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Valley.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, you know, like it, you know, a bunch of stuff, so...
a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So yes.
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, you know, upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever like discuss the idea of Val skill gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, you know. So it's like we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills.
Glory kind of like
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point, I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, you know, all the classes and skills in place and all that. I would say that's a like a post-release feature, you know, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
So
post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. Like it basically was kind of like during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery contents in the new acts, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when. At what cost, etc. The classic, you know, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, you know, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so it's just. But right now, nothing.
All right. So on Endgame,
they kind of confirmed that they cannot work with both games at the same time.
You saw the memes, I guess.
That's exactly what they said here.
Enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the Endgame, but not only that, like you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? Like the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, you know. So that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, you know, like how like people are finding waystone crafting more annoying, and we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the you know, having to go somewhere else and get it, you know, like it just made it not like not particularly great. So yeah, the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like and effectively we're kind of like, we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about you know, like which league do you want to run for different, you know, for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, you know, from this point on, just like waystones, they will get regular, they'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again, and like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that, another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that you know, it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which you know, helps a lot. And then of course the question was, well, yeah, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into, you know, like how can we get back the, you know, like the power you had. So yeah, that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more end game for this expansion. So what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have immediate, like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing. And that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention, and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something, and that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in public?
Well,
which has been pretty successful.
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because, you know, that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want
to do.
We're
a bit of trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like, you know, it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard, because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
and
tricky.
So I do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback, because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
Because there's also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the, you know, just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So
but yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change, and then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your Atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your Atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions, and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that, and like, you know, the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, you know, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that, honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses, is like, you know, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1, was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like, they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic. up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated.
There you go.
And it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option, do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah, kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh, damn. Oops. It was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps where it's like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure.
They did fix it initially. They fixed it in a small pre-patch before the reveal. They fixed the shattering.
Sure getting this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one, because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. But we kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things, because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable, and because like. There's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything,
that's true.
Then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into.
I still don't think that my Deadeye build is going to have an issue with
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to be wanting clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. Yeah. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand, because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places, but I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So, but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to, at that point, you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops. And XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like, whereas everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler. Right. And I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that. But that's what the Atlas tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. It feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like, ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial One where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content. And so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is, like we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like, killing a rare versus killing a white monster is, does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So, but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just,
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to, in order to kill them, as far as relative to each other. So if it's got, if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards. Then,
sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things. And it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even. And in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like, everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. And, you can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the
minimap.
The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen. But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
So
strongboxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
So you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's, generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints.
Sure.
You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
Yeah. It's about getting those last things, and
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is nice. So it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground. Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful, because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But that's a perfect example of, again, it's it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so it's
a good case study, because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
here, this is a good middle ground.
It seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change then. Nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Yeah. You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random
Good.
Wait,
what more
did
words
we
can
do
I
that?
say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more, like we're trying to be a bit more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to, the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree, that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. Like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort.
Okay.
That being said, yes. I mean, couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class stats were stronger than
you get the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
Can we get to the juicy questions, please?
But yeah, I would say
decisions.
I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
but guys, don't forget they need to approve and they give questions as well. Don't think that it's random questions or he's coming up with questions. He probably is looking at a monitor of a script for his next question that was pre-approved.
I guess still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
Like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So like, the tree will just continue to evolve, and like we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the druid ones, but not just that, like we added more like ignite support on the around the mercenary, you know, for example, this time, like as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's some changes to like some prod speedy stuff, because like we were like, you know, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen, and so like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, you know. So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's gonna just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place.
Yeah.
So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about, like, why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling, and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
so Ghost Dance,
I guess I'm going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose, but you know, like, I don't know, there's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee-jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot, it's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's... honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest, is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that the, like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of...
That is still the intention, yes. That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, you know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguine is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech.
Yep.
And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this.
So, okay, ES has been hard.
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well, look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, there's a very, very considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class. I thought they already started
doing that in point 2. I thought that was the main issue that was addressed, that they're understaffed and they started getting more people.
With this stuff, I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad quite a little time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which yeah, should be cool.
On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach, where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one, that was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcaster weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have a look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was I particularly was like I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff
we'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Homogenizing is gone, guys.
But
homogenizing exaltation is gone.
Yeah, there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular
power.
That still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like that might be it.
And that's it. It's just if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so
true.
That honestly can be enough. Where it's like. You instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah. Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being.
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, of this inevitable like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because like it is a very useful tool, but I think it's just I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra.
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spells so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damages the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want, like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you, well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better. But that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem. But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
you
focus
actually made
time?
a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes. When we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like... random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
Okay, good.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a whole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw and he was like, okay, we need to
we're
do
doing a little
about
bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with? The slow, heavy hitter. And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not nothing make or break, but like it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. Okay. And you know, it's another one of these things where it's like,
they're buffing staffs, homogenizing is out.
Weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it.
And they're buffing the base weapons of the campaign so you can scale better.
I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, yeah, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we did it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower.
Okay.
It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like this is the annoying thing. Is it's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod, like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, right. Because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, some formula somewhere.
You want to explain it,
that
or
no one
what's
has
happening?
access to, except for us.
You've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like, we can't say like the number of the like. Well, okay, that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff? Or?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like, it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like, it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that. And that's why, like, the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated, and there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
And
that's very, very difficult.
I agree with you,
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex
Jesus,
give?
What if we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense. Cool. Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and
I'm not going to say that they're now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think, all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
tons of things
that aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, kind of enjoyable. So, again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious. So at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like one of them should be more damage, one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure, like cold was
but
ultimately,
ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
Exactly.
It needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right?
Because and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic. Kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure. Yep. So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Yep. Not to say Chill isn't strong. Not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. They will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. It's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure.
True. Yeah, people also like playing lightning.
Exactly.
It's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning.
No, Fab. They're just saying
that's when it becomes more problematic.
Pretty good.
You kind of mentioned, you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit, so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah, it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. It is, as you said. It's just, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty you like overall where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah, 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear.
Sure.
Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. And then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually, because it, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that. And so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right, let's just change everything and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So fine tooth comb, being very careful with it, for sure.
So it sounds like
I agree.
Like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss crafting? Now that that's going core, is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
I'm sure there'll be a few number of changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so like either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But that's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, there's things here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give, throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And, so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of the Vile stuff too. Well, the new Vile stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to. like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that. Finally, we can put that in our review.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like, the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like, there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where, like, people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. In a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen. But at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of, like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because, when it comes right down to it, like, our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like, we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, retention isn't directly a thing that we're, like, optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? Like, how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have, like, Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can
don't worry about it, bro.
How much people
this time it's going to be pretty easy to cover stuff.
Like, at the end of the day, what
point
people are saying
was
about what they thought
insane.
about
I've
it is
got the
actually more
experience of
important than
point
people
3, so
actually
I'm
playing it,
good.
because, like, that, as long as they're, like, happy and they want to come back, then we're happy.
If you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others,
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting, trading thing. I'm super interested in, like, the economic aspects of that. But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like, 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good. So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that, like, everything. I think, 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting.
No, the question is...
I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of... I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like, a change we made is... there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like, get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the remove and spend runes in, and it's well, great, now you got... And, it was kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this, like, kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were, like, very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really
this is
changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like,
yeah.
I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
Should be,
yeah.
did you do any
probably
changes
some people
with the
that want to
movement
move.
speed on the passive tree? Is Deadeye going to be the only?
I think there's some people who
ascendancy that
might
gets
want to
close
have a
that?
less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
how is Wolf going to affect movement speed?
So like, maybe make some of the maps a little smaller, so move speed's less important. I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on. Yeah, it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point. Yeah,
we're at the same stance on that, really. Which is it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on, you know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely, but is that one that is getting
we've done number
love,
buffs at the very least, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think almost every ascendancy class has some level, like, honestly, some of it is like one node changed, some of it, like, for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like, we got rid, I mean, Pathfinder just did that, we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points.
What?
You know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options. For the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage defenses and like cost efficiency or something.
Oh, shit.
So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes.
Than that?
Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been
changes everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch note currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. It's specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing, I've held back from the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is... And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like. I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards.
It sounds like I'm going to do like 4 different
just
videos
to be
on
safe,
patch notes.
Again, I don't want to
before the 12th.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Okay.
Nice. Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't.
Yeah, he said it's not going to be now.
Finished them yet.
Yeah.
So, but they will be like I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week.
Yeah, exactly.
Or later,
so
in the week coming.
0.3.
So. A funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
there's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarter staves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it. It's doesn't count as well. It's like a half-ranged weapon, I guess.
Stormwave really melee, you know? Then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are from talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics. Some more broader changes. Some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
You know, kind of a lot better now for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like, around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually, but yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, you know, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing, when you get damage per combo, I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well.
Yeah, patch notes are
some of these
coming
outliers
any minute.
100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better.
Good.
And just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like.
Yes, but for things that are not already up at the top tier generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
that might have
they
been
were like
a long time.
That was actually for the huntress.
Yeah. Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
And
yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time. But it's much more close than it was last time. There's just some stuff that needs to happen. But it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But there's still a bit more to do. Next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it, so I can.
Yeah, I know.
Do inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but
controller inventory. Oof, no.
But
okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like I really want it to be next year. Like I really do. So
it doesn't mean anything.
I really want it to be next year.
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But you
need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it and do what we want to do. But you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's what needs to happen first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which look really impressive, even more than the 25% you were saying, looking at the side-by-side footage was it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because that's kind of I want to make sure. Look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better.
If only they applied that for everything else.
Obviously, there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound.
Exactly.
If you've got dynamic resolution on, so GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. Traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. In many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, the thing with multi-threading is that, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make a video on exactly some of the go into deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that like, oh, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely
People
still find some
dream way
stuff
too much and get disappointed. I'm pretty sure this patch is going to be twice as better as 0.3. I'm not saying that it's not going to be, but people are not dreaming. People are expecting to get what they promised.
When I'm looking at it now, I'm like,
that's what's happening.
Still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
Yeah, I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and like I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And as I said, like already it's so much better now. But we'll be even better than that.
We got the patch notes.
Awesome, fantastic.
I'm waiting for them to finish.
Patch notes are here.
Yep.
So we will end there and let people
one's interested in listening to us anymore.
The patch notes.
Yep.
Everybody's gone.
They're
thank you very much.
I just want to see if there's anything else.
Once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Cool.
Thanks for watching.
All right. Bye-bye. Cool. Here we go. Patch notes. Patch notes. All right. I'm going in. I am going in. Patch notes. Content update 0.4. Path of Exile 2. The Last of the Druids. So it is called The Last of the Druids. Anybody who told me that I was wrong because it's something with a vowel is wrong. I was right. There you go. Last of the Druids. New class. This shit looks cool. 21 new skills. 30 plus new supports. Okay. Wolf, Bear, Wyvern. 2 new ascendancies only for the Druid. Both look decent. This one, what is it called? Not the Shaman, the Oracle. Looks nice as well. New League, Fate of the Val. Build your own dungeon. Okay, we know that. You will find remnants of the whatever. We know all of that. New content and features. Added a new playable class, the Druid. Oracle and Shaman are the ascendancies. 20 new skills. 35 new supports. Also introduced over 8 new lineage supports, much more powerful supports that are all only available in the endgame. Added over 250 new passive skills. This is insane. This number right here is absolutely insane. Added over 10 new uniques, okay. Added a new weapon of the talisman, we know that. Added 4 new augment items with new modifiers that you can craft onto your items. We need to check these a little bit deeper. Continue to incrementally improve the sound artifact, blah, blah, blah. Abyss as a core mechanic. Abyss has been added to the core game. You can find Abyss encounters in specific campaign areas starting in Act 2. So Act 1 is not going to have Abyss. Abyss encounters have been added to the endgame, as well as Abyss tablets and related modifiers. Good. Added an Atlas passive tree for the Rise of the Abyssal content. Preserved vertebrae no longer drop. Preserved vertebrae. So Waystone, desecration stuff is no longer going to drop. So that's out. Updated the Whale Soul quest to account for the fact that abysses no longer spawn in all campaign areas. And that's basically it. I don't know if they're explaining more. Is this shit going to be in our hideout or no? I'm assuming if they're not mentioning anything that it's going to be exactly as it is now. General improvement. Significant optimization to CPU performance has been made. These changes both improve the speed of key operations and allow us to utilize more of the CPU cores, resulting in higher frame rates. Overall, you should get at least a 25% boost and significantly less frame spikes when CPU bound. This is especially impactful for heavy gameplay situations. Note that if you are GPU bound, which is console, you will not see any improvement from these changes. When GPU bound, lowering render resolution or using dynamic resolution will improve performance. This right here is pretty important for people who play in console or they're GPU bound to know how to fix their stuff. So I'm going to take a screenshot and I'm going to provide you guys all with this on Discord so you don't get lost. All right, player changes. Tailwind now grants a 1% increased movement speed, 2 increased skill speed, previously 3, 10% increase evasion, previously 15, and prevent 1% of damage from deflecting. So what was the movement speed before? What was the movement speed before on this? So both were 3. Is that right? Okay. Not bad. Base unarmed attack is now 1.65 attacks per second, previously 1.4, so a tiny little nerf there for unarmed attacks. Good shit. Modifiers to the number of enemies required to be considered surround can no longer reduce the required number of enemies below 1. Rage regeneration now pauses rage decay. Similarly to other means of gaining rage, this means that your rage will never decay while it's regenerating. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. So this is going to trigger a couple of new builds. All rage spending costs have been changed to 10 rage. Rage no longer causes a visual effect of your character until you have 10 or more. Okay, good stuff. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. This is mostly targeted at preventing cases where multi-hitting player skills could deal 0 damage to armor monsters. Igniting aura effects, including ignited ground, no longer apply infinite ignites. Instead, they apply regular ignites with standard duration and will reapply them after they expire the next time the aura applies flammability. Ooh, that's a slight nerf right here. Ascendancy changes. So that's the player changes. Ascendancy changes. All skills granted by Ascendancy are now automatically activated with granted. Some previously required the player to manually activate them. Okay, right. Wind Ward has been removed. Well, goodbye, Wind Ward. Wind Ward has now been removed. Holy shit. Bullseye now requires cold shots. Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness, previously 5. Oh, they went back on this. They went back on buffing critical weakness. You guys remember in point 3, it was something stupid like 25%. They made it 20, they made it 15, they made it 10, and then they made it 5 again. So they're bringing it up again to 10 to compensate. Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive skill, which grants Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye, while active, firing a ranged attack projectile will create a mirage that uses socketed range attacks for a short duration, then vanish it. You cannot create another mirage for a short time. So what happens with the ability, with the skill then? Is it just removed from the game? Okay. Not the nerves that I was expecting, to be completely honest. Can't wait for tomorrow. Yeah. I'm gonna do a TLDR tomorrow. That replaces a Wind Ward. Yeah, this replaces Wind Ward. This does replace Wind Ward. Yeah. Pathfinder. Here is the exciting shit. Big buffs on the Pathfinder. Contagious contamination has been removed and practical remedies have been removed. These are not nerfs, to be honest. These are fine to be removed because they're doing effects that you can already get from auras like the Plague aura, right? Running Assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. Oh, Running Assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. Music kind of in the way. All right, I lowered it. Is that good? Is the music good now? Bro, this right here is insane. Pathfinder. Okay. So contagious contamination is gone. Overwhelming toxicity is in. Running Assault. Here it is. 50% less movement speed penalty from using skills while moving. And now it's going to have an additional one, which you're not going to be able to get heavy stun while sprinting. Pretty good. Added a new Path Seeker multi-choice ascendancy passive skill with the following choices. So you can either go Path of the Warrior. You can allocate passes from the warrior's starting point. Path of the Sorceress can allocate passes from the Sorceress, and each choice also grants 4 passive skill points. This is pretty cool. I like this concept. As they phrased it, it's going to be something like a Scion kind of thing. But also don't forget that the starting point, I don't know how many you're allowed, but the starting point of each class is pretty bad when it comes down to numbers, right? They're low. Traveler's Wisdom now is going to replace the other one that they took away. Now requires Path Seeker, so it's the second one after this. Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants attribute passive skills offer additional options: 5% increased damage, global defense, and cost efficiency. Yeah, Pathfinder is looking pretty good, man. I'm excited to try it. Amazon Elemental Surge Rework. Grant skill Elemental Surge. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 lightning surges. Surging Avatar also has been reworked. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to instead gain 2 cold, lightning, and fire surges. Why not? Yeah. Right, Amazon has got a little bit of a rework. I cannot call this a buff or a nerf because we need to test it with the builds. Ritualist needs a lot of love. I don't think 2 sentences is a lot of love, but let's see. Ritual Sacrifice Stolen modifier duration is 82 to 120 seconds from gem level 1 to 20. Previously 15 to 19. Bro, numerically this is insane. 82 to 120 seconds from 15 to 20 seconds. Quality is now plus 20 seconds to stolen modifier duration, previously 2. Quality adds another 20? What? Bro, dude, that's big. But again, ritual, you need to do the ritual sacrifices. Corrupted Life Force now also has you deal 15% more damage to enemies affected by Blood Boil. Good. This is a good addition. Yeah, it did get some love. It did get some love. Warbringer, Imploding Impacts now also grants fully broken armor you inflict increases all damage taken from hits instead. And the Ancestral... Wait. Imploding Impacts now also grant fully broken armor you inflict increases all damage taken from hits instead. Okay, not bad. So it is a buff. It's not bad. The Ancestral Warhorn minion summoned by Warbringer's answered call notable now more consistently hits close-up enemies with the second part of its slam. Okay. Titan Surprising Strength has been removed. Ooh. Hold up. Wait a minute. Where is it? Warrior. Titan. Wait, what's been removed? Surprising Strength. 50% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. So they're removing that. Crushing Impacts now also grants 25% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Okay, there you go. So they're removing Surprising Strength, which is literally what's giving you that effect. But instead of 50% more damage, you're getting 25% damage on Crashing Impacts. I would say that that's a buff because they're adding something better probably. Added a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy passive skill, which grants every third slam skill that doesn't create fissures, which you can use yourself, causes 1 additional aftershock ahead to each side of the initial area. Not bad. And you get it sooner. Yeah, exactly. And this is going to be the second one. So it's non-fissure based slams. Every third slam gives you an additional aftershock ahead and to each side of the initial area. This is going to be pretty cool to test. But what can you spam that doesn't create fissures? Leap Slam? Yeah, Leap Slam is going to be pretty insane, actually. On non-fissures, yeah. So you're going to go with this for a non-fissure build, I would guess. Smith of Kitava looks like... yeah. Each notable connected to the Smith's Masterwork notable now grants plus 200 to armor in addition to its other bonuses. Padded Plates has been removed. Lead Linning has been removed. Heavy Bracing has been removed. So all of those, let me just double check them because we started doing that. We cannot show no love here. So padded plating, linen, whatever has been removed. Where is it? I'm looking at Titan still. Internal layering, leather. Yeah, there you go. So padded plating, 75% cold, 75 lightning. And so fire is not removed. Wait, they're removing cold resistance and lightning resistance. and heavy bracing. What about fire? Where's heavy bracing? Heavy bracing, 100% on stun threshold. Okay. Added Kitavan imprint in place of padded plates, which causes your body armor to grant 60% increased glory generation. Spiked plates in place of lead lining, which causes 100% increased thorns damage. Added tribute to Utila in place of heavy bracing, which causes your body armor to increase 30% increased spirit. That's big. Internal layer now reduces critical damage taken by 100%, previously 50. That's a massive buff. Heat proofing now causes your body armor to grant the bonus of being unaffected by all damage elements, previously just ignite. Big. The fire spell on melee hit skill granted by the heat of the forge and Smith of Kitava now costs no mana when triggering socketed spells. It also now gains 10% increased damage per level, up to 200% increased damage at gem level 20. Insane. 200% more damage for the fire spell on melee, it's pretty big. The temper weapon skill granted by against the anvil on Smith of Kitava now costs no mana. The combust trigger by its empowered attack now deals 25% more damage at all levels. Radius of 3 meters. Manifesto weapon skill granted by living weapon on Smith spends more time actively attacking. Now changes target less frequently. Okay, as a mace now has a cooldown of 6 seconds from 10. As a quarterstaff now has a cooldown of 6 seconds from 10. As a spear, yeah. Okay, so they're keeping the fire, so you can no longer get cold or lightning resistance from Smith of Kitava on your chest. You can only get fire, according to these notes. Here we go. We got a few more. Infernalist. Seething body no longer grants while on high infernal flame. You and allies in your presence gain 50% of damage as fire damage. Seething body now grants gain elemental archon when you cast a spell while on high infernal flame. Elemental archon does not expire while on high infernal flame. Lose elemental archon on reaching maximum infernal flames. That's basically it. So you still cap them. Yeah, true. That's the only chain with Infernalist. So they didn't show much love here. Blood Mage, Whispers of the Flesh now also grants targets cursed by you have 100% reduced life regeneration rate. So they did buff Blood Mage a little bit. Stormweaver, here we go. Sorceress. Refracted Infusions now grants, when collecting an elemental infusion, gain another different elemental infusion, previously 50% chance. So now Refracted Infusion is going to be guaranteed, giving you an additional infusion. Storm's Recollection now also grants remnants, can be collected from 50% further away. So that's not bad. If you choose to go with that, you're saving yourself a spot as a support gem, I guess. Multiplying Squalls now grants +2 to limit of elemental skills, previously 1. I don't think it's a big buff. I don't think this is enough, but it's still something. Whatever. Copium, I guess. Chronomancer. Inevitable Agony granted by inevitability has been updated. Now ignores the curse limit and now causes cursed targets to take 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed again when curse expires. Previously 20% at gem, scaling to 33%. So now it's just 50% of hit damage. Are we happy with these Sork changes? I don't think so. I think it's underplayed, underchanged. Anyway, moving on so we can wrap up. Gemling Legionnaire. Thaumaturgical Infusion now grants +1% of maximum cold resistance per 3 blue. Previously 4. Ooh. +1 to fire and 3. Previously 4. Yeah, thaumaturgical dynamism granted by advanced thaumaturgical notable now generates a charge once every 5 seconds. Previously once every 8 seconds. Okay, this is a little bit quicker here, so it's a slight buff. Sork is still bad, yeah. A new ascendancy for Sork, I agree. Tactician, the supporting fire skill granted by Unleash Hell, notable passive skill, has been updated. Command, Death from above. Cooldown is now 20 seconds, previously 40. Big. Big. They halved the cooldown there. Not bad. Now fires a volley every 0.75 seconds. Previously every 2 seconds. Good. Now fires 6 total volleys. Previously 4. Good. Now has 14 meters width. Previously 7.5. Insane. Attack damage is now 763. And there you go. There we go. I was like, this is too good to be true. There you go. Okay. Strategic embankments notable has been updated. Artillery ballista no longer grants 40% increase in mobilization buildup. Now grants 20% increase skill speed. Ouch. Siege ballista no longer grants 50% increased damage against immobilized enemy. Now grants 25% more damage against immobilized enemies. What is it? So 50%, it goes down to 25. Mortar cannon now grants 25% of damage gained as extra fire from 15. So mortar cannon has been buffed. Were these really necessary to get nerfed? Added spell totem to embankment auras. Spell totem grants 50% increase critical hit chance. Oh, this is more damage. Yeah, you're right. This is more damage. This is just increased. Okay. Witch Hunter. Witch Bane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their maximum life. Previously 40%. This is a buff. Yeah, they were like, yeah, just let them know that this is a buff. Because people are going to see the reduction. They're going to think it's a nerf. Ceremonial Ablution now instead grants sorcery ward, also protects against physical and chaos damage. Pretty nice, this one, actually. So a slight buff to Witch Hunter. Invoker. All right. And Chayula is getting some love as well, and we're done. That's basically it with the Ascendancies. Protecting from harm now grants 35% less evasion rating, previously 50% less. Nice, that's a buff. Soul Springs Eternal now additionally grants meta skills, have 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. Big. Unbound Avatar skill granted by Aisha Rage has been updated. Uh-oh. Now has a cooldown of 12 seconds. Gain Unbound Fury. Okay, so that's it. Just cooldown. Gain Unbound Fury when you inflict an elemental ailment with a hit on an enemy. No longer has no more than once every 0.2 seconds. Okay, so it's constant. And Shocking and Igniting now grant 1 Unbound Fury, previously 2. So it's slight nerf there. Okay, it's a nice buff. Yeah, it's not bad. Invoker is not bad. Embrace the Darkness now gives plus 10 to maximum darkness per level, previously 8, slight buff. The Into the Breach skill granted by Walk and Dream Red Flames now leech 15% life instead of 7, 15% mana instead of 7. The Purple Flames last 8 seconds instead of 5. Then are now created closer to the player. The Into the Breach skill, the flames are closer to the player. Choice of this, to be honest, I don't really care about it. I don't think this is a massive buff that was needed. Chayula needs a rework. It needs massive buffs. This is not going to cut it, I don't think. Choice of power, choice of life, and choice of mana now also grant 50% increase effective remnants and 50% increase remnant pickup range. This is not bad either. This adds to these. Pretty good stuff here. The Void Illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void now has a cooldown of 4 seconds at all gem levels. Okay. And now deals 350 as a minimum percent attack damage to 1200 as a maximum. And it's double. Okay, that's good. The Void Illusion right here has been doubled in attack damage. The Void Illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void now has 3 cooldown charges, previously 1. And that's it for the Ascendancies. And we've got a shit ton of passive skill tree changes. Added more than 250 passive to the druid side. The values of flammability magnitude of the passive tree have been increased massively. Instances of gaining fire, ice, and lightning archon have been changed to gain elemental archon to better support the multiple elements. Hollow Palm Technique Keystone now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating on equipped armor, previously 25. Wait, what? The Hollow Palm Technique Keystone now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating, previously 25. Bro, that's not a nerf. That's insane. This is not compensating, bro. You made your guy too fast and they noticed, and I even submitted the damn build, bro. I shouldn't have submitted my main build. I think at some point in the first 2 or 3 weeks of 0.3, I probably had a record or something close to a record of being the quickest Hollow Palm. RIP, dude. GG's. Damn, that's butchering it, bro. The Walker of the Wilds Keystone has been removed from the passive tree and its effects have been moved onto a newly added lineage support. Wow. Okay, yeah, actually, no, I'm retracting my wow. It's expected. Every single build in their mothers have been going for Walker of the Wilds. Now that they can do the same shit with a lineage support, and that's that. It is what it is. This could be better. It saves you from going for the Against the Darkness. It's fine. The Elemental Equilibrium now grants Cold Infusion remnants you create are instead fire, then fire, lightning, or cold. Crimson Assault grants 50% more magnitude of bleeding you afflict. That's pretty good for bleeding builds. That's cool. Passives that granted reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while moving on the passive tree have had their values lowered. More passives on the tree now grant the stat to make up for some of this. Added 3 new attack area of effect clusters to the monk part of the passive tree. Added 2 projectile speed clusters to the passive tree in the mercenary section. Added a new bow cluster and modified a projectile cluster in the ranger section of the tree, granting surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. Ooh. Wait, that's a buff for rangers, man. That's a huge ass buff. Add a new cluster between witch and monk called Remnant Attraction. Okay. Principal Infusion now has remnants, can be collected from 30% further away. Previously 20. Grand Tribute Notable from the Heart of the Well. Unique Jewel now has remnants, can be collected 80% further. It used to be 50. Small nodes on the passive tree, the Grand Remnant pickup range. 20% further, used to be 15. So pick up remnant shit. They're pushing the remnant stuff. Small buffs here and there. To Invigorating Grandeur and Everlasting Glory notables now grants 20% increased presence area of effect instead of skills, a chance to not consume glory. The Pure Power notable no longer grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 intelligence. Instead, it now grants 10% more maximum lightning damage. Ouch, dude. Pure Power. Ouch, bro. Instead, it now just grants 10% more maximum lightning damage. So it's no longer going to scale with intelligence. That's a massive hit. Massive hit. Wild Storm no longer grants 15% more maximum lightning damage. It instead now grants gain 4% of damage as extra lightning damage. And 10 dexterity. Wait, this is pretty good. Wild Storm no longer grants 15% more maximum lightning damage. Instead, it grants 4% of extra lightning and cold and 10 dexterity. Change the stats on several small passive tree nodes around the inspiring ally. Hunting companion. Companion cluster small passive skills now generally no longer grant both companion deal increase and increase damage while your companion is in your presence. So there's a nerf here for the companions. Alright, gem changes. Crescendo 1, 2, and 3 are now intelligence support gems, previously dexterity. Perpetual charge is now an intelligence support gem, previously dexterity. Mark of Death is now strength, not dexterity. Gamble Shot, intelligence, not dexterity. Bramble Slam, strength, not dexterity. Disable the Font of Rage. Oh, no. Disable the Ricochet. No. These are both excellent support gems that we were using. Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. They might add something else. Inevitable critical support has been renamed to inexorable, whatever that word is, critical 1. World drop lineage supports are now less common overall. Specific lineage supports have been adjusted relative to others. Atalui's bloodletting lineage now grants 2% extra physical damage per 20 life, previously 10 life cost. Up to 40% and no longer has a cost multiplier. Yeah. Well, it's still going to be viable, man. It's still going to be viable as its own lineage. Like, they didn't butcher this. Zoph's Pyre now grants support skills, gain 40% of fire damage as extra chaos, previously 20. So there's a buff right here. Then the same for these two, for lightning to chaos or cold to chaos. Ul's Netol's Embrace now grants support skills, gain 40% of physical damage as extra chaos. The same there. Einhardt's Bestrite, whatever, now grants killing blows from strike skills against rare monsters. Grant 2 of their modifiers for 5 minutes, previously 40 seconds. Zarok's Refrain now grants echoes 3 times, previously 2. Now grants echoes from supported spells, have 40% increase area of effect. Pretty good. Uruk's Smelting now grants fully breaking armor with supported skills, causes affected targets to permanently take 5% increase physical damage up to 20%, previously 2 to 20. So there's a buff right there. Vilenter's Propulsion now grants 75% of increases and reductions to cast speed also apply to projectile speed for supported skills. Used to be 50%, so they buffed it. On Citadel now no longer has supported skills have 30% less area. It has 30% deal or supported deal 30% less damage with hits. Techrod's Revenge now grants minions from supported skills die 20%. 20 seconds after the life is reduced to 0, previously 10 seconds. And minions from supported skills gain 40% increased attack and speed. Is reduced to 0, previously 20. So pretty good. Ridgewald's Ferocity, 30% increased attack speed if used in weapon set 1, previously 20. So there's a buff right there, which is weird. Ratha's Assault loads 5 bolts when you dodge, previously 3. Kaom's Madness now grants supported skills deal 20% less damage, previously 40. Holy shit. Pretty big buff here. Tawala's Tending now grants totems, whatever. I think these are the small ones. I'm going to cover them in the video tomorrow. I want to see the big ones. Wait, Nova Projectiles no longer causes support skills to gain 4 additional projectiles, or supported skills now deal 40% less damage. So what does it do then? Wait, if it doesn't do what it does, what does it do? But this is rank 2, bro. Added Nova rank 2, causing supported skills to add to gain 6 additional, deal 50% less damage, and applying a cooldown time of 8 seconds to supported skill. Okay, it's gone. Bye-bye. See ya, Nova Projectiles. It was fun while you lasted. Pretty cool shit, bro. Bye-bye. Everybody wave goodbye to Nova Projectiles. It's a thing in the past. You remember Grim Feast? It was a thing in the past. Same shit with this. Just say bye. Bid your farewells. Play your builds now. It's over. We had a lot of fun. Yeah, goodbye. See you, Nova. 6 additional projectiles deal 50% less damage and have it on an 8 seconds cooldown. I'm crying your ice shot build was so fun. I wonder if we could do something with this, but I think it's dead. We would, I don't know. Piety's Mercy renamed to Dominus Grasp. Dominus Grasp now instead grants supported skills chain 100% more times. So Chrono can reset CD? Yeah, but you cannot reset it every single time. It can, once, every so often. And also you have like 30% chance of that happening. But I mean, you're not going to go with a main ability with that. So this is what I don't understand with chain and stuff, the way that they explain them. Chain support no longer grants supported skills chain 100% more times. Now it grants deal 30% less damage with hits, previously 50. Okay, that's good. They buffed it here, but what does it give us? What kind of percentage does it give the chain? There will be an edit to the text? Probably, yeah. Culmination, support more damage per combo, now has a cap of 10 combos. Oh, it just, yeah, you're right. It just changed once. Okay, I see. You're speeding up. Give me a second. I'm going to get there. Impact Shock Wave support now actually makes aftershocks, allowing interaction with aftershock areas. Can now support non-strike wind attacks. Okay. This could be a very valuable information. Oh, man. Well, you know what to do, chat. Wave your goodbyes, bid your farewells. See ya, ants. Cocaine ants, goodbye. See ya. Thing in the past. Yeah, bye-bye. Buffed summon specter variants of certain monsters in each act in their endgame variants. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cases in which player successfully uses the skill but fails to hit the enemy after dashing. True, we had that happen. Ice fragments created by skills such as from escape shot and ice-tipped arrows are now only able to hit each enemy once per group of fragments created. I don't know if I like that. The per target hit limits on Firestorm, Ice Storm, Rain of Arrows, whatever are now disabled. Whirlwind now take on elements from overlapping allied elemental grounds for 8 seconds, previously 4. Not bad. Added wind type to the following skills. Twister, Whirling Slash, Wind Blast twice. Guys. Whirlwind Lance, Wind Serpent's Fury, Tornado, okay, yada, yada, yada. The projectiles created by the Staggering Palm. Okay, so we're working into something to do with wind. Good. Fix the following skills having modifiable limits that were not described as limits. Frozen Locust, Earthquake, Earth Shatter, Shield Wall. These skills can also now be supported by Overabundance. Oh. Oh. Oh, Wind and Wing. You're right. I'm blind. I'm tired. This is fun, though. Acidic concoction can no longer consume poison nor trigger acidic burst from inanimate objects like Van Arrow's plants. Invocation skills now have 0.2 second cooldown. Freezing Salvo is now offered as a tier 3 skill gem. Okay. Previously, what was it previously, by the way? Wind Blast is now offered as a tier 3 skill gem. Attrition is now offered as a tier 4 skill gem. Vaulting Impact is now offered as a tier 5. Ice Tipped as a tier 5. I don't remember every single one of these, but it doesn't really matter. Ancestral Cry Volcanic Eruption now deals X amount of damage, so this is buffed. Okay, Ancestral Warrior Totem no longer has 25% less totem attack speed. Arc now has 50% increased magnitude of shock inflicted instead of 50% more magnitude of shock inflicted. Okay. Arctic Armor now deals 8 to 12 cold damage per stage, previously 16 to 24. Ouch. Scaling to 101 to 152, previously 203, 304. And now has 100% more freeze buildup. Now has 100% more magnitude of chilled inflicted. So they lowered the damage. Increase the freeze stuff. Okay, attrition, Bull Lightning. %350% more shock chance. This is a nerf for Bull Lightning. Comet. Fire Infused Comet now deals fire and cold. Oh, this is for the infusion. Okay. Don't care about it now. Detonating Arrow now deals. It has been buffed. Good. Disengage now grants 2 frenzy charges on consuming the parry debuff. Up to 3. Okay. I'm going to cover all of these in tomorrow's video. I just want to see the big ones. Frostbolt now has 120 to 195 more magnitude of chill inflicting. No longer has chills enemies as though dealing more damage. Not bad. Okay, I'm okay with that. Frost Wall. This is lightning infused, okay? Frozen Locust no longer deals 80% less damage if destroyed within 0.5 seconds. That's good. That's a nice little buff. No longer creates chilled grounds, whatever. Ice Crystal no longer has a collision. Now correctly works with increases to limit. Okay. Okay, good change here. All right, you guys ready? Ghost Dance. Now has a maximum 3 Ghost Shrouds at all gem levels. Previously 3 to 5. Slight nerf. Duration between gaining Ghost Shrouds is now 7.6 to 6.1 seconds. It used to be 3. Big nerf. Quality now instead provides 0 to 20% increased reservation efficiency. Pretty big nerf to Ghost Dance overall, I have to say. Pretty big nerf. Glacial Cascade Wave now converts 80% of physical damage to cold. It used to be 60. Final Burst now converts 100%. Used to be 60. Good, nice little buff here. Herald of Thunder now has an attack damage of 40 to 122. Used to be 47 to 143. Nerf. Ice Nova, Cold Infused, Explosion and Chilled Ground. 4.8 meters. Used to be 3.2. Slight buff. Nerfed. Yeah. No, buffed slightly the damage. Ice Shot now converts 80% of physical damage to cold. Used to be 70. Cone Angle increased by approximately 50%. This is pretty good. Have a good night, Happy. See you tomorrow, bro. Lightning Arrow. Here we go. Lightning Arrow no longer bypasses the charge up time on Lightning Rod's burst. Instead, the burst caused by lightning arrow can occur once every 0.1 seconds. Projectile now converts 80% of physical damage to lightning damage, previously 40%. Beam now converts 100% of physical damage to lightning damage, previously 80%. So they made lightning arrow better in a different way. They nerfed and buffed it. But the big aspect here is that lightning rod, the limit of active lightning rods allowed is now 10, previously 20. I called it. I told you multiple times that they're going to reduce the amount of rods that you can place. I got it. It's a shame I didn't put it in my bingo. But yeah, there you go. Less proc, yeah. Okay. All grenade cooldown is now 4 seconds from 5. These are very, very tiny. I'm going to cover them in the video tomorrow morning. Plasma Blast now have 50% increased magnitude of shock instead of 50% more magnitude of shock inflicted. This is a regular theme that they're doing. What else is important? Oh, here we go, Wait. Row amount. We called it, chat. There it is. Lightning arrow is still strong, but the rod is gonna decrease their damage significantly. Also, it does no longer provide you movement speed bonus. The Roa now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while mounted, previously 80, and they somehow found a way to buff it still, bro. 100%. It's still it's still a slight nerf though. It still got buffed. What the fuck? Oh. Reap has been slightly buffed as well. Oh, I like that. Shattering Palm now causes an explosion if the target dies while you're dashing to them. Not bad. Hey, good morning, Rain. Spark. Cold Infusion Spark. Okay, I'm not going to read the Cold Infusion Spark. Staggering Palm projectiles now deal 61 to 204% of attack damage. Staggering Palm projectile buffs duration will now only start decreasing after the first projectile has been generated. Okay. They did buff Monk early game, yeah, but I care about the end game more. Impact radius is now 2.1 meters on the Tempest Bell. It's a slight buff. Bell shockwave radius is now 2.6 meters. Very, very small buff. And the hitbox has been increased. Good. That's a good. That's good. That's good. Oh. Toxic Domain and Toxic Growth. Did they do something here? Regenerates life per second. It used to be 27. Yeah, they buffed that. Very slight things, nothing crazy. My wife just asked if I was still watching. Say hello to her for me, man. Yeah, okay. Whirling Assault. Baseline movement of Whirling Assault has been reworked to be more fluid. Now has plus 1 second to total attack. Previously 1.4. Now has plus 14 to melee strike range. And has plus 1 area of effect. Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, this 14 is pretty good. So Whirling Assault. Was that Whirling Assault that we saw, by the way, in the video? Is that where he extends the spear? I think that's going to be a new build. Wind Dancer. Gale Force now deals 27 to 82% of attack damage. Used to be 53. Oh, that's a massive nerf to the damage. I mean, it's a well-deserved nerf, to be completely honest. Wind Dancer has no business to be dealing this much damage, but it is a big nerf. Versus a Whirling Strike. Oh, I see, yeah. Wind is buffed. Yeah. You know what I'm looking for here, because we're not going to go through every single thing. I'm going to do that anyway for the video. Orlos Resolve now has excess life recovery added as guard for 20 seconds, previously 10. Did they do something about the fog? Yeah. Happily, I can say that they did. Where's Wrathpith Focus? Where's the Viper's Cap? Where are all of those? Wife gave you the peace sign when I told her he said hello. Okay. I can go back to sleep now. Go, 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 man. You're going to have a video tomorrow. I want to see if I missed something here. The Coming Calamity now also has Herald skills deal 50 to 100% increased damage. All right, bro. It's time to go. Bro. Yeah, that's good. Controlled Metamorphosis no longer has 23 to 3% to chaos resistance. This does not affect existing items. Wait, we skipped that. What? Controlled Metamorphosis no longer has negative chaos res? Holy shit. Wait, that's big. Melting Maelstrom now has every 3 second duration effect. Deal 100% of mana spent in those seconds as chaos damage to enemies with 3 meters. Previously 50% of mana. Deal 100% of mana spent. So I don't know about this one, but the Control Metamorphosis is insane. Warrior Invictus now has 300 to 400 increase armor, evasion, energy shield. Used to be 2 to 300, so this is a buff. Wrathpith Globe. This is not the same, right? Is this the same? What's Wrathpith Globe? Is that that's focus, right? Now has non-channeling spells have 3% increased critical hit chance per 100 mana, previously 5. I thought they're gonna nerf this more. It's still a nerf. It is actually a nerf when you stack it, yeah, for sure. It is a pretty significant nerf, but I thought they're gonna go for more. If you stack it, if you look at a 8k HP build and how much crit they're gonna lose because of this, it's pretty big nerf, man. But it isn't. No, it's not only about the crit. True. That's why I thought they're gonna nerf it even more. Oh, we have more Warrior Invictus stuff. Is it back? Now has 10 to 14 to Spirit. It used to be 6 to 10. And existing items are okay. 8 to 10% on Elemental. Used to be 5 to 7. Buff there. 5 to 7 on attributes. Yeah, they buffed absolutely everything. Yeah, everything has been buffed here, chat. Let me just confirm. Yep. Everything has been buffed. Quite significantly, actually. Jag, I honestly don't think it is going to be dead. I mean, Roa got slightly nerfed and buffed at the same time. Lightning Arrow got slightly nerfed and buffed at the same time. Lightning Rod got a pretty decent hit nerf. Deadeye didn't get nerfed that much. Tailwind is not going to be there. No, Tailwind is there, but the other one is not there for the defense. It's all to the ground. Boss damage to the ground is dead. I beg to differ. You know what you could do? And I haven't seen anything. And let me try and see if I'm missing something. Yep, nope, no changes. All you got to do is just add Orb of Lightning in your build now and you're good to go. You're back to point 2. That's what's going to happen. I don't think it's dead, man. I think Ranger is still going to be in top 3. You just go for something like Elemental Weakness or Orb of Lightning and you're back to basics. Just a step back, a tiny little step back. That's it. All right, essences here. Perfect Essence of Battle now grants +3 of level of all attack skills on one-handed melee weapons and bows from +4. So they reduce that by 1. Essence of Battle now grants +5 level attack skills to two-handed instead of +6. Essence of Sorcery now grants 69 to 88% increased spell damage, previously 50 to 64. They buffed it. Essence of Sorcery grants 109 to 128 increased spell damage, previously a lot lower, so they buffed that. Essence of Sorcery, the greater one, grants even more, so all 3 have been buffed. Essence of Battle +3 on one-handed melee weapons and bows. Again, yeah, we saw that. Okay. Desecrated Modifier and Amulets that granted skills a chance to not consume glory. Now instead grant 20 to 30% increase skills to retain 40% of glory. Oh, the Desecrated Modifier granting reduced movement speed penalty from using skills has been removed. This is not bad. Added a relic locker to every end of floor reward room in the Trials of Chemis. Okay, so we know the pack size is a thing. It no longer increases in tier. Non-unique monster effectiveness. Yeah, we know that. Okay, so increases the life, the experience, and the quantity of items. Tablets now have a maximum of 4 modifiers. Yep. To unlock the ability to get that, you need to kill Arbiter, so it's mandatory. What about Omens? Did they mention anything? No, right? Nothing. It's not completed. They said it multiple times that they don't have the full list. Oh, they re-enabled the following modifiers. 1 to 2 additional random modifiers. The following tablet modifiers has been buffed. So they are buffing rarity of items, pack size, magic monsters, all of these things. They're buffing them slightly. Yeah, it was uncorrupted and it was magic as well, Devil. We saw that. So everything here has been buffed. Holy shit, there's a lot of them. There's too many the tablets. Look at all of this. Okay, this is a big one right here. I'm going to stop right there. This is a big one, dude. Waystones can no longer be instilled using liquid emotions. Pretty big stuff. Improved the visuals of Delirium Fog and added a radius around the player that improves clarity further. This radius has less of a desaturation effect and make the fog thinner. You know what I think now? Melee is going to be more satisfying to play in fogs. Because this radius is going to be following you around because you're doing everything melee. If you're a ranger, the radius is going to be on you, going to be killing something in the fog. Right? Yeah, Delirium no longer has the reward bar indicator. Instead, Delirium monsters have a chance to drop liquid emotions. This is pretty cool as well. Have a guaranteed liquid emotion drop and an increased chance to drop higher tier liquid emotions. Boss waves in Simulacrum also grant a guaranteed emotion. Idols of Estazunti are no longer required to unlock Val Vault maps. Existing items will be deleted. So you no longer need this. This is pretty cool as well. Added an objective icon for activating all checkpoints. When the player activates all checkpoints and completes the map, all map content minimap icons will be revealed. Removed Breach, Ritual, Delirium, and Expedition from the map legend as they no longer have icons shown on your atlas. True. Yeah, party play has been nerfed on... where? Where did you see that? Boss waves? No, this is for the Vault of Kamasa. Uh-oh. Bosses now have an anti-burst damage mechanic. Once a boss has finished its emerge or becomes aggro, the damage reduction period starts counting down. So every single boss is going to have that. The damage reduction tapers down from full effect to no effect over the course of this duration. For every unit the boss moves from its starting location, the damage reduction will fall off even faster. Bosses, oh my god. What? Okay, improve visibility of something, Grim Tangle. Improve visibility of that. Improve the mid-fight phase change sequence of final Act 2 boss. You could just call him Jamanra, you know? I mean, he has a name. Improve the behavior of the Great White One boss. Good. That's what killed me hardcore. Local knowledge. I don't think we skipped it. Yeah, there's nothing, dude. There's nothing. Shit. Re-enable rogue exiles, yada yada yada. The blind beast in Isle of Kin now drops a blank raider rune. This can be changed, whatever. Is no longer dropping the bile-soaked tome. Instead, the Dark Mists quest now grants a mist-shrouded tome, which grants the weapon points. Oh, so Blind Beast no longer gives us the passive points. The Dark Mists quest gives that. I have no idea which quest that is. You can open a portal at Orloth. Kosa's lightning barrage should no longer hit with 9 projectiles. Okay. User interface changes. Let me read through and see which ones are good. Dual cursor on both players can interact with the UI at the same time. Support gem compatibility of all equipped skills is now shown when hovering a support gem. Good. On the Waypoint World map, selecting underground location featured on the Overwolf is now immediately teleported you there. Quick search feature to the stat filters in the trade market. Not bad. Okay. Stackable items will no longer be merged into existing item stacks when clicking items into merchants tabs. Such as what? What can be stacked in the merchant tabs? Oh no, why? I don't like that. Oh, it's a buff bar. What is it, on your player? It's going to be harder to see it now. The cursor size option has been changed to a slide bar. Track and input option for the keyboard and mouse, which allows skills to continue updating their target location and direction even after the skill's input key is released. This is particularly impactful to skills such as rolling slam and whirling assault, but affects a wide variety of skills. By default, this option is enabled in WASD mode and disabled in click to move. Microtransaction changes, I'm not going to cover them. Bug fixes, I'm not going to cover them. So that's basically it. That's it. That's it. I'm going to cover this in more detail in tomorrow's video, as I said. But how do we feel, chat, now that everything is over? How do you guys feel now that we saw these as well?
Damn, that's a gifted sub.
Fabs with a 5. Let's go, man. Thank you. Just alright. Bad. Yeah. Thank you, Fabs. Thank you, brother. Score, appreciate the long stream. Thank you, dude. I wait until 12th. Yeah, I can say that I am still at a 6 out of 10. I am still at a 6 out of 10. Nothing in here has changed that number, but we know that they're going to add more stuff. So depending on that, I might change my rating. And also the first week or two, I'm going to tell you how it feels as well. Yeah, so my main concern, not the main concern, is the main thought, and I'm going to cover that in a video at some point, is that I think it's partially our fault and their fault at the same time. It's their fault for over-promising, under-delivering, and it's our fault for having insane expectations. If we didn't have insane expectations, which was created, obviously, by GG's announcements and hopes and stuff like that, we wouldn't be this disappointed. But at the same time, as they said, it was something that was planned, and they took accountability, saying that they underestimated how much work they're going to need. Which is why I'm saying that, yeah, having classes, especially a druid with like 4 forms, is pretty insane. It's insane work. Pending the passive tree changes, yeah. True, fish. Maybe, exactly, yeah. That's why I said I'm going to give another 2 weeks into it, and then I'm going to have my final rating for this. Yeah, there was a lot of pre-hype, a lot of build-up into it, and yeah, it was a little bit dry at some places. But yeah, man, I'm still excited to play it and see. Anyway, I think we did good today. I think we did good today. I'm gonna go rest up, and yeah, I'm gonna start working on the videos. So it's gonna be tomorrow for me, late for you. but I'm gonna do multiple videos. I need to do one video of what they announced, like the general stuff that is coming, and one video of a TLDR for the patch notes. These are the 2 videos that I'm gonna do. And this time I'm gonna skip the interview TLDR because I don't think there's anything big there, apart from 1 or 2 things. The new mechanic might be huge, emphasis on might. Yeah, for sure. The new mechanic could be pretty cool. Great stream. Thank you guys. Thank you very much for being here, both YouTube and Twitch. I think we did crazy numbers, by the way, today. It was a big milestone for me. I think we reached around 300 viewers over on YouTube alone. Just YouTube. 300 viewers only on YouTube. And around 160 over on Twitch. So collectively around, give or take, 500, which is pretty big milestone for our side. Without raids and stuff like that. So I'm really happy with today. Thank you very much for tuning. Thank you for trusting me for doing this, guys, and being patient and going through with me with this. Have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful rest. I know a lot of us are sleepy or we need to do stuff. So yeah, I'm going to see you guys tomorrow's stream. I'm just saying now, I don't want to, again, overpromise stuff and not deliver. I might be a little bit late tomorrow because I have a lot of videos to do, but I want to make sure that I get the videos done. Yeah. Because, timing and all that stuff. But yeah, thank you all very, very much for being here. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Much love. And most importantly, peace. Yeah. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Have fun, guys. Thank you very much for being here once again. Thank you for all the support. See you tomorrow, guys. It was fun. Bye.